Hello. Welcome to Normal America Show. Host Rob Noor. That's me. Hope you're all doing fantastic this fine evening. How am I doing? Pretty good. It's been a good day. It was open house for my son. He's starting kindergarten. So he's going to the same school that he went to preschool. So we got to go and meet the teacher, and we went to church and everything because he goes to a Catholic school. So it was very cool. His teacher is if you had this, I think this is a neat thing. So I think my dad had me when he was 20. So I went to the same high school as my dad. So there were still like one or two teachers left over that had my dad that then 20 years later was having me at the school, which is I think kind of neat. My son, uh his teacher this year also taught uh my wife's sister years and years and years ago, like 20 something years ago. So I think that's pretty cool. Like that's a cool little connection. Um and it's a small town, you go to church and you know everyone there. So I think he's gonna have a lot of fun. He got to tour his classroom and they got new toys and they got a lot of books in there that he seemed like he would like. So he's pretty pumped. So I think school starts next Wednesday for him. So we had fun. We went out to that, and that was he played in the playground and stuff that was there. So good stuff, man. Oh yeah, I love living in a small town. It is amazing, amazing. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. So it's nice to take your mind off like everything going on online and the news and all that stuff. Uh, Last night, I honestly fell asleep. I was gonna stream and I fell asleep at like 9:15, 9:20. I woke up. It was like 1 in the morning. I was like, oh crap, missed streaming that one. So it was all right. My voice could use the night off anyway. So um, you know, good stuff. Tomorrow, I think we're gonna go have some fun with the family. Saturday, I'm taking off. I got a family friend. Well, I guess not a family friend, just a friend. Ah, it's his birthday party, so that's gonna be fun. And then Sunday, I think I'm doing Sitch and Adams show, followed by the debate Monday with Tim Gordon. And the topic is, let me get the specific topic with Tim Gordon. Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go. There's compelling reason to believe Israel instigated or helped Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk. So, should be a fun debate. I like Tim. I haven't seen a lot of his content. From what I've seen, he seems like a smart guy. So I'm looking forward to the debate. I don't know. Maybe we'll do I'm Speaking Now Sunday night. I don't know. Normally, Sitch and Adam are streaming during the day. So I put out the call to anyone who wants to debate, call in or anything tonight. I would anticipate no takers. A lot of big talkers. No takers. I had one guy be like, "Oh, Dave Smith, you want to talk to Dave Smith? I'll debate you." I was like, "Cool. What time?" Nothing. The thing is, I'm not only asking to debate the bigger names. That's fine. I think those people should answer for their claims, but that's fine. I'd be willing to talk to anyone about it. But what can you do? And you'll see the. I don't know who Jesse on Fire is. I've never heard of that person. So not in my character to just find someone who I've never seen say anything and be like, hey, I'm calling you out. So. Oh, Socrates, I got you. Oh, he thinks Charlie's alive. Oh. So, this fellow big guy stands shoulder roast to shoulder roast with her. Oh, yeah. Valhalla FT, also don't know. But, anyways, we're going to do a show. I got some things to talk about surrounding this. Maybe this might blow your mind. Maybe we could even talk about some other things. Morenz. Rocking Red Reaper, what do you want to talk about? Do you disagree with me in the Tyler Robinson case? Another Hard R exclusive. Someday. Former Chad of the Month, yeah. If you don't know Valhalla, you're a pure clown. Not gonna lie. Well, I guess I'm a pure clown. There you go. You can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. You have to know. You have to know who that person is, or you're a pure clown. Yeah, if you don't know Jim Hickenbottom, you're a pure clown. So, oh, you don't know him? Clown. These people are hilarious. We are going to talk about some of these folks, though. The Candace supporters. You don't like Valhalla, okay? Well, how does it even make sense if someone doesn't know an online personality that makes them a clown or somehow derogatory? How does that make sense? Some of the greatest people I know don't even use social medias. They served valiantly in this country's military and are still working into their 70s doing things like driving trucks. They don't have X, or they're never on YouTube, so they probably don't know Valhalla. So I guess they're clowns, right? You would tell them, oh, you're a clown, man. You're not spending your time listening to people online pontificate about politics. What a clown you are, right? That's how that works, right? Makes sense. I don't know Valhalla. I do not. I'm not lying about it. I couldn't tell you anything. The first I'm seeing, it sounds like people were saying he does military content. I don't know. The only military person that I've seen that's been weighing in was, I think his name's Rob O'Neill, who was supposedly one of the people that shot bin Laden. But I don't know Valhalla. I don't know Jesse on Fire. It's just, this is the caliber of the average Candace fan. It just, I don't know what to say. It's, I hate to say it. I really do. And it's not everyone. It's really not. But there, so many of these Candace fans, particularly the most vocal of them, that are like this, that want to come on someone's stream and just say shit like that. Both of them would rip me apart. What, physically? Okay. Is that what you mean, Matthew Faithful? They would rip me apart physically? Probably. I'd put myself maybe a 4 out of 10 on average, being able to throw hands. I fought a reasonable amount, I've probably been in 15, 16 fights in my life, mostly in high school. But yeah, I'm a big fat out of shape guy. Yep, probably they'd whoop my ass. Okay. Hey, Rob, that green beret would beat your ass. But not you, though, right, Matthew? You're tough. Matthew Faithful 86. Not you. You'd whoop their ass, right? You'd beat that green beret's ass. Am I right? Go ahead, tell us, Matthew. Tell us how you'd whoop their ass, Valhalla and Rob O'Neill. You'd whoop their ass, right? Go ahead, Matthew. Would you like? Yeah, we used to go up to the tracks, old Joe. I'll see you on the tracks tonight. And most of my fights were a complete and fucking joke. There was only like 3 or 4 that actually were like serious. They made videos about me and Andrew. Oh, okay. Well, they're welcome to call in. Where'd that Matthew guy go? I was waiting for him to tell me what a tough guy he was. He's going to beat up the Green Berets. Right? Right, Matthew? Where'd you go? Where did you say what? No, you said they'd rip me apart. I was like, physically? Great. So are you saying they wouldn't rip you apart? Or are you calling in? Was your comment basically something like this? Hey, Rob, Conor McGregor would beat your ass. Yeah? Well, he'd beat my ass too, but I just wanted to make a point. Yeah, I'm sure a guy that was a Green Beret could kick my ass. And yours, probably. What's your point? What point are you trying to make? If you're not saying you could beat them up, so you're saying you're in the same position as me, that a Green Beret. What do you mean you didn't say that? I said, are you asking physically? If you're saying they would rip me apart mentally, I don't know them, so I can't say, but I'd put my money on me that I would win a debate with them on this case. If that's what you're saying, I don't think they would rip me apart. I think they'd probably not do well for 2 reasons. One, I'm a pretty good debater, and second, I have the facts on my case in this case. So if that's what you're saying, that's why I asked. Are you talking physically or like argumentatively? Because argumentatively, I don't think they would rip me apart. You could message them right now and say, hey, Rob Noerr's streaming live. He was the fact checker. I told him that you guys would rip him apart on this case. And I'll say, absolutely, they could come on. I'll treat them fairly. But hey, maybe you're right. Maybe I don't know them. Maybe they're incredible, amazing debaters and geniuses. And I suppose I'm going to abandon Andrew's payroll for Shapiro's. Andrew doesn't pay me. Who, Ben Shapiro? How much is he paying? Let's see. I'm not an employee of Andrew Wilson. If I do a project or something like the debate course, he'll pay me, but I don't work for the Crucible. I'm a fan, I'm a friend. That's it. Oh, Brian Shapiro? How much is Brian Shapiro paying? I don't think I could work with Brian Shapiro. I don't like the left. And also, I'm afraid he would be obsessed with certain parts of my anatomy. So I don't know where the Matthew guy went. So I did want to talk about some of this today. Some of these people on the Candace side, it's very ironic because what have just objectively, I worked with Andrew and was a fact checker in that debate. I've said that I think she's batshit crazy and she's harming the right and she's harming the online space and she's attacking people that are grieving without evidence, throwing out salacious theories, and that they won't debate these theories. And for that, the vitriol is out of control. Absolute out of control. I've probably been attacked more this past week than all the times I was going, well, except with the trans left. Like back in like 2020 on Twitch, where like you had all these like the trans mob was sort of running things. That would get crazy. Like your channel would get shut down and stuff. Andrew initially hired me. So I've talked about this before. Andrew told me he would pay me whatever. He's like, just quit. But he was like, you'll soon be making enough as a streamer. I won't have to pay you. That's exactly what happened. I think I got paid to be a researcher for Andrew maybe 3 or 4 months. That's it. So But yeah, other than like way back in Twitch with like some of the trans like mob that was running around there, I don't think I've ever been like attacked, and none of it's like some of it's germane. People be like, "You did shitty as a fact checker." I disagree, but fair enough. Like, at least that's in the some of it's just like you sound like shit. You're fat. Fair enough. You're gonna have a stroke, maybe. Where did Andrew get the money to pay me? He works. I don't know. I didn't ask him where he got money. Where do you get your money to have the computer here? Will you open your finances up? I think you're paid by ActBlue. I think you're paid by ActBlue, and possibly, I'm just saying it's possible. I'm just asking questions. You were in the Discords cheering on Charlie Kirk's murder. That's what I think. So I'd like you to prove it. I'd like you to put up your Discord chat history. I need your real name, your real location, your social security, your pay stubs, right? Elsewise, what are you hiding, right? Isn't that fair? Let's say Andrew gets paid $20 million a year by Turning Point, and they tell him everything he has to say. Yep, he's just a mouthpiece for Turning Point that gets paid millions of dollars. Okay, cool. How does that affect Candace's claims that she couldn't back up? Well, he made like $80,000 on a Give Send Go, just putting it up. He's consistently one of the top 5 most super chatted channels in the country. You could look up how much he made just on YouTube, and that's only one of the platforms that he gets money on. But you can look it up. You can go to a website and look up how much he made last year. His wife has a best-selling book. I don't know. Maybe he did get money from Turning Point. I don't know or care. It's not germane to the conversation to me. Anyways, but you can sort of see this is the Candace fan. Oh, yeah? Where do you get your money? Oh, yeah? Who paid you? You a Zionist? You a Zionist shoe? And what they don't realize is I like them. I like these people in the chat. They illustrate for anyone who's not a total moron exactly how pathetic the entire movement is. It really is. There's not a coherent argument amongst them. No one came in like there was a guy last night, Miguel, or yesterday that called in. Very cool guy, was a Candace follower. And we talked through some of the issues he had with the case. Great. Those people are few and far between, though. Most people don't want to have an honest conversation about it. Who paid you, you Zio cuck? And then it really is. It is the most left-wing coded movement I've ever seen. It is exactly like the trans community in 2020 on Twitch. It is the exact same thing. Like, you know how the trans movement would say this? They'd be like, why are you attacking us? Why can't you just use the pronouns? Like, this is horrible. Why are you attacking us? And then they would just call you names and attack you and try to get your channel banned. It's the same thing here. They say, why can't we just ask questions? We're just asking questions. And everyone in the world's like, no, that's fine. No one minds you asking questions. No problem whatsoever. In fact, the state hasn't even tried to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, you're well within your rights to have questions about the case. Everyone does. No problem. The problem is when someone's encouraging hundreds of thousands of people to think that someone like Erica Kirk's involved or Turning Point's involved, and then's unwilling to even back up their claims. That's the problem. That's the issue people have. Hey, can you answer for your claims? No, we won't. But they're perpetual victims. Did you see this guy? Stop your anti-Candaceisms. See? That's how they look at it. This is their cult leader. You can't question the cult leader. That's an attack. That's an attack. Just saying, I don't think you have any evidence for your claims. How dare you? How dare you attack our leader? And so, since you've attacked our leader, well, then we get to say, we'll insult you, we'll, whatever. And then all the while say, and by the way, all we're doing is asking, why are you mad at us for asking questions? That's constantly. It's literally just the trans movement 2.0. The same shit. I showed you that DDG guy that debated Warren Smith last night. He was like, you're Jake Rattlesnake, you won't debate. You're like the left. And I was like, Baron Coleman won't debate. Candace Owens requires 300,000 to debate and then won't defend any of her wild theories. Ian Carroll won't debate. Jimmy Dore won't debate. Lionel Media won't debate. Those are the people that won't answer for these theories. I'll put it up every night. Feel free, call in. We can't even get low-level, just Candace followers to call in. No one wants to. They don't care. No one even remotely tries. Even when you see people like Dave Smith say, I think Candace won the debate, he'll be like, I don't believe any of her, she didn't provide any evidence for any of her theories. Right. That's the issue. But they're very vocal. They were saying, I saw it when I asked Dave Smith if he'd like to have a conversation. There were people like, he was mean on Suleiman's X Space the other day. He's a clown. He was mean. Yes, the big meanies. That's what it is to them. You're mean. If you question their leader, you're mean. You can't question it, or you're a mean guy. It's literally like women. That's what it's like. It's pouting women. It's the trans community all over again. Don't hurt our feelings. Stop that. You can't question. You can't ask for evidence. That's mean. That hurts our feelings. I'm shocked. And these are supposed right-wingers. And this is where we're at. It's so mean. You guys are mean. Rachel Wilson made fun of Candace for saying, you're not allowed to smoke in my house. That's mean. That's really mean. You can't win with ad hominem. I agree. I don't know why you guys try. I totally agree. That's why I'm trying to debate the facts, and none of you will. Watch. Hey, you're right. You can't win with ad hominems. Elma Newboy, would you like to call in? We could discuss the facts. We don't have to insult each other. Would you like to do that? See? I'm shocked. Yeah, the Lindsay Clancy. Well, we're going to get to the Lindsay Clancy case. I'm absolutely shocked to see this behavior from people that formerly were on the right. It's insane. And like Candace was, I'll reiterate, I thought it was very polite, and her team was very polite while I was there. She's very upset because Gerald was there, and it's like, if you really think you took the W, I'd be like, whatever. They brought Gerald. I don't like that guy. I guess he was nice while he was here, but it's this constant, like, always a victim. And with Candace herself, she's included herself. Like, I could bring up clips. I have them saved somewhere. Several times she said that the assassination was about her. Maybe he was assassinated because she thinks Charlie was going to bring her back on tour. Maybe he was assassinated because the French wanted to take him out to distract from the Brigitte Macron scandal and Candace. I shit you not. It's just this, it's this cult of personality, and it's like, it's all about her, and it's all about them. And if you disagree, well, then you're a big meanie, and then we're going to tell you, Buster. That's what we're going to do. And it's like, yeah, I don't particularly think I'm a mean guy or anything. I think what Candace is doing is despicable, but I could be polite both in a debate and in her home, as I was. But it doesn't matter. Like, to her audience, I'm a creepy guy that was in her kid's room. What are you talking about? I was in the room they brought me in. Doesn't matter. I get all these messages about that. It's like, okay. People come into the chat. You're mean. You don't know any facts. You can't answer anything. Sure, would you like to call in? No. And you can understand from, like, random anons, like the people in the chat here. But it's not just that. It's also, it's Candace herself, and it's Baron Coleman, and Ian Carroll, and Lionel Media, and Jimmy Dore. And then, people like Dave Smith. I like Dave. I've messaged Dave several times, never got the time of day. I've interacted with him one time when I moderated a debate between him and Andrew Wilson. No problem. I think it was a fair moderation. I don't think Dave had a problem with it. Reached out to him a couple times afterwards. No response. No problem. I'm not the type of person to keep nagging someone. He did an interview with Candace Owens. He thinks that Candace won the debate. Okay. I just said, hey, would you like to have a conversation from someone on the other side? And he was like, oh, debate about the debate. I mean, I just said had a conversation. He was like, that's too meta or something like that. And I was like, well, I didn't say have a debate about the debate. I said, would you like to have a conversation? Did you consider your conversation with Candace Owens a debate about the debate? No? You just considered it a conversation? Okay. But hey, if you don't want to do it, no problem. And then he reached out, or he publicly said, well, I wouldn't mind having a conversation, but I don't think it would be right for my channel. What's that mean? I mean, to me, I think I'm just going to call it out. And I like Dave Smith, but to me, that sounds like I'm enjoying the attention I'm getting from Candace fans, and I don't want to bring someone on to push back. That's what it sounds like to me. He doesn't want to bring someone on from the other perspective. So he'd have the conversation, just not in his channel, because it wouldn't be good now that he's had Candace on and Candace fans on. And there's a lot of Candace fans. There really are. And I think they're quite generous with their money as well, if Candace's fortunes are anything to speak of. And that's fine. There's an awful lot of people that are afraid to call out Candace, and some of them are afraid because her audience is quite rabid, and some of them are afraid because the audience kind of likes them or goes to them. So you don't want to kill the golden goose. That's fine. And by the way, Dave Smith owes me nothing. He could say, I don't want to talk to you because I don't know you, because you're nothing to me. And it's like, it's fair. He doesn't owe me. But I don't understand I would have the conversation, but it's not right for my channel. Well, okay. Was the Candace conversation right for your channel? Talking about the debate and Tyler Robinson case? So if the other side's not right for your channel, what it leads me to believe is what was right for your channel about Candace being there wasn't the debate that she had with Andrew and discussing it in the Tyler Robinson case. What was right for your channel was having Candace Owens on your channel, which is fine. Like that's probably smart as far as getting eyeballs on you. I totally get it. And that shit happens. Let's not kid ourselves. That's part of the game too, you know? But I just thought, hey, if you'd like an alternative perspective, someone who is on the other side of it, I'd be happy to do it. And maybe he'll reach out. I don't know. But that was the weirdest comment. It wouldn't, sure, I'll talk to you, but it wouldn't be right for my channel. I mean, maybe he just means it wouldn't be right for my channel because nobody knows you. Fair enough. That could be. No problem. It's no hard feelings. But the invitation's out there if Dave wants to ever just chat in my show. Hell, even if he wants to chat off air, I won't record it. No problem. But what's the number? What if you want to call in, just tell me what you want to talk about, because I'm not opening up the call-ins tonight to people that agree with me. But it was a strange thing. Clint Russell, Liberty Lockdown. I know he had talked about Viva Frey, some controversy about getting on Viva's show to talk about it. And he didn't respond. Jimmy Dore didn't respond. And I feel that's sort of par for the course. These people like spread these wild theories in their little bubble, and it's very profitable, and it gets a lot of eyeballs. It's salacious, but they know they can't defend it. So they stay in their bubbles and they try to frame it. We're just asking questions. What's the problem with asking questions? But I'll guarantee if people just asked questions against them like that and had hundreds of thousands of people thinking they were monsters, they'd be upset. They wouldn't say, hey, that's fair. People were just asking questions, accusing me of being a monster, killing my wife, or assaulting children, or whatever. They wouldn't say, hey, no problem. You're just asking questions. One of the questions I wanted to ask Dave Smith was, Dave kind of went with this line of like, I don't know why they're so against people just asking questions. Like, it's like they want to censor them. Which my response is, well, Dave, do you want to censor Andrew Wilson? And I assume he would say, of course not. And I'd say, oh, you mean you could be critical of what he's saying without wanting to censor him? The idea that because you're like, why are they allowed to ask all the questions they want, but then us asking questions of them, it's like, whoa, you can't ask questions. They're just asking questions. You're not allowed to ask questions of them. They can ask all the questions they want, but if you question them, then that's bad because they should be allowed to ask questions. You shouldn't be allowed to ask questions. Just them. Only they are allowed to ask questions. How does this even make sense? Nothing about it. Well, now they're all, well, Andrew didn't provide a source for his text. Fair enough. He hasn't yet. He claims, I think he's going to tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. But they're like, we don't believe it. Okay, fair. Do you believe all of Candace's? Well, yeah, that's different. But wait, isn't that hearsay? I thought you guys were against hearsay. Yeah, but this is different. Her hearsay is okay. Even if you throw out the hearsay of Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's parents, you still have the physical DNA evidence on the screwdriver, the gun, the towel, the video evidence that looks compellingly at least enough like him, even if you can't have a positive ID. The license plate in his car being seen twice. His own confessions. None of that's hearsay. So if we're going to throw out hearsay, that's what we have on the side of Tyler Robinson did it. And on Candace's side, we have nothing. Everything's just a source told me. That's hearsay. Has her sources been cross-examined? No. In fact, not only are her sources not cross-examined, we can't even cross-examine Candace or Baron Coleman or Ian Carroll. They refuse. Even Candace, after being paid $300,000, ran from the claims. So if the argument is we shouldn't believe things if it's hearsay until we can cross-examine, why would anyone believe what Candace is saying? Then they default to this garbage framing lie. Well, you're innocent until proven guilty. We don't have to defend our theories. Here, let me show you. Candace said this earlier, I believe today. Did I screw this up?
In this country, it is innocent until proven guilty. So why does it seem that Turning Point USA and their representatives and their affiliates are so hell-bent on sending a 22-year-old young man to his death? He's up for the death sentence. In this,
they think he's guilty. That's why. They think he should go to trial. Right? What do you think? If you're a Candace fan, and I know no one will answer because they're not interested in engaging in good faith, but just pretend you're a Candace fan. If Candace truly believes, for example, folks in the French Foreign Legion killed Charlie, what do you think she wants to have happen to those people? What do you think if you could ask Candace, Charlie was your friend, right? Yes. And you're deeply hurt by the fact he was assassinated. Of course, it affected me deeply. What do you think should happen to whoever it is that killed him? Do you think she's like, nothing? They should be left to walk free? Or do you think she's like, they should be convicted and sentenced to death or life in prison? What do you think she thinks should happen to those people? Why is she claiming people are involved? Isn't everyone innocent until proven guilty? So why is Candace allowed to say, I have full confidence that the French Foreign Legion and Israel are involved? Why is she allowed to call Erica Kirk a black widow and imply she was involved? Why is she allowed to imply that Terrell guy's involved? Why? I thought innocent until proven guilty. All of those people are innocent. All of them. She can't suggest they're guilty. That's absurd. Innocent until proven guilty. Has she proven them guilty? No. Then they're innocent. So she's not allowed to speculate that they're guilty. Right? Of course not, they'll say. She's just asking questions. She's allowed to have an opinion. Okay, then why aren't the folks at Turning Point? They're not allowed to have an opinion? We think this guy's guilty. Why are they not allowed to have that opinion? It's evil for them to have the opinion, but not for Candace to think that Erica was involved or people at Turning Point. She's allowed. Why is that? Why is she allowed to have opinions and questions, but not the people at Turning Point? They're the ones calling Candace evil. She's calling Turning Point evil. She started it. She's saying that Erica Kirk's a black widow. She's saying the folks at Turning Point are evil. When people say, oh, that's great, can you provide evidence that they were involved? She won't do it. That's a shitty thing to do. So she does that, and Candace supporters are like, that's fine. She's allowed to have opinions. But when someone says, well, my opinion is that's evil for her to call other people evil without evidence, the Candace fans go, you're not allowed to say that. She's allowed to have an opinion. You're not. You're not allowed to have that opinion. You can't have an opinion that what Candace is doing is bad. She's allowed to have the opinion that what Erica's doing is bad, but you're not allowed to have the opinion that what she's doing is bad. Yeah. Andrew Colvett said today that Candace said that if the wrong person took leadership, she would burn Turning Point to the ground. And then I saw someone say, yeah, he's innocent until proven guilty. You can't just execute him. Yes, that's right. No one's suggesting that. Who suggested killing him right now before a trial? Show me that person. I'll say that person's wrong. No, he should have a trial. He should be given all the protections that we have in this country, that you're allowed to have a fair trial. That's it. There's clearly probable cause. Candace says no, 0%. Not the guy shouldn't even be on trial is what 0% means. 0%. He should be let free. That's how confident she is. Where's her evidence? Jack Posobiec is wrong if he says this man should be killed before a trial. He's wrong. Was he being hyperbolic? Or is he serious? If he's serious, he's absolutely wrong. I'm not sure if he said that or not. I'll go on record right now. If Jack Posobiec said kill him before the trial, he's absolutely wrong. See? Not that hard. A lot of people call for his death just like anytime someone does something. Can I find any evidence of Candace saying that someone should be executed before a trial? Will you acknowledge, will you discredit her then and say we have to discredit her if I pull that up? Because a lot of people talk big like that. But I don't think anyone seriously is actually implying that there shouldn't be a trial. Certainly not anyone serious. Do I understand if not for Candace, we wouldn't be having this conversation? What conversation? The conversation about how Candace is slandering people? I suppose so. If not for the assassination of Charlie, we wouldn't be having this conversation. What has Candace brought to the table? Nothing. Smearing people, refusing to defend her allegations. More serious people could have said, here's some holes in the prosecution. We'd like to focus on that. That would be a better conversation. That's not what anyone has a problem with. What did she turn on its head? She made it about herself. She slandered people and refused to defend her position. I suppose. Sure. No one would have a problem if, like, serious people were like, look, wait a minute. We have questions about when this dude was Mirandized. We have questions about who else's DNA was in the gun. You see? And this is it. There's never any logic. There's none of these people listen to what you're saying and say, well, I have a response to that. It's just this. That's it. The community notes. They abuse the community note system. There you go. The Cope in the chat. Candace is a leftist. A lot of people have been speculating or pontificating
Moment that she
that a lot of what's going on here is very reminiscent of the Lindsay Clancy case. Now, Lindsay Clancy is a woman who killed her children, confessed to killing her children, and thousands of women on TikTok are expressing sympathy for her, including people showing up to the trial, and they think that the husband did it. They have no evidence. The husband has an airtight alibi. He was like out at the store. He was on the phone with her. But the husband must have did it because, men evil, And it's a despicable thing to watch these women sympathizing with a woman who murdered her children. It's despicable. And there's an entire cottage industry now, especially on TikTok, of these women just going nuts. She's really innocent. I know one woman in real life truly believes it. It's surreal. And people have been saying, I wonder how many of Candace, because it's very similar to the Candace supporters, I wonder how many of the Candace supporters are also Lindsay Clancy supporters. Well, from today's show,
I made my thoughts clear on this the moment that she was arrested, the moment that it made the news. Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. There are a fleet of doctors who should be imprisoned for what they put her on. I regularly speak out against Big Pharma. They get away with murder all the time. And in this case, they are getting away with the murder of really her 3 children, but also completely destroyed her life. Lindsay Clancy, in my opinion, is not guilty. She was put into an intentional psychosis when she probably just needed to give her kids away for a weekend to get better, but they constantly give you these drugs that do not make things better. And the cocktail of 10 pharmaceuticals that she was on is absolute madness. Absolute madness.
Now, fair to have an opinion on whether or not pharmaceutical companies and some of the drugs they give cause problems. It's fair criticism. But she goes further. She says, not guilty. Not guilty. You can't hold this woman responsible. Just to be clear, would Candace take back everything mean she said about Erica Kirk if it turns out Erica Kirk's on medication? Would she say, my mistake, I blame Erica for nothing. It's her doctor's fault. It's totally my mistake. Would she say that? So there you have it. Straight from the horse's mouth. You're wondering? Candace herself is on the Lindsay Clancy train. The people that are espousing, not the people people that are questioning the state's evidence against Tyler Robinson. There's reasons that you could question. No one has a problem with that. But the people that are espousing the theories of Candace Owens and just defending her, knowing that she can't defend any of her theories, they ought to be perpetually shamed. They should never be allowed to be involved in a serious way in political discussions again. One of them, apparently this Lionel Media guy, right? I don't know if it's true, but apparently he used to be a QAnon guy. Now, help me figure this one out. I remember QAnon. I fought with them. I was a right-winger. I was a Trump supporter who fought with the QAnon people. So if you go back to my show in like 2020, I lost, at that point, I was very small. I had like 30, 40 people watching a show. I lost probably a quarter of my audience pushing back against QAnon people. I would be like, we need to get rid of Bill Barr. He's refusing to actually go after the people that did the Russiagate stuff. And the QAnon people would be like, trust the plan. Drop 213 said all airplanes will be in Atlantis. Did you see that? All those A's, A. Bill Barr with an A. That proves Barr's a white hat. Trust me, it's all a trap. He's making them think that he's not doing anything. And then he's going to spring the trap and Trump's going to win 48 out of 50 states. And I was like, you people are nuts. You're nuts. And then Trump loses. And I used to be on this website, Above Top Secret, and I would go on there like, they'd be like, trust me, they're never going to swear Biden in. The court's going to overrule. And then everything, he set a trap. He intentionally put fake ballots out. And he's going to spring the trap. The court's going to overturn the election. I was like, oh, okay. And then it didn't happen. I'm like, now what? It's going to be like February something. That's when the trap gets sprung. And then that day would come and go. I'd be like, oh, okay, man. Now what? Oh, well, fuck you, you piece of shit. You know, it's going to be 3 more months. Then I'd check back in 3 months. Okay, what happened? 3 months. Biden's still president? What happened? And then they started this cope. They were like, well, it's not about if it's true or not. It's the journey. We've learned so much. It was never about, they would say something and that thing might not be true, but what it did was it made us research. So we learned. And that was the real power of QAnon. And you just are like, what? So apparently this Lionel Media guy, I don't know if it's true. He's Candace's Dobby. That's funny. Apparently he was a QAnon guy. Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe someone in here was formerly a Q person or has a better memory than me. QAnon basically Q was supposed to be a top-ranking person in the Trump administration, and Trump was like playing 4D chess, was a mastermind, and he was setting all of this stuff up like for this, because the deep state's so large, it took this mastery to spring this trap and finally take them all down, right? Well, how do we, if you're Lionel Media and you believe that, how do you mix that with Candace's claim that, like, basically Trump's involved, being bullied by Netanyahu, and the French Foreign Legion assassins made its way to Trump's desk, but he didn't act upon it? And even if you're like, well, because Trump's naive, but I thought Trump was in with Q, and they were super intelligent white hats. So why is this more part of the trap? Leaving Candace suffer at the hands of assassins while Kash Patel, laughs as she's being targeted, and Trump all the while is like, just hold on a little longer, Candace. We're about to spring the trap, and we're going to get Kash Patel. Is that what's happening now? I don't know. Shouldn't that diminish your credibility a little if you bought into that shit? Shouldn't it? Shouldn't we be like, I don't know, man. Maybe your opinion sucks if you bought that shit. Maybe you need to go over there and think how you were so gullible. But no, right on to the next thing. Now it's Israel does everything. And Candace she knows. She's the queen boss. She knows what's up. Okay. And then once this blows up in his face, what are you going to do? Just move on to the next bullshit? Like nothing happened? Again, has anyone heard a coherent thought from these people? Give me a coherent criticism of me. All I hear is, you're a Zio cuck. You believe in Fed slop. Why? Because I'm like, Candace, can you provide proof of your claim that Erica Kirk's complicit in this? Can you provide proof of your claim that Brian Harpo is? Can you provide proof of your claim that it's the French Foreign Legion in Israel? Fed slopper. You believe in Fed slop. What are you talking about? I anxiously await the proof so I could say, hey, that's compelling. Instead, when we asked, she's like, no, I don't know. Maybe those cell phones were nothing. They don't even attempt to make arguments. No one in the movement does. I'm a Zio cuck because I take money from Zach Gelpy. Oh, yeah. He sends in super chats, yeah. All right. This guy's going to prove the Candace won with logical reasoning. Give me a second. Don't troll me either. And by that, I mean, I know that Candace people will troll me, but if you're like someone who agrees with me, don't be like, oh, I can prove it because I'm a big dummy. Don't do that. Well, there's one other thing. And then what's happening is, it really is, I think there are decent people that are getting caught up in this that are gullible. And it's really, in a way I haven't seen in a long time, it's really fracturing the right. She didn't provide any in the debate. She said, go watch my show. She does a show where she makes claims, where no one gets to push back. She refuses to do debates where people could push back. A guy puts up $300,000 and say, can you defend your claims? She gets in the debate and says, no, I won't defend my claims. Watch my show. And you people are like, that's all the proof we need. She made the evidence in the show, but she won't allow anyone to push back against the evidence. But to you people, you're like, great. Imagine if the state did that. They said he's guilty and he doesn't get a defense. Nope, there's no trial. We'll just say he's guilty. You would rightfully be infuriated. You'd say, that's ridiculous. And they'd say, no. We did a bunch of shows where we showed he was guilty. We showed our evidence. Yeah, but we have questions with that evidence. No. It's too late. Guilty. That's what she's doing. And you guys are like, yeah, that's completely reasonable. That's proof to me. I don't need someone who is like, well, wait a minute, can we push back on this? We don't need that. She's proven it to me. And then as soon as she gets in that debate, oh, okay, do you think the French Foreign Legion here? I don't know. You think Erica Kirk's complicit? Oh, I just meant complicit in saying Tyler Robinson. You said Erica should go to jail. I just meant in Monopoly. It's ludicrous. Just say it. You know she can't defend it. That's it. Just say it. You don't give a shit, though. See? Are they bots? It's like they don't listen to what you're saying. She laid it out in her show. From above, and the massive menorah he was murdered in. Google Earth. She wouldn't even say Israel did it. In the debate, she backtracked. So what are you talking about? So anyways, I think good people are being mixed up in it. So there's a fan of the show that used to call in a lot. And I shouldn't even mention it, but I'm going to mention it. Her name is Premonition. She's called in for quite some time. When I do call-in shows back in the day, she would call in a lot. Nice older lady, right? And she called in the other night. And basically, she was like, I'm going to distill it down. I will play the clip, though. She's like, I like you. I like Andrew. I like Candace. Why can't you all just get along? Why can't you help Candace solve this crime? And we were trying to explain, Candace is accusing Erica Kirk of being complicit in murder. I can understand why Erica wouldn't want to be like, come on, Candace, let's go sing Kumbaya. And so one of the things I did was I over the top started yelling at Premonition and swearing at her. And then I was like, of course, I don't believe any of that. I was just illustrating. If I would yell and scream like that at you, you wouldn't want to work with me. You would say, well, apparently that worked better than anticipated because Premonition sent me a message and then blocked me. Says the other day, you chose to cuss me out, calling me every name you could think of in front of a large audience. I went out of my way to humiliate her. Basically said, I'm a big shot now and I'm not a nice person. Now, I'm going to play the clip. I think she misunderstood what I was doing. I'm not actually cussing at her, for real. I was illustrating the point. If someone would say stuff like that, you probably wouldn't want to be friendly with them. And ironically, she proves the point because she misunderstood what I was doing and immediately went to messaging me she doesn't like me anymore and blocked me, which is sort of illustrating the point. So I'll play the clip so you can see that I'm not lying. So this was on Ryan Mullally's show and mine. Warning, I guess, profane language incoming. Sounds, yeah, totally agree. All right, we got Premonition next, and then Merlin, and then definitely not Alex. So, what's up, Premonition? How are you doing today?
Hi, dear. I'm glad you took me next because I've only taken one pill and I wanted to be done before my next pill kicks in.
There you go.
All right, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't want you guys. I'm in my 60s, so I'm processing more slowly than the two of you. So work with me here. This is my point. Nobody won that debate. We all loved Charlie Kirk, absolutely loved him. And like I've said before, I think I said it to you, Rob, he was going to be our president. I was 100% convinced that Charlie Kirk was going to save this country. Now, I also know that Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk traveled together for years. I watched them debate together and I watched videos of them together. They loved each other. Okay, not love kissy, but they were wonderful.
Who's it? Just real quick, Charlie and Candace?
Yes.
Okay.
They traveled together. They went all over the world. They went to universities. There was one, they were in Hawaii and they both had lays on around their necks, one day. And they worked together. Anyway, so no one has touched on this yet, you guys. And I want you to think about this with all the love I can produce for you people. I am a nothing. Okay. I'm smart, but I have nothing. What I would have rather have seen, I do not believe the storyline. I believe that boy did not do it. I don't. And I cannot give evidence. Don't ask me for evidence because I'm sitting here in my bedroom. But this
You're
is
doing
what
just as good as Candace.
This is what should have happened. When that young man died, all of you brain people, all of you attorneys, both of you there, Andrew, anybody that had a voice, you guys, instead of fighting one another over these stupid little points, you guys should have all, and nobody could think to do it, but you guys should have all gotten together somehow, because you guys together as a group could have figured it all out.
Well, wait a minute. I think you're a fucking piece of shit that hated Charlie.
I loved Charlie.
You're full of shit, you motherfucker. I think you hated him. I think you helped kill him. All right, is that it? Now, I don't believe that premonition. I say that to make a point. You would probably be like, dude, I'm not going to talk to you in good faith if you're accusing me of not liking this guy and murdering him. So when Candace Owens and company says, Erica Kirk's complicit, Andrew Colvit's complicit, we need to tear down Turning Point, I'm not surprised. Let me
don't
finish,
understand
please. I promise I'll give you a chance. I am not shocked that they didn't come together and say, we all love Charlie. Candace, come into our open arms who's accusing us of murder. I'm not shocked. What I see is someone like Candace Owens monetizing this grift with no evidence. I respect the fact that you believe that Candace and Charlie really got along. I disagree. That's your feeling. I respect the fact that you have no evidence, but it's your feeling that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. I rebut that by saying, as someone who favors logical interpretation of evidence, I look to the evidence and try to not just what my feelings are, and I see the evidence is overwhelmingly that Tyler Robinson did it. I respect the fact that you want to ask questions. That's fine. But we can't come together with people that are slandering other people on the right and accusing them of murder and giving the talking points of the left, so much so that someone like Hassan Piker saying, thank you guys, you're doing the Lord's work helping the left, and then taking blame myself because me, Ryan, Andrew Wilson, Turning Point, or any other group didn't come together and go, you go, girl, Candace, your feeling must be right. Good job smearing Erica Kirk. I just don't see it.
I wasn't saying any of that. That isn't at all where I was going with that, at all. That wasn't where I was going. Not at all.
So where are you going?
So when you said we should have all came together, I assume you mean us and Turning Point and Candace.
See,
right?
none of you kids. Okay. When Kennedy was assassinated, Lee Harvey Oswald was a full-on patsy. Period. End of story. He didn't do it. Okay. And they shot him walking down that hallway. And then they shot the guy that shot him, or the guy that had a heart attack that shot him. He was a patsy, and that was it. He did it, and they killed him before he could even speak. I'm sorry. I don't care if you don't believe me. But that is not at all what I was saying. Before all of this, it's been a year, and you guys have all been fighting with each other for a year over this. I like Candace, and I adore you guys. And what upsets me and disappoints me is that all of the brain people, right at the very beginning, like I just said, before the yelling and hating began, that you guys didn't like really move together and say, okay, we're the smartest people on earth. We can solve this. We can figure this out together. With just being smart individuals. I hated seeing Andrew and Candace sit there at odds with one another when Andrew and Candace could have been working together to figure it out. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you something?
Sorry, Premonition, I guess where I'm losing you is that. So I am an attorney. I do this sort of thing.
I watch you.
Yeah. Oh, great. I'm glad. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
But like, I think it's overwhelmingly likely that the state did figure it out. Like, I don't think it's a mystery what happened here. The evidence is incredibly clear that Tyler Robinson did it. So that leaves me, like, to Rob's point earlier, if I think in my professional judgment and in looking at the evidence, it's overwhelmingly likely that this guy did it, and Candace is taking the opposite position and using it to sow division amongst people who cared about Charlie and cared about the right and this sort of thing, I'm not sure what the ask is. Like, how are we supposed to march arm in arms when we really seriously disagree about something so important?
I don't think that I don't remember. I was in such shock, and it killed me for like 3 months. I couldn't even deal with it. I don't remember what her initial reaction was, but I think there was a time frame there where people could have, and you can't, this is hindsight. All right. I'm talking hindsight, clearly, but it's too bad. Like you guys don't believe anybody went to the moon either, so I can't even go to that. But if you believed that Apollo 13, it took the whole world to come together to get those guys home. Okay.
Yeah, I believe people went to the moon, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Okay, so when Apollo 13 happened, the whole planet, if you recall, was rooting for them, man. I mean, it was the whole planet. Everybody was trying to get these guys home. And Charlie was so important that I wish in hindsight that all of you brain people, Candace and Andrew, who I like very much both, would have gotten together and said, all right, let's figure this out. Because I personally believe that it was a much larger organization There was too much to it. There's a new video coming out that I'm not even going to mention that you guys will see because you guys will eviscerate me because I can't explain it properly. But it's somebody snuck up on that roof the other day and went to the exact position. And I'm not going to.
It's a roof. It's an external staircase with a guardrail. Anyone can walk up on the roof at any time.
No,
I just have two questions real quick. Two questions.
Okay.
Would you say that Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvin or the folks at Turning Point, would you lump them in as people on the right you would have liked to have seen come together?
I don't know who Andrew Kovic is. Or I was talking about Andrew Wilson.
No. I know, but I'm saying the folks at Turning Point, Erica Kirk, the vice president or whatever, the second in command, Andrew Colvin, Brian Harple, Blake Neff, Andrew Sevitt. These are all conservative activists that are working within the conservative movement.
There. The guys that were all there.
Right, but my question is, when you say I would have liked to have seen everyone on the right who all love Charlie come together, are you including those people? And you would have liked to have seen them come together in solving this case?
Everybody with a brain.
Okay.
Doctors, people from space, the space satellites.
But listen, premonition. They're being accused of Candace Owens of being complicit in murder. How can you come together with someone who's saying that you should be in prison for murder with no evidence? How would you recommend they came together with her?
I have an answer for that. That didn't start until a little bit after. I think there was some breathing space. I don't know when. Again, I was in shock myself because my world fell apart. I thought that kid was going to save us. Anyway, so I think there was a space in time when I know nobody called Candace Owens. I'm sure they didn't because they had some kind of a rift happen. I don't even know. I don't know any of the story. I just know that if they would have communicated together and brought her into it and said, we have to figure out who killed him. And that would have expanded out. And it would have expanded out to you, both of you men. It would have expanded out to Andrew Wilson. It would have expanded out to physicists and all kinds of people who could have actually figured it out. And you guys all think that this stupid kid, the slackjaw kid, did it. What if he didn't? What if it was something like Kennedy? What if it was actually a larger?
How would we decide that? How would we determine if he did it or not?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
We would debate. We would look at evidence, which is what we're doing, which is what Candace isn't doing. So how can we come together? And even you're like, I just feel it. I don't have evidence. What are we supposed to do if we're like, well, here's all the evidence, and you're like, nah, I feel that's wrong. Then where do we go from there?
You do know, Rob, you do actually know me, and I do. I'm just a mother and a grandmother, and I do go off feelings. I'm very intelligent in the sciences. But I do go off of, and I'm a female. So I run off of feelings. My heart leads me. And that is what hurts me so badly is seeing two people that I liked sitting there opposing one another. That really bothered me because I like them both. And I didn't like that. And when I heard her say something nice about you, Rob, earlier, I wanted to make sure you knew that you were in there, and she said, I turned her on and I turned her on, literally turned her on, and I heard her mention your name. And then I immediately turned it off and I contacted our sweet boy. And I told him that she had mentioned you and spoken very nicely. I didn't watch any of her thing before that, but I can't say who won the debate or anything like that. I'm just trying to offer a new.
Well, I do appreciate it. We have a bunch of people on the line, but I do appreciate it. I really do. So you have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, love you guys.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
Now, I play that clip for a reason, right? I think Premonition's a nice lady. I really do. I've got to know a little about her, and she talks about her son very favorably. And she's a nice lady. And sometimes a bit meandering, but I could be meandering, right? And it's a shame now. Two things. Like, one, I mean, yeah, I was aggressive when I came in, but it was just to prove a point, and I think it was evident. And I assume she knew it was evident because we had a pleasant conversation from that point on. The reason that I started off, I was like screaming at her and said she was complicit in Charlie's murder. I was clearly being facetious to prove the point. It's hard to want to work with someone arm in arm that's calling you horrible names and saying that you're complicit in murder. And I thought she understood that. And so it's a shame that she blocked me, so I was unable to explain to her, no, if you go back and look, it's clear. I even said, of course I don't believe that. So that's a shame. That's a shame. Not that I'm perfectly fine with her not watching me. That's not the issue. But I just feel bad that she got the wrong idea and thinks that I was trying to humiliate her or actually call her those sorts of names. Because I wasn't. That wasn't my intent. So, but I guess there's nothing you could do. Maybe my style's a bit abrasive in trying to prove a point there. But ironically, the point is proven because she thinks I was serious and she's immediately like, you're a bad person. I don't want to deal with you. Well, how do you think Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett and Erica Kirk feel about Candace? That was my point. When people are yelling at you like that and making those accusations, you're not going to sing Kumbaya and be like, oh, you're accusing me of being complicit in murder? Let me open up all of my text messages to you. It just doesn't work that way. But furthermore, to go on, I think that, to be fair, everyone's sort of, myself, you can see my facial expressions there, sort of exacerbated listening to that. And it's easy to make fun of, but if you take a step back, I don't think she's a bad person. How many people just like her are falling for this? And it's like this, well, Candace loved Charlie, and everybody owed it to Candace to leave her be the investigator, one of the key investigators. And why didn't they? And I don't know what to say. I don't know how you wake people up from that. I just don't. And I see this. It's not just this. I see people now where on the right that were fans of mine that are just like, F you, you piece of shit. You sold out to Israel. You're a Ziocup. You're a Fed slopper. You've seen it on this channel. Several people. I don't know what to say. It's a crazy thing. It really is. Like, we saw Lionel Media yesterday. I showed you. He was tweeting out Z from Unfuck America, whose stated goal was to take down Turning Point and Charlie Kirk, from the left that believes like in abortion till birth and all the trans stuff and mass illegal migration, and the left that cheered on the murder of Charlie Kirk. And Lionel Media's like, yes, this is a smart woman. She's a good woman. She's going after malevolent actors. There is no left and right anymore. We need to come together. Really, with the pro-abortion people, with the trans people, with the mass migration people. We have to come together. There is no difference. The dialectic is false, folks. There's only one dialectic now, and that's Jews and then the rest. That's the only dialectic that matters anymore. And it doesn't matter if you're like, well, wait a minute. I don't particularly like Israel. I'd never give them another dime. I'd say, you want to fight in Lebanon? Have at. We ain't helping your asses. Good luck to you. That's what I'd say. I'd pull out of Iran today. I didn't like it. That's what I would do. Doesn't matter. I'm a Ziocuck. It really is. It is a movement that has all the hallmarks of the woke left. And I was talking to someone today, and he was like, do you see what James Lindsay meant when he said woke right? Now, I'm not a big James Lindsay fan. And I push back against the term, and I still do. But I understand. It's all feelings. It's not evidence. It's not rational. It's just what you feel. It's not enough to be like, I don't like Israel. Just like it's not enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. Remember? The left would say that all the time. It's not enough to just not be racist. You must be anti-racist. That's the way it is now with Israel. It's not enough to be like, I wouldn't give them any money. Andrew Wilson's position is we should send Christians to take back the Holy Land. We should say, Israel, if you want us to keep supporting you, then you have to leave tens of thousands of Christians in and to vote and to have political leadership. And then we're going to have Christian leadership in Israel. Doesn't matter. He's a Zionist. Andrew's a Zionist. That's harsher than most people that hate Israel. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What makes me a Zio shill is things like this. I don't think we should vote Democrat. I think that's a bad idea. I don't think that we should not vote and allow Democrats to win. I think we should work within our own system. I don't think Israel's responsible for everything that's bad. I don't think there's evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And for those statements, I'm a Zio cuck. It doesn't matter. I'm like, I think Trump really fucked up with this war in Iran. It's terrible. I think we should stop allowing Israel to have any influence, not send them any money ever again. Doesn't matter. And I don't know what to say. It's incredible. I like the worst messages I get are the messages from people that I think are good people that are like, Rob, I liked you, but you sold out to Israel. I can't watch you anymore, man. What happened? And they're not even like calling me names. They're just like, you sold out. And I'm just like, it's not that I mind losing. I mean, if it was up to me, I would never lose any support. But that's fine. The shit happens, right? No problem. But what's sad about it is like, we live in two realities. I don't feel that way at all. I don't feel I sold out at all. I just don't get it. And, you know, there's other communities that, you know, I was favorable with. Maybe I didn't hang out with every day, but thought it had good relationship with. They're just like coming out, like attacking me. And I got followers that are messaging me. I have friends that are like Zionist friends. And I've told them from the get-go, I don't like Israel. I'm not supporting them. I don't want to send them $1. And they were never like, F you, burn in hell, you sellout. They were just like, oh, I think you're wrong. That's it. That was it. And that's what I say, like, when this shit's dividing the right, it's not just dividing the right, it's creating people that were formerly on the right, many of which may have been good people, and they're abandoning all rationality at all. They've came to a simple conclusion. Everything is the fault of Israel. Everything. You have people like Nick Fuentes. Nick, I mean, say what you will about Nick. Nick doesn't like Israel. Does anyone disagree? He's not a fan. And when he's out there like, this shit's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. No, there's no evidence Israel killed Charlie Kirk. None. No, Israel doesn't do everything all the time. And so what do these people say? Well, Nick sold out. He must be a Zionist now. Are you kidding? And Candace Owens, that's who you're going to go with. That's where we're at now. Listen to this. Andrew comes across sounding like he's defending Israel and Eric. If Andrew dislikes Israel, why include it in his gotcha question to Candace? because the questions are about getting her to defend her claims. I don't like Candace Owens. If Trump comes out tomorrow and says, Candace Owens worked with Jeffrey Epstein, that's why we weren't releasing the files. That's what's going on. Because I like Candace, but here's the horrible truth. Candace Owens trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't like Candace and what she's doing. Does anyone disagree with that? I think you'd all believe that. If I then got to sit down with Trump the next day, I'd be like, hey, Trump, that's quite a crazy thing to say. Do you have evidence for that? Would you guys be like, oh, so you must love Candace Owens? Why else would you ask that question? But I don't love Candace Owens. I would ask because it's a huge claim. It's a spectacular claim. That requires evidence. I'd like to see evidence of that claim. If Israel really did kill Charlie Kirk, I'd love to see evidence. That's a huge deal. So when you say the French Foreign Legion, for example, do you think Andrew Wilson loves the French Foreign Legion? Then why did he ask a question about that? We would have got to Mormon beekeepers. Do you think Andrew Wilson loves Mormon beekeepers? Then why was he going to ask questions like that? See? Do you see how insane these people are? There's no need to mention Israel unless you want to clear of suspicion. Do you see this? In other words, you should... This is what I'm talking about. They prove the point. They don't even realize they're proving the point. Basically, what Lunacy's saying here is, if someone accuses Israel of something, you should absolutely accept it and not question it. And if you do question it, that proves you're defending Israel. And you must like Israel. I don't know what to say. Do you see what I mean by abandoning reason? Do you see what I'm talking about? What do you mean don't twist it? These are your exact words. I will read verbatim what you just said. There is no need for Andrew Wilson, I added that part, to mention Israel unless you want to clear Israel of suspicion. No, a reason could be she made bold claims, this country's responsible, we'd like to see evidence of it. It's not because the intent is to clear Israel of suspicion, it's the intent is to expose Candace of blaming a bunch of people and organizations with no evidence. Again, lunacy. Are you claiming that the only reason that Andrew Wilson asked about the French Foreign Legion was because for some reason Andrew Wilson has some love for the French Foreign Legion and wanted to clear it of suspicion? Is that your claim? Why else would he ask? These people are nuts. They are absolutely... I don't know how to break them out of this bubble. I really don't. I don't think Lunacy's a bot. He's probably a real guy. He's probably a real guy with real concerns. And yet, how do you reach someone like that? What can you possibly do? To even say, oh, okay, you think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Do you have proof of that? He looks at that, it's like, oh, so you're defending Israel. You're trying to clear them of suspicion. It's the same with Erica Kirk. The reason that there were 3 clips about Erica Kirk was because Candace kept backtracking. The first clip said she was complicit. Instead of Candace admitting what we all know, that she meant complicit in the cover-up or the murder of Charlie Kirk, she lied. She said, oh, I just mean complicit in saying that Tyler Robinson killed. Who talks like that? Complicit in thinking Tyler Robinson killed? That's not what she meant. Okay, so then we had to play another clip. Okay, clip 2. You said, then why did you say Erica should go to jail? She says, oh, no, I just meant go to jail Monopoly. Okay, then a third clip. Here you are seeming to suggest that she worked with this guy to create the exploding mic. And the Candace fans' takeaway isn't, oh yeah, she seems to be misleading people about exactly what she's accused Erica of. Instead of that, the Candace fans are like, that's suspicious. You paid 3 clips about Erica Kirk. What's up with that? Huh? Do you love Erica Kirk? It's like, no. It's because she said all this shit and now she's backtracking. So we're trying to say, no, there's more clips that show this. And yet, you could see. No, I don't think only Rob is sane. I think there's a lot of people that are sane. I think that you're not. I think that you have motivated reason in hating Israel so much that you literally think if anyone accuses Israel of something, no matter what it is, and the other person says, do you have proof of that they're defending Israel? Do you love Tyler Robinson? Are you in a relationship or something? Are you related to Tyler Robinson? Then why are you asking questions about if he's innocent? You'd say because the truth matters. We want the actual person or groups that did this killing to be held accountable. Why are you allowed to do that? But we're not. So when the state says Tyler Robinson did it, you guys are like, we don't think so. We want evidence. The state's provided evidence. You don't accept it. Fine, whatever. But when your person says Israel did it and we say, can you show us evidence? You're like, whoa, that's you defending Israel. It's lunacy. I don't know what to say. I and I mentioned this, I think, on Milk Bar's show there the other night. It's frustrating to me because I don't particularly think I'm an overly smart guy. I think I'm a decent debater and a decent communicator. I have an ability to sort of recall parts of a conversation, and I think that I have an average to above average ability to linearly follow a conversation or an argument, right? So I know the A to B to C to D, right? But I believe in reality. I believe in trying to use evidence to get to the truth. I too have feelings. But when it comes to arguing and debating and having theories, I try to use facts. And I don't know what to do with people that seemingly would agree with my worldview on a great many things that have completely abandoned that. They just completely abandon it. There's no rational sense to it. And I don't know what to do. Now, I think it's still a minority of people. I do. It's overrepresented in the online spaces that I'm in, but it's still overarchingly, I believe, a minority of people. But I really don't know. These people vote, or they won't be voting now, or they'll vote Democrat. It's surreal. I just don't know. So I wanted to play that video, and I apologize, Premonition asked that I never mention her again. But I thought it was worth mentioning. I don't think Premonition's a bad person. I think she's extremely misled. Extremely. I don't think this lunacy guy in the chat's a bad person. He's just extremely misled. And I don't know if there's hope. And if I knew lunacy in real life, I wouldn't talk to them about politics and stuff. I'd just be like, hey, we're having a barbecue. What'd you think of the game the other night? But I could no longer take seriously anything these people think politically. I just can't take them seriously. I can't. I don't know. And there's a large portion of people that watched me at one point that I am unfortunately have to put in that category. And maybe it's a silver lining that we could just separate from each other. And these people could just have their feelings and have unchallenged theories about whatever they want and feel that they're right and never accept anyone trying to challenge any of their beliefs. And we could do what we're doing. I don't know. I don't wish ill to them. I'm not wishing harm. Even Candace. I don't wish harm to her. I think what she's doing is real scummy. And she's getting rich doing it. But I'm not asking her to go to prison. You know, if someone feels that she's defamed them, like Brian Harple and Susan wins, that's up to the courts, not me. But I don't know what to say about it. And again, day after day, I'm like, we'll open the phone lines. Anyone on that side that wants to debate. I put out messages. Do you guys anyone want to talk about this? Nothing. When finally I do a debate, like on Viva Fry's channel with that Bobby Sauce, right out of the gate, he's like, I don't want to debate it. And then you're like, what's your evidence? And it's all feelings. It's just feelings. Well, I feel this was weird. This feels weird. Okay. Sure. Evidence. It's okay to feel things. And again, I like, no one would give a shit. Like, if you feel the earth's flat, no one thinks you're shitty. They're just like, you're dumb. But no one feels you're shitty, or at least most people don't. It's like a moral failing. It's just you're an idiot. And there's legitimate questions to have about this case, of course, just like there is in any murder trial. The state hasn't got to the point. They're just from their filings, you can see that they have so much more. Now, we can speculate what maybe the cell phone data shows and the Google Maps data shows and his bank account, Tyler Robinson's bank account information, and what Lance Twiggs is going to testify to. I still think strongly that the defense is trying desperately to get a plea deal to take the death penalty. I think they want to plead guilty because they believe the evidence is very strong against their client. I believe that if they don't plead guilty, they'll try their best to come up with reasons. Most of their reasons will probably be trying to get the death penalty off, trying to get away from these aggravating circumstances, and just getting life in prison. Isn't it funny that Andrew and company are 1,000% pro Turning Point USA, but a few months ago it was a non-topic and Erica was a moron? Smells fishy. Okay, let's assume that's true. I went down. I was paid to go down and teach debate or do one debate course for 4 hours at Turning Point. All right? Let's assume that I'm now paid to be a spokesman at Turning Point. What am I saying that's wrong? You could say I'm a sellout. Okay? But what if I said that's incorrect? Secondly, that's not the case. I'm part of Andrew's crew. Let's just take someone that's been here for a while. Hey, Wade Boggs. How many months have I ended my show playing a clip of Charlie Kirk? How many months have I ended my show every night talking about how devastating that assassination was and how the left killed him and celebrated it, and we must never forget that? So the idea that this is something that I wasn't discussing is just inaccurate. And my live streams are up. All you got to do is go to, I would guess, 96% of my live streams or more, and just scroll to the very last second, and you'll see it every night. Every night. It deeply affected me, and I did not know Charlie Kirk, nor did I have any communications or relationship with Turning Point. It affected me to see this man killed this father, this husband, who, yes, was an effective leader for the right, but then to watch so many people openly mock him and smear him, it was horrible. It was disgusting. And I've talked about it almost every night. And yet I'm accused of, oh, you just got interested in this subject after you went down. That's not true. The Candace stuff snowballed and got bigger and bigger. But months ago, before I went to Turning Point, I was asking people, what's this about Egyptian planes? I was taking it seriously. I was letting people tell me the theory. I was like, but I don't understand. As we get closer to an election, and Candace and company are like encouraged, basically either implicitly or some explicitly, don't vote Republican or vote Democrat or work with the left. For my part, I will say this. Going down to Turning Point made me think. It wasn't talking to them. And I met Erica Kirk for maybe 5 seconds. She shook my hand and was like, I was like, it's a pleasure to meet you. And she was like, thanks for coming down. That was pretty much the extent of my conversation with Erica Kirk. I talked to Andrew Colvett. I had dinner with him. Mostly we talked about what we were going to be doing with the debate stuff. He did talk about how much Charlie meant to him. But it wasn't so much what they said. It was just the fact that I was there. And I talked about this several times on the show. It would be like we look back and we see the murder of JFK. And you're like, oh, Jackie O and all these people that were connected to JFK. And it's this big political thing. But it's weird knowing that there were people around them that knew them as people, that didn't know them as the president and the president's wife, but knew them as like, I knew that guy growing up. I went to school with that guy. I went to school with her. I'm their cousin. I'm their kids. And so to see that, like, again, it wasn't seeing it was thinking about it. It was like, holy shit. Which is why every night I play this clip. Every single night I play this clip. And every time the thing that hits me the most about this murder is one thing. And that's watching Charlie Kirk's daughter run to him.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.
I watched Andrew over and over and over, immediately following the death of Charlie Kirk, go on TikTok and fight with lefties over it. I used to do a show with Jake Rattlesnake, The Extravaganza. Jake's a good friend of mine. I watched Jake and Andrew argue about alternative theories, and Andrew basically saying, I think that a violent lefty killed, and Jake thinking that maybe there was more conspiracy to it. The only reason you're seeing Andrew now is because he's gotten bigger. Because maybe when Charlie was assassinated, Andrew was a reasonably sized streamer, but since then, he's been on PBD. He's been on Joe Rogan twice. And so as he's reached bigger platforms and called out more and more insane people on the right, like Candace Owens, Candace's audience takes notice of it. And they think, oh, this is something new. Then they go back and they find clips of him being like, I think Erica Kirk's not a good choice. I have problems with Charlie Kirk. None of that's mutually exclusive with calling these people out. Nick Fuentes calls out Candace all the time. He didn't like Charlie. Charlie blacklisted him. Nick doesn't all of a sudden like Israel. He thinks that this is batshit crazy and it's hurting his movement and the conservative movement. He's right. That's what I think. That's what Andrew thinks. Andrew isn't defending Israel now. You've seen one out-of-clip response to Owen Schroyer in a debate where Owen Schroyer's take was basically time to jump off the Republican train, let the Democrats win. And Andrew's argument was, I don't particularly like the war in Iran, but I don't think that that's reason to all of a sudden vote Democrat or let Democrats win. In the middle of that debate, one argument that was brought up was, what about this school that was bombed by the United States? Andrew, whose argument was just how bad Iran is, was like, so if it wasn't bombed, those children would have lived in hell. And everybody clips that out to say, see, he's defending war crimes. It's not what he was doing. It's not necessarily the best argument. It's not an argument I would have made. But it's clear if you watch that debate that Andrew's saying, I'm not a Zionist. I don't like them. I don't like the Iran conflict. Andrew just debated Dinesh D'Souza on Christian Zionism. He was against it. His plan was that we should send Christians into Israel if they want our aid until the Christians outnumber the Jews and we could take our holy sites back and Christians could take control of the country. Does that sound like a Zionist? Of course, none of this matters to someone like Lunacy who says, are you deaf? Andrew Wilson included Israel in his demand to Candace. Candace has said over and over or implied that Israel was responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk or is helping to cover it up. Andrew wanted her to answer for the claims that she's made regarding that. Andrew also asked her about the French Foreign Legion. Does this prove that Andrew is somehow connected to the French Foreign Legion? Or is the more reasonable interpretation that the claims she's made that are the most outlandish and people or groups that she's blamed, Andrew, as he's been saying for months, wants her to answer for those claims? No one cares what your opinion is. We get it. Candace supporters think, I don't know what to say. I'm so happy you're here. This is everything that I'm talking about. No, it's not just for attention. See, go to hell with your French nonsense. We should have just focused on the shooter. Let me translate. This is Candace Owens speak. I'm allowed to make any outlandish theory and blame anyone I want for this murder and impugn them. And I never have to answer for any of it. And if you even question it, you're a bad person. Instead, you just have to defend the state's charge and let me interrogate that. How dare you think that I should have to answer for my theories? And then you have the supporters. Why would you even ask her about her theories? That proves that you love Israel. Instead, you should have merely focused on Tyler Robinson and whether or not he did it. That's how these people think. They think, well, I don't understand DNA like Candace. And because they said that the DNA was degraded the most on the gun, that proves to me that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. So I agree with Candace. It was probably the French Foreign Legion or Israel or Erica Kirk or Brian Harple or Mormon beekeepers or whatever. And no one's allowed to question that. That's just the truth. And if you question it, that means you're a Zio shill or you love Erica Kirk and you're shilling for her. And then when you're like, well, you're wrong about the degraded DNA. You don't know what you're talking about. But also, where is your proof that Israel did this? Where's your proof that the French Foreign Legion? Oh, Zio. See, here he goes. That's odd that you would ask me about that. That's odd. The only thing you should be allowed to do is defend the state's case. You shouldn't be allowed to question the theories. What is the point? Again, I just don't know what to say. I hear you, Rob, but sometimes people get JFK'd. That's true. The government has been involved in conspiracies. It rained at my house yesterday. I think the government did it. Sometimes people get JFK'd. See? No need for evidence ever again. I think the government did something conspiratorial once. So now I could claim that every single thing that happens is conspiratorial by the government. And if you say, wait a minute, can you provide evidence of that? I'll merely say, JFK, okay? Then part 2 of it, he says, Andrew put up 300,000. Yep. And a secret text. Again, I'm not a Candace bro. Number 1, how many times do I have to repeat? Number 1, let's assume that Turning Point is paying Andrew Wilson and he's a paid employee by them and they wrote down a script of everything that he had to say. Where is anything that he or I'm saying is wrong or untrue? So what? Does that mean if Turning Point did pay Andrew, which I'm not saying happened, I have no knowledge of that, but let's say it happened. I don't fucking check Andrew's finances. I don't hold his hand. He asked me to help him prepare for a debate and be the fact checker. I did it. It's that simple. But let's assume that's the case. Okay, now what? That proves Turning Point did it. That proves Israel did it? Can you tell me what the implication is here? Anything? What if we find out that a wealthy Iranian donor sent money to Candace Owens? Does that change your opinion? Now all of a sudden Tyler Robinson's guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt? I don't understand. I just don't get it. Well, Rob, let's assume that Turning Point did pay Andrew. You think the framing is asking questions bad, state story good. No one's... No one thinks you asking questions is bad. It's okay to ask questions. We think it's bad when you accuse a grieving widow of being complicit in her husband's murder and you're unwilling to even attempt to try to defend that. I hope that clears it up. That might be the 10 millionth time I've said that. It's okay to ask questions. No one minds you asking questions. You're aware that we have like defamation laws and slander laws. Do you think that it should be okay for someone if a large streamer got up here, who was that person? Fly on the wall. If a large streamer went online and accused you of harming your children in some way, and hundreds of thousands of people believed it and thought you're evil, would that frustrate you? Would you say, wait a minute, I demand proof of this accusation? And if they said, no, I refuse, would that upset you? Do you think that would be a good thing to do? When you said, that's not right, I demand evidence, this is outrageous, and they said, why are you trying to stop us from asking questions, Fly on the Wall? That's absurd. You don't think we should be allowed to ask questions? Do you see the problem here, Fly on the Wall? Just try to put yourself in that shoes for like 3 seconds and see what that would feel like. Hundreds of thousands of people thinking you're the most grotesque monster possible. And the person that's whipping them up is unwilling to defend any of the salacious claims. Where am I exaggerating? She specifically said that Erica Kirk should be in jail. She said that Erica Kirk's complicit. She's called her a black widow. She said that she was on the phone with Terrell because their plan of the exploding microphone went wrong. Where am I exaggerating? She said that Erica's Project Monarch, like MK Ultra. That's what I'm saying. This is the woke left. There's nothing you could say. There's nothing. Gentleman called in yesterday. Nice gentleman. I walked this through him. Like, he's like, but I saw the video or I saw the picture. You're being misled about the picture. Yes, let's do it, right? Because the Candace people won't call in. So let's try to make her case for her. Which is that's exactly, oh my goodness. So let's show the video that Candace shows today. Maybe. I think we can find this. Here's Candace's post. She says, for all the liars who lie about everything, no, I did not in any way alter the footage or run it through an AI program. Yes, the footage presented at the preliminary hearing had its aspect ratio adjusted, which made the suspect appear thinner. Apologies will be considered in the order they're received. Here's the video. Now, the implication is that this guy's got wider shoulders. Now, I'll remind you, there was always a possibility that Candace manipulated this using AI or Photoshop or something like that. But as I said, the tell was she said, I and my team didn't. Okay, well then whoever sent this to you did. Now there's two possibilities. The better possibility, or the better for Candace would be if the prosecution did this in an attempt to get a better look at his face. And so this was something they played. Though even she is not saying that. The other is that whoever sent her this video stretched the video out. They changed the aspect ratio by stretching it out 1.9. Now, again, as I've said many times here, yes, it makes these cars look straight, but this is just someone who doesn't know about surveillance footage and wide-angle lenses and what they would do. The aspect ratio it's going to have different deformities or irregularities based on where in the camera you're looking. So the edges of the camera, top, bottom, it's like a circle, almost like a fisheye, are going to be distorted more than the center of the camera, which means that you can't just stretch it out. That won't give you an accurate photo. That's why the dude's wrist looks so weird. That's why his shoes look like particularly wide at the top. Because they literally just went in and whoop, stretched the video out. But that's not an accurate depiction. Instead, what you would have to do is go to a professional that would use special software that's designed to take these wide-angle lenses and give you a more accurate picture. It's not merely a matter of stretching it out. Again, we played this yesterday for a gentleman, but I'll play it again for you. Let's see if I can find the clip. And it's not just RD Trolls, the guy who did this, but there's other people that have done this that I saw on X. Here's the clip.
Flat out accuses us of AI enhancing the photo, of tampering with the video. No, we did no such thing.
But believe it or not, she actually did tamper with the photo, and I can prove it in.
So again, she is claiming I didn't do it. What I will claim is that's probably true, but whoever sent this to her did. At some point, someone messed with the footage to make this footage. What she wants you to believe without proof is what the state showed, the actual surveillance footage, was them intentionally manipulating it to make it look more like Tyler Robinson. However, what's most likely the case is that's the unedited footage. That's why the defense didn't speak up and say, we protest. This is clearly an edit job. It's because this is what the actual surveillance footage looked like. Instead, whoever sent this to Candace got either themselves or got from someone else an altered video that stretched it out about 1.9 times.
In a split second. So first and foremost, you can see the photo on your screen, right? All she simply had to do with this photo, I'll stretch it over here because we're going to stretch this photo out. We're going to completely stretch it. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, the cars look normal.
Yes. Now it made the cars look normal. But because the distortion near the edges of the camera is different than the distortion near the center, now the cars look normal, but that doesn't mean that the image of the person is now normal, which is why his wrist is all screwed up, which is why the shoes look extra wide. Continues.
Oh, wow. All of a sudden, he looks thicker. And he's got a crazy bend in his arm that really shouldn't be there, but that's what happens when you stretch somebody's wrist out. A great example, here's a zoomed-in version. What, did Lockhart come in?
That's the wrist. Now, if that would have been the footage that the state showed, the Candace people would have been like, this is absurd. It's clearly manipulated. Look at his wrist. But when Candace's team shows it, they're like, that's fine. It's just shadows, whatever. Again, a cursory look at people that edit video and photos for a living would see. I'm not saying anything that's not true. You can't just merely stretch out security footage and have it be accurate. You can't do it. It's the same. She does this again with the degraded DNA on the gun. All you have to do is look quickly at the literature when it comes to DNA, and you'll see, oh, degraded DNA has nothing to do with the timing of the person that touched the object. But Candace knows that her gullible audience doesn't care. Car looks normal, therefore this photo accurate. That's not how it works, as you can see by the arm here.
And magically cast a spell on his broken arm and turned his arm into a noodle? That doesn't make much sense to me. I don't think somebody's wrist should be quite that long and indented. But of course, there's still a major problem with this photo, right? No matter how much you stretch it, do you know how much you would have to stretch this photo out just to get the bend out of the ceiling up there? You see that right up here, this crazy bend at the very corner of the wide-angle lens? Well, that's kind of a problem, huh? But I guess if we were to just, I don't know, get rid of it and then get rid of all of this on the side, wow, all of a sudden, you can't really tell, can you? But surely Candace Owens would never, ever crop the photo to make sure that all the rest of the curbs are gone, would she? Oh, crazy. That's exactly what Candace Owens did. You can't see the roof in this picture for a reason. I say Candace Owens, but I guess it was Mel, the crazy lady, and Candace shared it. Whoever did this deliberately cropped this photo so you would not.
Now, here's the video she shows. Notice, once more, the ceiling is cropped out. Speak English. I don't know what defrayed is. What do you mean? Why is the video cropped? It's clear that that video is cropped. You're not seeing everything that you were seeing in the footage that was shown at the court. Why? Why didn't they just have the ceiling and everything else as well? Why would they just zoom in on this little period? Why? Okay, Los Angeles Pharaohs, I'll drop the link. You have to abide by terms of service. No racial slurs, no homophobic slurs. No one call in except this Los Angeles Pharaohs guy. We'll open it up to other people that want to disagree with me. I'm not interested in anyone that wants to agree. Also, when you're in the back, you don't have to have your mic or your camera. But when you're in the background, turn the mic or your camera. Okay, you're good. That's fine. All right, sir. So you think that, well, you could just say your piece. What's up? You believe Candace? I can't hear you, man. Maybe your mic, maybe you need to change your mic.
Wait a minute. I'm here. I got to cut off my background.
Okay. Nope. You want me to send you the back
No,
or just?
no.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
All right. My piece is the fact that you just said, the lie you just said about degraded DNA doesn't determine how long it's been there.
That's true. That is correct.
That is not true. That's a lie.
Okay, show me your source.
How do I pull it up?
You see where it's
anybody can Google the and look that up and come up with the definition of degraded.
Just wait. You see where it says share screen?
Yeah, I'm on no, I'm not on my computer.
Oh, okay. But if you might be able to on your phone as well, where it says share screen, right? If not, that's fine. You could go ahead and say your piece. I didn't want to cut you off. I just thought you wanted to share something.
Yeah, that was one thing. But earlier, I wanted to share the fact that Andrew said that it was never his position that Robert, the dude, didn't have help. And if he did have help, it came from the left. Now, the whole United States knows, like, the pansy part, that means a feminine man, period. But it also means slang term for the person that did get caught. So if he even had help, that he think that he had help doing something, but he's the only one fucking in jail. I mean, sorry, I'm so sorry.
I don't care if
I'm so sorry.
F word's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
But if he's the only one in jail, That's what makes him a pansy. If you want to
Can I jump in just real quick? It's Patsy, not Pansy's like a feminine dude. Patsy, and Candace Owens has directly said he is a patsy, quote, set up by the FBI. Overwhelming evidence. If you'd like, I could find the clip. That's her claim. Her claim's not he's a patsy.
Is a person that got called, but if they had help, that's the definition of a patsy, right?
Well, no. Patsy means intentionally being set up, I would say. Not
no,
like, for
it
example,
could be meaning left for dead. I mean, if you set up as part of the plan, but you're the only one to go to jail, you got set up as a patsy.
I don't. We could look up the definition. Clearly, that's not what Candace is saying. But if, for example, if me and you rob a bank and I get caught and you don't, and they're like, "Are you going to turn in your partner?" and I say no, I don't think that makes me a patsy. That just means I got caught and you didn't. What would make me a patsy is if you intentionally trip me and frame me, and now I go to jail and you walk away scot-free.
And that's what it looks like. He haven't even made a plea of guilty or not guilty, right?
Wait. What do you mean that's what it looked like?
If he's the only one in jail, and if he had help from the left or the FBI.
No. Because would you agree if me and you rob a bank together and I get caught and you don't, that doesn't mean I'm a patsy?
No, it takes more of a for assassination. It takes some more of a conspiracy. That's going to be a RICO. That's
but even okay, fair enough. If me and you,
it's not the same as a co-defendant.
No. If me and you engage in an assassination and I get caught and you don't, did you set me up as a patsy?
It depends if you didn't have your DNA on the towel. You get to make all the evidence that they get to go to pretrial with. You get immunity for certain statements. Yeah, it makes you a patsy if you was questioned. If you got away free and they never count you, no, listen. You saying if I got away free and you didn't tell on me, does that make me? No, you the one gave all the information for this investigation, and you get in the safe house, your mother protected. Like this is the same thing like Epstein. Who's to say he won't get killed in jail if it's bigger than him? He didn't want to die, so now he's in jail facing death.
I think you're conflating a bunch of things, and I don't think that you have an accurate understanding. Even if I accept, I'm not going to convince you on the patsy thing. Fine. Will you accept if I show you a video saying that he's a patsy set up by the FBI? That's what Candace said. Would you acknowledge then that that's exactly what she means? She doesn't mean that he did this crime with someone else and that other person.
Understand what the patsy means. If this is some type of conspiracy, which it is, just like JFK and other great men that have been assassinated. But if you're just ready to go with the law and what they say and bury this man and everything's a wrap and closed case, the evidence she need is in Erica's phone. She has all the evidence that she's asking her for, and she don't want to release it. That's why she's calling her.
Wait. You're flying by to a million things. We could get to Erica's. Please, we could get to Erica's phone in a minute. It's just like you're all over the place, right? Like, so just to be clear, like, when you say the whole world knows what she means by patsy, is your interpretation that Candace Owens is saying the FBI is intentionally setting up Tyler Robinson as a fall guy?
She's saying he didn't pull the trigger.
But my question is, do you think
yes. Okay. Well, I don't know about the FBI. The FBI claims or whatever, she's saying it's more to look into. Whether it's the FBI or regulars, left, anarchists, or the right, it don't matter. As long as it's just not one single shooter, your whole case fall apart, and that's why Andrew's looking silly right now. Because
wait. Let's again start with one claim at a time. What matters here is Candace's theory, correct?
That she can't get evidence for.
No. I'm just asking. So when Candace says patsy, we should go by what Candace means by patsy, correct?
Yes. Fall guy. That's what I'm going by.
What does Candace mean by patsy?
Fall guy.
Okay, he's the fall guy.
Now you go to the FBI.
Okay.
You want to go in a circle.
Listen. I'm not. Let's play this clip.
FBI. Here we go.
And say, this person told me that the feds planted the gun. This person told me that the bomb dogs couldn't find it. How can you sit back and pretend that you are like a friend of Charlie Kirk because you're trying to get a patsy put into prison? Like, you guys are completely monstrous and pretending that you're on the side of morality. There was an overwhelming amount of evidence that the feds set this kid up as a patsy.
Okay, well, you acknowledge now that what she's saying is the feds intentionally set up Tyler Robinson as a patsy. And it's
possible.
overwhelming.
It's possible.
No. What do you mean it's possible? That's her words. I'm not asking.
Yeah, if she can prove it.
Wait. But forget about possible for a second. She is saying that it is overwhelming that this is what happened, that the feds sent him up as a patsy. Correct? That's what your interpretation is.
That's what her interpretation is.
Okay. So that doesn't mean she's saying it's possible. She's saying it's overwhelming.
Okay, to convict the dude, only look for one suspect, put everybody else in a safe house. That's a patsy.
No, but again, listen.
Look, was his DNA on the towel? Was the guy you think did it? Was his DNA on the towel?
We could get to that, but we have to take.
But
claims.
it's so much real evidence, though.
We have to take claims one at a time because
I understand. You're asking me.
I'm not. This isn't a gotcha. I'm just saying we're in agreement. Then her claim is the evidence is overwhelming that the feds set up Tyler Robinson.
To me, yeah, and to others it could be because degraded don't mean what you said it means.
But listen. Just so we're in agreement, that's not what you think or whatever. That's Candace's claim that it's overwhelming that the feds set him up as a patsy. You agree? That's her claim.
If overwhelming means there's proof that other people was involved, yes.
Okay. So then when you say the definition of patsy, that's all irrelevant because we're just talking about what Candace means by patsy. And what she means is it's overwhelming that the feds intentionally are setting up Tyler Robinson. Okay, we're good. Next.
Should the feds be prosecuted? Should the feds be prosecuted?
No, the feds shouldn't be prosecuted. Next, I didn't.
Why
Google,
not?
If they didn't do anything wrong. The feds didn't do. You haven't proven that they've done anything wrong.
Yeah, because no one wants to investigate, and the people as the evidence don't want to bring it out.
They are investigating. Next, you said to Google, I use Grok to ask about degraded DNA. No, degraded DNA does not mean the person didn't touch it last. What DNA degradation actually means? DNA breaks down over time to environmental factors. Heat,
time.
Let me finish. Moisture, humidity, UV light, sunlight, bacteria, microbes. When forensic labs say DNA is degraded, they mean the DNA strands are fragmented, broken into shorter pieces. That makes it harder or sometimes impossible to get a full, high-quality profile. But it does not.
And that happens over time.
Please listen. And you'll have your chance to respond when I read what you asked me to search.
But I want you to be like that part right there.
Would you please let me read?
Go ahead.
It says... But it does not tell you the order of who touched an item. What it does not tell you, who touched the item most recently, who touched it last, whether someone touched it. No,
there's other prints on it.
Would you please let me finish reading what you asked me to look?
Yeah,
and then we could discuss it. It seems like you keep interjecting because it's saying the opposite of what you suggested.
No, it's saying what I'm saying.
It is not saying that. It is literally saying, if you listen, I'm going to start rereading from the beginning. Now listen, don't just try to argue. Listen to what it says. Are you ready?
Yes, let's go from the top where it says DNA breaks down over time.
Please be quiet and listen.
Go ahead.
Ready? No, degraded DNA does not mean the person didn't touch it last. DNA breaks down over time due to environmental factors: heat, moisture, humidity, UV light, sunlight, bacteria, microbes, time itself. When forensic labs say DNA is degraded, they mean the DNA strands are fragmented, broken into shorter pieces. This makes it harder or sometimes impossible to get a full, high-quality profile. But it does not tell you the order of who touched the item. What it does not tell you, who touched the item most recently, who touched it last, whether someone touched it after another person, time of the last contact with any precision. Degradation is primarily a function of time plus environment.
Time.
Would you please listen?
Thank you. Okay.
Please listen. Why are you interrupting again? Didn't you say you would listen?
You try to read fast over. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
Look at the next, not the sequence of handlers. A person who handled an item earlier can still leave detectable DNA, and a more recent handler's DNA can also be degraded if the conditions were harsh. Touch DNA is often mixed and low template. Secondary transfer is possible. The relative amounts of DNA from different contributors can be influenced by many factors other than who touched it last, such as how many skin pills were deposited, how long the contacts lasted, whether the person was a good shedder, surface types, etc. Labs can sometimes estimate relative contribution levels in mixtures, but that doesn't equal the chronological order of contact. Bottom line, degraded DNA is evidence that DNA has been exposed to damaging conditions for some period of time. It is not evidence about the order in which people touch the object. Now, will you concede that this blatantly says that degraded DNA does not speak to the order of when a person touched the object?
No, because they could be talking about all degraded fingerprints on one weapon. That doesn't say the difference between non-degraded fingerprints and degraded fingerprints. It doesn't tell the difference right there. So you can have them talking about an article with all degraded fingerprints on it, and you won't be able to tell who touched it last. No, but if you got fingerprints that aren't broken down by the fucking weather and time, you know good and damn well your mind to say, oh, maybe these people touched it last, because look, during the same time and weather of this fingerprint, this one's still solid. How is that possible if time and weather damaged this one, but these fingerprints are whole, still vibrant, and we can get good traces off of them?
First off, you're conflating fingerprints with DNA. They are two separate things.
Yes.
Secondly, let me be clear. Let's go through a hypothetical with you.
No, it's time and weather.
Please, like you called in. I think we're having a good faith discussion.
Okay.
I think that most people that understand the English language will see what I just read and said. That is clearly saying that DNA, when it's degraded, does not speak to that person didn't touch it last. It does not speak
will not come to that conclusion.
I believe when it blatantly says, let's bring it up one more time, when it blatantly says several times things like this.
Time and environment.
Quote, but it does not tell you the order of who touched the item.
Because it don't even tell you if the fingerprints are even degraded or not.
Why? I sit here patiently while you're talking. Please.
Because you like to get a lot of talking in, and if that's your strategy to run the clock, you're not saying you can read it over and over again. I got good comprehension skills. Just because you read something from Grok, all right, Google something from use Google instead of Grok.
Well, I can do that, but why will it matter if you're saying
because you're getting a second opinion?
Why are you interrupting? Please, I let you talk unfettered. Right?
Oh my God. Yes, go ahead.
If I'm reading you what this says and you're saying, no, it doesn't say what you're saying, what will it matter if I bring up another source? Will you acknowledge at least, yes, this source is saying that degraded DNA doesn't prove that that person didn't touch it last? Will you at least admit that that's what this source is saying?
No.
Then why would I bring up another source?
Because all you got is degraded DNA on one rifle. It's not comparing fresher DNA to non-degraded DNA on there. No, it could be all degraded DNA. You're not showing me anything that's definitive to say fresh DNA is older than this degraded DNA.
No, that's what it's saying. That if it's degraded, yes, that's what it's saying. If it's degraded, it doesn't mean that means the person didn't touch it last. Let's go through a hypothetical and maybe I could show.
No.
Please, just listen for a second. Let's say that we have a firearm that's got a wooden stock. Have you ever seen that? Like a rifle with a wooden stock?
Yeah.
Let's say that you own that rifle and you like to sand it down, right? And maybe varnish it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And one day as you're sanding it, you get a real bad cut in your hand. And you don't realize it at first, but you're rubbing blood all over the gun, right? And then you varnish over top of the blood. Now that's probably going to be a very strong DNA signature on that gun from you, right?
I think it'd have been destroyed by the shellac, but go ahead.
Oh, well, let's say you didn't shellac over top of it, all right? I don't think the shellac would do it, but let's say you didn't, right? So you just sand it down and you don't shellac. That would be very strong DNA on the gun from you, right?
Right.
Okay.
Depending on the weather and time, it's been on there.
Okay. Now, let's say 3 months later, you let me borrow that gun to go hunting, and I get sweat on the gun, and then I let the gun sit out on my picnic table, and it rains for a day. Then I give the gun back to you. Whose DNA is going to be more degraded on that gun?
I don't think your DNA would be on at all if you sweat on it.
Sweat
No,
does.
no.
Yes,
You just said
yes.
it rained on the gun, so the rain absorbed you never shellacked it, so the wooden stock absorbed the rain. Your sweat's no longer
No,
even
that's not
travel.
true. The
Yeah.
rain wouldn't. The rain wouldn't
You're not
complete.
gonna get no
Oh my
sweat
God.
off a gun that it done rained on. It don't work like
Yes,
that.
yes. You
No,
could still
no.
leave traces of DNA.
Oh my God, off of sweat glands?
Yes,
No, you
yes.
didn't get
Do
enough
you ever?
sample.
It's your.
After it's rained on, come on, make a nice hypothetical and I engage. But this engage, this is what y'all doing. This is what y'all doing. You and Andrew is just like, oh, Jesus is real. Jesus, we won. But everybody can blatantly see Jesus fake. This shit's dying, and y'all are on a bad road. And even in the face of losing, you still wave the flag as in victory. And it's blatant that it's being disingenuous. What are y'all doing? Everybody's fed up with Israel. We can see it. Candace got more facts. She's gonna fight it. She was his best friend. I mean, yeah, the dude's best friend. She ain't got no ill will. She came to Erica with open arms in the beginning, like, let's, talk, tell her to call me. You know what I'm saying? There was she the one turned the cold shoulder and started trying to suck Trump's shit off. And then I'm like, what is going on? Trump has all the power he wants to kill dude in jail and just wrap it up, and we won't know anything. And now y'all be happy like, oh, that wasn't suspicious. Of course he's going to get killed in jail. Well, why wouldn't he get killed in jail?
All right, man. Hey, thanks for calling in.
All right, Rob. Have a good one.
Yep. Just gets worse. It just gets worse. I don't know what to do. I just don't. Those people vote. Absolute certainty that he's right. Absolute. Just to be that profoundly ignorant of a subject and have the absolute certainty it's truly shocking. The English language escapes him. I don't know how to make it clearer. I don't know what to say. I've said this a long time, even outside the scope of this. Sometimes the hardest debate opponent is someone blissfully ignorant and incredibly confident, because there's nothing you could say. There are tens of thousands of people just like that guy you just saw. And the thing is, the people like Candace and Baron Coleman, they know this is the audience. They know it. They know that's the audience. And you're not going to reach that. There's nothing that could ever be said that's going to reach that. I don't know. Imagine, think of all the steps that led to that conversation that we just had. He was so confident that he really wanted to call in. Imagine. That's something. Look, I do this for a living now. It's my job. And before that, I did it as a hobby. But it's no easy thing to have the confidence to call in and disagree with someone. You know, no matter what, you could be disagreeing on a movie or a video game. That takes something. That takes a level of confidence. And then to call in and I don't know, like, read the English language saying this does not have to do with timing to create it. Yep, that's what it says. See, I'm right. And you're like, but no, it says the opposite of that. Nope. And he mixes Erica's hiding the truth. I mean, the first we had this argument about Patsy, which in its own right was, I'm trying to take them one at a time. Like Candace has been very clear what she means by Patsy. And I don't know. What's this? Give me a second. Sorry, just had to respond to something. Yeah, fly on the wall, man. You could call in. And then I promise to get to super chats. It was a pansy. I misunderstood at first when he was saying pansy. I thought he was using a euphemism for like trans. That's what, so it's like, I was a little confused at first. Then I realized, like, oh, Patsy is what you mean. All right. Super chat's Lavin, $5 says, with Candace drama going on, remember, never forget the power of the panel first. Thank you. Legendary CEO, thanks for being a member. I know you're not new, though. I know you've been around. Old Joe, $2 says, we need a Dave Smith call in. I threw out the invite. JT Brown, thanks for being a member. Jim Hayes, $10 says, hey, Rob, thank you for fighting for the truth. Not one step back. Stay strong, brother. Thank you. JT Brown, $5 says, love your debates, Rob. Great work. Keep wrecking commies. Thank you. Long Nate, $20 says, argumentatively, Rob is an absolute beast. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I hope all's going good for you. Blasterbot, what's up, man? $10 says, I got a bunch more PNSO model dinos, a Spinosaurus, a Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and a Carnosaurus. I'm sad my Ankylosaurus got delayed for another 2 weeks. Me too. The rest aren't worth anything. Ankylo is where it's at. Rocking Red Reaper, $10 says, Candace fans have the IQ of a dolphin and live in TV land. The issue is that somehow she comes across as charismatic and informed to many people, in part, I think, due to Turning Point and Daily Wire. JT Brown, $5 says, Candace has mastered the art of compressing an astonishing amount of stupidity into remarkable little time. Blasterbot, $5 says, someone play that clip of the guy crying about Britney to leave her alone. That's half the argument I'm seeing. 3 more, and then I'll get to you flying the wall. JT Brown, $10 says, Candace's glamorous origin story, doxing conservatives for unforgivable crime of being right, still grifting after all these years. I haven't looked into this doxing allegation, but Jason Mulgren, $20 says, but Rob, you're forgetting one thing, the Jews. And then Witness, $50 says, Candace is going to wave the steakhouse receipt outside the courthouse yelling, it's that steak did sizzle, you must acquittal. Thank you. $50, incredibly generous. Hey, Fly on the Wall, how's it going, man?
Hey, what's going on, Rob? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine. What's happening?
All right. Well, first off, I'm not a Candace bro or whatever. I've followed you for a long time. I have a lot of respect for you.
Thanks,
and,
man.
It bothers me. I can see, I could, probably since you had like 2,000 viewers. I mean, I've been with you for a while. I can see you're frustrated in your face.
Well, it's one thing. I think people that have reasonable questions is perfectly fine. But like that last caller, you can sense the frustration, I think, where it's like, I don't know how to reach people when the words blatantly say something and they're like, well, they don't. That's like a level of, motivated reasoning that I just don't know how to overcome. So I guess sometimes that's frustrating. But I respect, I'm not judging you as that, so I respect that you have a different take, and I'm willing to hear it out.
Yeah, I mean, just with the last guy, just to be charitable, I understand people get like worked up in the moment and they get flustered and all that stuff. So that being said, so I'm not taking the position that like a full blown, just to summarize, like, you know, Candace stance, I guess you would say. But I would take the position that there's enough reasonable doubt, and, you know, as a steward of history, we know that things aren't always what they add up to be. So I just think there's certain things that warrants the open discussion without the demonization. I'm not saying like attacking widows and this kind of stuff, right? But the open discussion further than the official story, right?
Okay,
So
can I pause you?
things.
Can I pause you? I
sure.
promise you get to him. Who has done that? Who has demonized you?
No, I'm not saying demonize me. I'm saying idea.
Let me restate. Who has demonized anyone that's like, I have a question with the case? Can you show me anyone who's demonized those people?
Not you specifically, right?
Well, not, I don't mean just me. I mean anyone. What I've seen is people demonizing, saying, you're blaming a grieving widow. Please show proof. Or you're saying that it was the French or Israel. Please show proof. Or you're making a bunch of money, spouting a bunch of theories, but you won't defend any of them. That's what I've seen people criticizing. I'm not saying that there has been no one that has criticized anyone asking questions, but I haven't really seen any strong movement of, you must agree 100% what the state says, and if you have any question whatsoever, you're like some piece of garbage. I haven't seen that. So I'm asking you, it's clearly, you mentioned it in the chat, you mentioned it here. So clearly this is something you're seeing. Can I ask you where it's at? Can you provide me a link, or at least tell me where this has been happening to people?
Yeah, I mean, if you're habitually on X, I mean, there's a lot of conversations going on, right? I'm not pointing the finger at you. I don't have an example right in front of me, but there's, everything's a spectrum, right?
Right, sure. Can you give me an example of the most egregious person that's doing this?
I can't think of an example off the top of my head. Can we concede that, and I can move on to a couple of reasons why I think that?
Yes, I just think that this is an important point, because it's a point that people keep making, and I think that it's a straw man. When I hear Dave Smith say, why can't we ask questions? No one's saying you can't ask questions. No one's saying that. It is one thing to say, I have a question about what time this guy was Mirandized. I have a question about a witness that supposedly saw a bald man driving a car. Reasonable questions. I think this proves Erica Kirk did it. That's different. So I think that people are conflating two things, and maybe it's because we're not doing a good enough job explaining it. I can't speak for anyone except myself, and I guess a little bit Andrew, because I've, helped him out with the preparation for this. Andrew said blatantly in that debate, if you're just asking questions about the state's theory, I'd be the last person. They haven't even attempted to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt yet. It's perfectly reasonable and rational to say, I still have doubts. No problem. So it seems like it's actually us that are getting smeared as going after people and refusing to allow them to ask questions. And I haven't seen that anywhere. And the fact that you can't even give me an example kind of sort of is evidence towards my side that I think people are seeing shadows when they're not there. I think you're conflating criticizing people, directly pointing at people saying you're complicit in murder and not showing evidence, as people saying, I have a couple questions about the case. That's it. But I'm willing to move on if you want to the questions about the case.
Yeah, I mean, just, I know there's a lot of meta debates going on around or whatever. So Andrew's original argument was there was overwhelming evidence. That was the prompt for the case against Tyler Robinson, right? I would just say certain things, like, I'll just give you maybe one or two or three examples, just really quick. Something as simple as...
Wait. Can we do them one at a time?
Yeah, one at a time.
Okay, let me start before you even get to them. Let me say this. Andrew one time said the evidence was overwhelming, and what he was implying was at this stage in a trial. Normally, we have a grand jury where you wouldn't even see evidence and the defense isn't even part of the process. Utah, it's a little different. They have these pretrial hearings, right? Normally at this stage in a trial, before we get to the murder, we don't have anywhere near this evidence. DNA evidence, witness testimony, videos, confessions. And so at this point, this case is more overwhelming than almost any other murder case that you would see. But Andrew specifically says what that means to him is 75 to 85% certain, because the state has yet to try to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And so Andrew's like, of course, anything could happen, right? We'll see what happens when we get to the trial. But right now, we're overwhelming. Candace insisted that that's the term that be used. It was her and her supporters' insistence. Oh, you said overwhelming. You said overwhelming. You said overwhelming. Andrew says, you're right. I said it. Fine. I'll defend it. Candace also said overwhelming. Not only are they unwilling to defend that it's overwhelming that the Fed set him up as a patsy, they're unwilling to even make arguments at all. So I just wanted to say that about the overwhelming section, but that's fine.
Yeah, and I think part of the heat is like it was almost like a move in the goalpost to well, it's what I believe, instead of overwhelming. But here, no, there. So like
do you
number
think
one,
Candace proved her case that it was overwhelming?
Well, it's not like, well, what about, right? Because I'm not taking Candace's position.
No. For the purposes of this debate, if there were two topics and both sides had to prove their case was overwhelming, Andrew at least made arguments to his side. What can you name me an argument that Candace made that he was a patsy?
I mean, Candace made like 10 million arguments. It's hard to take a position.
Cool, just give me one.
There's no positive evidence.
Give me one
piece of evidence. I think this is one of her things. The 30-06 rifle, after being shoved down the guy's pants, it was not zeroed out. The scope wasn't zeroed out, but he hit him per marksmanship, first shot. So that's kind of fishy. And then something that's a little bit more
Wait, stop there.
Yeah,
let's say that's true and that proves Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Okay? Does that mean he's a patsy being set up by the feds intentionally?
No, that opens up the position of we need to look more into it. It's not a done deal.
Then I go back to my original question. Can you show me in the debate any evidence that she brought that Tyler Robinson was a patsy set up by the feds?
I don't know if she brought up in the debate. I think I've heard her say before, but Joe Kent, as an example, right, talked about how he got shut down on the investigation against the FBI, Cash Patel.
Okay, let's assume, first off, I don't know that she said that in the debate.
She has said it, though, I believe. But that's one of the things that I think is important.
Okay, so now we're going with Candace made evidence not in the debate, and we're evaluating it in the debate.
Well, do I have to take Candace's position? I mean,
I'm trying to ask you what I'm trying to get is, will you admit at least Andrew made defenses for his claim, Candace made none? Will you admit that?
That's tough to say.
When I asked you, you said she made millions of arguments. I said, cool, pick one. So far, you've gave me something that you admit isn't an argument that he's a patsy. And then you said, well, on her show before she mentioned stuff, but she didn't say it in the debate. So if you're like, no, I can't think of one argument she made, fine. We could say that and move on. But you said she made millions of arguments.
I mean, she's literally been talking. I don't listen to every single show of hers, but she's been talking about this for like a year. It's like every single day.
In the debate. Oh,
in the debate.
Yes.
I don't have any notes here or anything. I mean, if I could just speak for like 1 second, I won't go long. I promise you. But my point is if we could zoom out a bunch, right? For one, I think they both lost the debate. I think they both did poorly, for different reasons. But my thing is, there's this overarching idea of like. It's two crowds. It's not even like
if I can, I'm not going to let you speak. I'm going to make you answer for the fact that she said there were millions of arguments she made. Will you concede you're wrong? You can't even think of one. You do that, we could move on. You saying, let me speak for a second, I think they both lost, is you running from the statement you just made. You said she made millions of arguments in the debate that he's a patsy. Can you name one or admit that you can't think of one? That's it. This isn't a gotcha. I just want to get you on record. I don't want you to run from the position because what this shows is this isn't a good starting point for the conversation we're about to happen. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm saying exactly what you said. I'm just asking. That's interesting because I've yet to have one person be able to tell me the argument she made. And thus far, you haven't been able to. So I don't want, if I let you run from this, what's going to happen is someone will say, Rob had a caller that told him that there were millions of arguments she made, and Rob was he was afraid and backed down. He wouldn't address it. So I'm just going to ask you straight up. You said that she made millions of arguments in the debate that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. Can you give me one or admit that you can't think of any of the arguments she made?
I'll concede I can't think of them right now. I want to separate myself away from Candace. I'm not trying to take Candace's position. That's my whole thing.
No one's accusing you of that. What we're speaking to is the performance of the debate. A person could watch this debate and hate Andrew and Candace and not want to take either of their positions and still have an opinion on what happened in the debate. So, okay. So now you can't think of an argument. Great. That doesn't mean you're a bad person or an idiot because she didn't make any arguments. So you're perfectly reasonable to not be able to think any. But go ahead. We could get to your point now.
Yeah. So I'll just say like 3 things that are worth looking into.
Let's do one at a time.
I think the overarching element is like, and it's not like the crazy conspiracy stuff. It's the camp of, well, we need to look more into this, and then the camp of, well, look at the evidence that the official evidence. Don't question the evidence. That go with that. Right? So there's 2 camps.
Pause. Yeah. We already went through this. Can you show me one person that says don't look at any more evidence? Just one. I asked you earlier.
I would say that's Andrew. Yeah.
You think
am I wrong in saying Andrew is taking that position? That's what it seems like.
No. He said he's 75 to 85% confidence. He said, I would be the last person that would be in this debate if you were like, I have problems, I have questions. He was asked specifically by the moderator, what could make you change your mind on Tyler Robinson? He said, evidence, of course. I'm always looking for more evidence. I'd be happy to see it. So no, Andrew never said don't look for more evidence. Who has made these claims? I haven't heard anyone.
That's I can pull sources into, but I don't have it in front of me. I'm outside on my phone. I don't have my computer in front of me. These are arguments going on. Would you deny that these are potential arguments that have been going on Twitter for the last couple of days?
I would think that there is probably no one serious that's got any sort of following that's saying you have to accept 100% what the state's saying and you can't question anything. I think no one serious with like a real name and that has any sort of following saying that. And if you show me evidence of that, I'll say, what the fuck is that guy talking about? That's ridiculous. But the fact that you think Andrew was doing that, and then you're like, well, even if he wasn't, this has been happening all over X, leads me to question your judgment because Andrew was doing the opposite of that. He was desperately asking for evidence and was given none. So let's forget about the meta
on the rifle. Yeah, let's take out Andrew. Let's take out Candace. I'm talking about the case.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Because I want to speak for myself. I don't want to speak for anyone else. I want to first off, the zeroing of the rifle. Okay. Maybe he has the marksmanship shot. Great. What about Joe Camp?
No, wait. You want to start with the rifle?
Let's start with the rifle. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So he put it in his pants. He ran around, climbed to the side of the building. Have you? I'm assuming you're semi-familiar with shooting and rifling.
Sure. I've hunted. Yeah, it's been a while, but I've hunted. But I've shot recently. I shoot once in a while.
Would you agree that it's pretty tough to? Would you agree that chances are your scope's going to go out to 0?
It depends, right? I've seen little bumps unzero a scope like in a car. I have seen that. I've also seen someone drop a rifle hard on the scope and it didn't unzero it. So not necessarily, and you would agree with that if you're any kind of hunter, right? You've seen times if you've handled firearms where people have like smacked around a gun real bad and it didn't unzero really.
Yeah, I mean, usually it takes multiple shots to zero it in, and then you also got weather, elevation, right? So there's a lot of different factors, right? So
of course, but I'm just asking: do you think it's impossible to have a gun like in your pants and then wouldn't really mess with the scope all that much? It's not impossible, right?
It's not absolutely impossible. I would say it's a very low likelihood that it wouldn't.
But how much would it really? Because I don't think he made a perfect shot. He was probably aiming center mass, and he hit the neck. So the shot was off, most likely. So, I mean, I don't know. It just seems to be a huge leap to well, if the scope was, or if the gun was in his pants, then that means he couldn't have made this shot. I don't think that's the case at all. And
Okay, so why don't we concede that he's a perfect marksman? We can move on to the second.
no. Let's be clear. I'm saying the opposite.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's a perfect marksman. I'm saying he probably missed his target. He probably was aiming like here and hit here. That's a considerable distance up. Like if you were shooting a target, that would be the difference between getting a bullseye to hitting the edge of the paper.
That's a really hard shot, especially with an old rifle that was supposedly thrown around in his pants and all this other stuff.
I think
it's really.
I mean, you really? Most people I know think that a 140-yard shot with a 30-06 isn't that difficult of a shot.
I mean, I've never shot 30-06. I've shot other rifle rounds, and I mean, I guess maybe, but again, it's something that's it's not impossible, but it's very hard to believe, in my personal opinion.
But I don't know what to say
would you subscribe that multiple head scratchers could add up to a tangible? We need to look into more?
But I don't. Sure, but I don't think this is that much of a head scratcher. I think most marksmen would tell you, like, just look at the chat. Everyone that's like someone who's a hunter is like 140 yards isn't that difficult. And as far as the idea of you're just making an assumption that him moving would have bounced the scope out of zero, I don't know that that's the case. Like I said, I've literally witnessed someone drop a rifle out of a car on the scope, and it was still perfectly zeroed. I've also seen it where it's bounced in a car and it took it off zero. So I'm saying I've seen it both ways. But seeing as how we're both, you would agree with this, he probably wasn't aiming for the neck. You would agree with that, right?
I mean, he was wearing a vest, so I'm assuming he was aiming for like a headshot or something. But I could be wrong, right?
Well, I mean, that would be quite the assumption to think that this guy knew Charlie was wearing a vest.
Based on the ballistics, he wasn't shooting armor piercing or anything like that. So your claim is he knew that Charlie was wearing a vest. And I was he? Charlie, is that true? Everywhere, right? Well, let me look that up. I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's look that up. I'm pretty confident that he wore a vest for these events. And in that case, you need armor piercing.
A bulletproof vest when shot.
I think it was common knowledge that he wore a vest for these events.
This is news to me. So you're saying definitively he was wearing a bulletproof vest when he was shot?
That's what I heard. I mean, I wasn't there, but that's what.
I don't know. That could be the case. I'm reading. The Utah County Sheriff confirmed he was not wearing a vest.
Okay.
So, I mean,
see again, supposedly he wore a vest to these kind of events, but I don't know. I could be wrong, right?
So just to be clear, it's your assumption that this guy was aiming for the neck or the head because Charlie always wore a vest, but he wasn't wearing a vest, and you were mistaken that he was this time. That's the claim here?
Well, for a normal shot, you would do a body shot because it's the easiest target. Correct. Right? You're going for the mass.
So got it. So
I agree with that. I'm just saying. Well, you said you hit him in the neck. I'm like, I don't know if he was trying to go for the head or not. I don't know. I'm not making.
You don't know, but this is why. The only reason that this is a point of contention is because you tried to sort of straw man. Yeah, let's say fine. Your argument, he was a perfect marksman. I'm saying no, probably not. He probably missed quite a bit. He was probably aiming like here and ended up hitting here, which is a considerable distance away. And
I really believe that. I've seen scopes got out of sight like pretty easy. I mean, I guess maybe different kinds of scopes.
Well, no, I'm acknowledging I've seen that as well, but I've also seen it the opposite. I just don't know. Sure. I would guess that probably if you talk to someone who's in like a military situation, my guess is they probably are doing a lot of crazy shit to get in position, crawling around, bouncing their gun around, and they're still markedly accurate the way that scopes are put on. So I just don't think that what you're saying is something that's plausible. It could be that if you walk around for 20 minutes with a gun in your pants, that the scope will be slightly off kilter. That could happen. That could. I'm just saying I don't think that's definitive. And even if it was just a little off kilter, I don't think that would explain that, he couldn't have made this shot, particularly because I think we're both in agreement. He likely was not aiming for the neck. So if it was like you know, he was walking around with the scope, and then let's assume this wasn't a murder, but it was like he shot a target like right in the center bullseye. You might be like, wow, that's really impressive for a guy. You think he would have bumped the scope slightly one way or the other. But if we're admitting that he was probably off a considerable 8 to 10 inches or more, I don't see it. I don't see where you're saying. I do concede, though, that it is worth saying that if there are multiple things that seem a little fishy, maybe they could add up. Not always, but sure, I'll concede that could sometimes be the case.
All right, point 2, Joe Kent saying that the FBI and Cash Patel shut down the investigation and turned it over to the Utah state police or whatever they turned it over to in Utah directly.
Okay, let's assume this is true for a minute, okay?
He said it. I mean, unless Joe Kent
Kent said it, but let's assume Kent's telling the truth, okay? Does that prove Tyler Robinson didn't murder him?
No, but it blocks the proof of the investigation from that angle, right? Am I wrong?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't block the proof of Tyler. Let me be clear.
Well, it's hard to get positive evidence, right? If they shut him down, correct?
No. This would not speak to whether or not you might say perhaps some foreigner put Tyler Robinson up to it, right?
Yeah.
But it wouldn't speak to whether or not Tyler Robinson's guilty. Right?
I don't know. I mean,
say hypothetically that it is shown to you that this gun was the gun that was used, and it is Tyler Robinson's DNA was on it, and his confession's accurate. He says, "Yeah, I did say that." Would that be very compelling evidence to you that Tyler Robinson did this?
Isn't there some and I'm not an expert on this, right? But isn't there some contention on if he actually admitted to it?
Do you know what a hypothetical is? Yes.
Yeah, sure,
so
absolutely.
hypothetically, if this gun was the gun that killed Charlie, and it is his prints on it, and the confession was his, would that be very strong evidence to you that Tyler Robinson did this?
Well, sure. It coulda, woulda, shoulda, or
okay.
and yes,
Pause. Gotcha.
Okay.
But what if all of that's true and Joe Kent's being honest when he says an investigation was shut down? Now, does it prove Tyler Robinson didn't do it?
Well, it proves that they're blocking him from looking into things. Am I wrong?
That's not my question. I'm just talking right now about the culpability of Tyler Robinson. Would Joe Kent's investigation being shut down have anything to do with whether or not Tyler Robinson was the person who shot?
He could have took the shot. Sure.
Okay, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. If I could convince you through any means whatsoever, Tyler Robinson's the one who took that shot and killed him, okay? Let's just hypothetically say you agree with that, okay? You good? You with me right now?
Yes, sir.
And then I said, but Joe Kent is right that they shut down an investigation. Would that change whether or not Tyler Robinson was the shooter?
In your personal hypothetical, no.
Okay. In other words, Joe Kent's situation may be speaking to if someone was working with Tyler Robinson, but it doesn't necessarily speak to the culpability of Tyler Robinson himself. So if the evidence suggests that Tyler Robinson did this, Joe Kent saying an investigation got shut down, even if true, wouldn't be any sort of proof that Tyler Robinson didn't commit this act or that he was set up.
But again, we're going with the hypothetical, right? I'm not.
Well, that would be that. But again, you're making the claim. Explain to me how this works. Joe Kent said an investigation shut down. Now you have questions as to whether or not Tyler Robinson's the shooter. Go ahead.
Can I propose a hypothetical in the situation to you?
Yes.
Okay. For whatever reason, Tyler Robinson was there on scene, whatever. Hypothetically, he was there, and for whatever reason, I don't know, we'll just say anonymous sniper A on a different building took him out.
Okay.
How can we prove that?
You would look for trajectory. You would look for ballistics. You would look for the murder weapon. You would look for DNA.
So he could have his DNA all over that gun. He could have fingerprints all over the gun.
Okay,
That doesn't mean that he took the ballistic shot, right? If they close down the investigation, how can we look into it?
It would be a series of things that we'd look at, not just DNA on the gun. You'd look for the murder weapon. You'd look for physical evidence like DNA. You would look to make sure that the bullet matched. You'd look to make sure that the trajectory matched, right? In other words, if there's two buildings like 80 degrees apart from each other, and you think, I saw a guy up there, I think he took the shot, but you look at the wound and it's like, it's impossible for the wound in that trajectory to be from that angle. That would be pretty good evidence that that guy didn't take the shot, right?
Potentially, but didn't they found a .223 round and he was supposed to be shooting 30-06?
Correct. They found a .223 that was a police officer's round that got ejected. The wound wasn't caused by a .223, so it's not very suspicious. The story adds up. It was a police officer. We know that cops there had .223s or guns that could shoot .223s. If the wound was consistent with the .223, then I would say, well, now you got something. But it wasn't.
I mean, I guess I don't 100%. You know, I'm not saying like crazy blown up microphones or anything like that, but I don't know if I 100% feel that the round was definitively from a 30-06. It's not convincing to me.
Do you think the medical examiner is either lying or incompetent?
I think it's plausible.
It's plausible.
Just like the scope being accurate, right? I mean,
wait. Which one's plausible? Both of them, that she could be in on it, or that they're incompetent?
The latter. You know, it could possibly be on it, or maybe complicit, but there could be bribes going on. You don't know. You know what I mean? There could. It's plausible, right?
Okay, but would you say that
the whole situation?
Okay, so just to be clear, in any murder investigation ever where there's ballistics, you won't trust it because it's plausible that the ballistics expert and the medical examiners are in on it or incompetent. So you would never think someone's guilty because it's always plausible that the medical examiner is in on it. They're covering up a crime, right? That's plausible.
Not
correct?
Always. It's possible,
give me an example.
Yeah,
give me an example of a case where it wouldn't be possible.
I mean,
can you name one murder ever where it wouldn't be possible that the medical examiner was incompetent or in on it? Just one ever.
I mean, JFK, MLK.
So wait, in MLK and JFK,
X.
just to be clear, with Malcolm X, JFK, and MLK, 100% you believe the medical examiner could not be incompetent and could not be in on it. That's funny. I always hear people's. I'm asking for the opposite. I'm asking you for an example you could come up with where the medical examiner could not be incompetent or could not be in on it.
Yeah, that's totally possible. I mean, that's probably objectively more realistic.
What I'm trying to tell you is you've set a burden that could never be met, because we could always say, hypothetically, no matter what evidence we ever get, the person that collected or analyzed the evidence could be incompetent or could be corrupt and in on it. We could say that every single time that we have law enforcement analyzing evidence. And you have to agree that's the case.
So, like, let's just say,
can you just say, yes, you're right?
Yeah, I'll concede that. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm trying to be honest. I'm not trying to.
Oh no, I totally get it. So it's very difficult then when you're like, well, I'm not convinced it was a 30 cal, and I'm like, well, the medical examiner, I could bring it up if you want, definitively says it was a 30 cal, and you're like, yeah, but they could be lying. And it's like, well, I suppose, but if that's the standard that we're going to use of being skeptical of a case, I could literally say that about any case ever. Hypothetically, they could be lying. The Anthony, what was his name? The Carmelo Anthony case, right? Hypothetically, the examiners could be lying. It wasn't a knife. Maybe someone actually shot that kid and they lied and said it was a knife. Hypothetically, you have to admit that could be. So we can't find Carmelo Anthony guilty. I'm suspicious. You see the problem?
But so here's the thing. So I understand that and I agree with that. But at the same time, and I'm not calling myself a ballistics expert, right? but there are people out there that have different perspectives on that it wasn't a 30-06. Now, do I have all that information in front of me? I mean,
that's true. People that don't have the physical evidence have speculated on whether or not this gun could cause this wound. But if they're right, then that means the medical examiner is wrong. The medical, by the way, it's not just the wound that they're looking at. They have the fragments of the bullet. Those would have to be fake. So they faked the bullets. They faked, the medical examiner faked the wound size. That seems to be a bold claim that these people are in on some sort of conspiracy. Furthermore, if we take a step out,
I have the burden to prove, right?
Real quick, please, just 1 second. Please, if we further pull out, in order for this to be true, and the theories, the alternative theories to be true, the amount of people, and not all of them police or intel, that would have to be involved in this cover-up is unbelievable. You'd have to have civilians involved in this, like nurses and people working at a hospital and security at the campus. Like it's.
Well, I don't think it's like, oh, they all get the memo, right?
What's that?
Not everyone's getting the memo. I don't think it's like everyone's getting the memo. There's compartmentalization. That's how these things work.
That's true. But like every person medically in on this could be speaking up. Like that's clearly bullshit. This wasn't a 30 caliber bullet. But everyone's staying silent. And all the security, they see that they're lying, the campus security, and they're all staying silent. And all the police that were there involved in this, they see and they're staying silent, right? And for some reason, the defense isn't bringing any of this up. They too are staying silent. Why? Why would they? May I speculate to you?
Why would they shut down Joe Kemp, though? Why would they shut down Joe Kemp, right?
Who did? How do you know Joe Kemp's telling the truth?
Well, I guess he could be lying, but the cops could be lying too.
Okay,
right?
So then your argument, but the cops are under oath and they're presenting their evidence, and that matches with physical evidence. Joe Kent just says, I was shut down. Let's for a second assume he's not lying. Let's assume he's telling the truth. Okay, what investigation took place into foreign sources?
We don't know. I mean, there's evidence. Do you disagree that there's evidence? Do you disagree that there's such thing as evidence tampering?
Yes, evidence tampering exists.
Okay,
what's the relevancy to the question? Or
cleaning up the scene and repaving over the area. What
does this have to do with Joe Kent? I will be happy to talk about the paving the area. What does that have to do with Joe Kent? Is your argument that the people that shut down Joe Kent's investigation called the university and said pave over the scene?
No, my argument is there's a reason why he wasn't allowed to look into it.
So let's stay on Joe Kent. Paving the scene is a different argument. Let's stay on Joe Kent, right? Okay, so you don't know what investigation already took place. Correct? When it came to foreign actors.
Well, he wasn't allowed to look into it further, right? And
do you
that's not disclosed to the public.
Okay, when you say look into further, that implies that there was a certain looking in, correct?
Well, if you're not allowed to look into it, how can you gather positive evidence if you're not allowed to look into it?
Let me ask you a question. If I said I was going to run further today, would you assume that I ran some distance?
Sure.
Okay. So if you said I wanted to investigate further, would that imply that he investigated somewhat?
I don't know if he used the word further. I think he just said he wanted to look into it and they weren't able to.
You're the one who used the word further.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're so pinning me on that word, but I'm not.
Okay. So now the argument is,
wording.
Tell me what Joe Kent, if Joe Kent's a very big deal to you, tell me what Joe Kent said then.
I don't have it in front of me. So we either have to pull the clip, which I can't do, or I have to just concede that it's something to that effect.
But what gets me is if I thought this was a huge piece of evidence, I'd at least have some vague idea of what he said.
Well, I wasn't setting up for like a formal debate with you, Rob. I was just kind of like hanging on my couch. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, but again, even if I'm not doing a formal debate with someone, if I said, I'd say this, I'd be like, you know what? You want to know an issue I have with the case? Like, you want to know an issue I have with the case? That the guy that owned the Ring doorbell said that it looked like a bald man was driving the car. Now, I know that. I basically know what was said there, and that's without me planning to debate that side of it. And yet I know. So all I'm asking is, what are you alleging Joe Kent said? Joe Kent said, I wanted to investigate, but we weren't allowed to do any investigation. Joe Kent said we were investigated, but I wanted to investigate further and was told I had to stop. I'm just saying, like, I assumed it was the latter until you throw this monkey wrench in and it's like, well, he didn't say further. I'm like, okay, then what did he say? And you're like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you can pull the clip, if you want to fact check it.
What clip? The one that he had just yesterday or the clip earlier?
I think he said it more than one time, but I heard him specifically with Jimmy Dore, I believe it was.
Okay. Show me the clip of Joe Kent on Jimmy Dore where he
Sorry to make you pull the clip. I just, want to be accurate, right? I don't know if he said further or not.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind pulling the clip. Fine, whatever. I just thought you would have some. When you say something and then I go off of it and you're like, no, he didn't say that. That's a bit frustrating. I assumed that you knew since you thought it was.
Well, I didn't have all this material source ready to go. You know what I mean? To be fair, I just called in. So. And I understand like that. That's terrible, right? But I get it. You know what I mean? So.
Look, it's not a big deal. I'll only say this one. When you make a claim, I assume that you kind of know what the claim is. And when I say, okay, well, here's an issue with the claim, and you're like, nah, I don't know if that was said. It's a bit frustrating. I'm not asking you to have the source like it.
I'm pretty sure he said that they wanted to look into it. I don't know if he used the word further.
Here we go.
When you say they told you to don't do this because you could be, do you mean Kash Patel?
Yeah, so I mean, initially it's the FBI counterterrorism division will just say, hey, you guys no longer have access to the case file. Obviously, I protested, and then Kash.
No longer. That sounds like at one point they did. Correct?
I guess you could take that stance.
When he says we no longer had access, that would imply at one point they had access, correct?
That doesn't mean that doesn't go forward to that he had a chance to look into it. So you can have something on your computer, and then I snatch up your computer before you can look at it, as you have the access to it.
Here's how I would have answered that question to you. Yes, that's true, Rob, but it doesn't mean he had time to look in. But I notice you can't do that. Now, let me re-ask the question. To say that he no longer had access, that implies that at one point he had access, correct?
That's what it sounds like he said.
Okay.
Said we're done. Kash said you guys are done, and so are we. We're handing it all over to the FBI or to the Utah State.
None of it makes sense at all. And they dug up the crime scene and paved over it, which is, should be
the fact that Joe Kent's nodding along with this nonsense leads me to not trust anything he has to say in the matter. The reason that they paved up was because the crime scene was no longer a crime scene, because they collected what they needed, and a campus didn't want a bloody scene on a public campus. Sandy Hook, where many people were shot, within 72 hours was let go as a crime scene. So the fact that Joe Kent's
an active crime, paving over an active crime scene, like
it is. Let me repeat what I said. Okay, I'll just ask you: was it an active crime scene when they paved over it?
I would say yes.
Prove it.
There we go.
What do you mean?
This is the conundrum,
who determines whether or not it's an active crime scene?
Apparently, the Utah Police Department or State Police or whatever.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree that the police stations are the one to determine whether or not it's an active crime scene?
Sure. Do you disagree that it's weird that they paved over it right away?
Yes, I do disagree. What I'm telling you is it was not an active crime scene. The police said, okay, we're done.
So let me ask you a question. So the Utah police, they're credible, right?
I have no reason to think that they're involved in some sort of cover-up, so I would think, yes, they're credible.
But Joe Kent, who is put at one of our highest levels of security clearance, is not credible?
What I'm saying is he may have no idea what he's talking about. There's 20 things I could say about what Joe Kent's saying. I could actually see the work that the Utah police did. I see it. I see the DNA. I can listen to the testimony. I watch them get put under oath, right? I see that it's matched up by a medical examiner, by confessions, by witness testimony, by the parents of Tyler Robinson, by photographs that we see in video. I see all of that evidence pointing in the same direction. What you're saying is every one of those people is lying. Every police officer involved is lying. The prosecution's lying. The security's lying. The medical professionals lying. The ballistics experts are lying.
All the police officers
They're
lying. You could have a
lying,
couple
or
people.
they're
You
lying,
can have a couple.
or
You can have two. It could be
they're
two people
lying.
for all you
They're
know.
lying or incompetent. The medical examiner has to be lying or incompetent, correct? In order for your theory to apply. You think it's a 223. Yeah. They think it's okay. So you trust Joe Kent and think the medical examiner is incompetent or lying. Why?
No, my position is that I still think there's a lot of like questions to be asked, and the overwhelming evidence position of don't ask any questions. Again, that's my whole contention with this whole thing.
Name me one person that said don't ask any questions.
I'll have to look for it, but I'll DM you. How about that? I'll DM you when I have it. I can't do it right now.
I think if you find it, it'll be some anonymous, no follower person on X. No one sees you're boxing shadows in an attempt to make yourself look like a victim. I just have questions and people are yelling at me. You're never allowed to ask questions. You must trust
playing the victim.
It's not happening. It's not happening. But you and everyone says this. Every single Candace supporter says this. We just want to ask questions. No one is criticizing. You even said that Andrew was one of the people saying you couldn't ask questions. Did you not say that?
Well, his initial position was that there's overwhelming evidence from the prosecution. Then he pivoted and moved the goalpost and said, well, it's what I believe is enough to consider reasonable overwhelming evidence.
We'll get back to this clip in a second. Okay, if I say that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson's guilty, is that me saying that you're not allowed to ask questions?
Well, what's with the demonization of people that are asking questions, though? Minus Candace.
Can you answer my question first, and then I'll happily answer yours? If I say there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty, is that me saying you're not allowed to ask questions?
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying this is the part of the contention.
Let me restate the question. Please attempt to the best of your ability to answer yes or no, and then expound, okay? If I say there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty, is that me saying that you can't ask questions?
No.
So when you say Andrew was one of the people saying you can't ask questions, and my proof is he said there was overwhelming evidence, will you acknowledge that's not the same as him saying you can't ask questions?
Not necessarily.
Okay, explain to me why sometimes it may be someone saying there's overwhelming evidence implies that you're not allowed to ask questions.
Do you disagree that the kind of the dividing line on this whole contentious debate between everybody is this overall point?
Yes.
Okay. You're
how many
entitled to your
times
opinion.
how many times do I and Andrew and everyone else have to say this? We don't care if you want to ask questions. What we care about is people like Candace Owens have wild theories that are specifically accusing specific groups, such as the French Foreign Legion, Israel, Mormon beekeepers, Masonic cults, Turning Point USA, Andrew Colvett, Brian Harple, Blake Neff, Erica Kirk. She's specifically accusing those sorts of groups and people, and we want her to give evidence for those things. She refuses to give evidence and refuses to debate. We think that's bad. We separate that from people that say, I still am not entirely convinced. I have doubt. We say that's perfectly fine and normal. In fact, the state hasn't even attempted to prove their case beyond reasonable doubt. So you're well within your rights to ask any questions you want. So yes, I do disagree that the major hang up that people have is people just asking questions. If you were correct and I said, can you show me one named person of any credibility that said you can't ask questions? You said, no, I can't name one. So I think that's strong evidence that my
I'm pretty sure.
opinion is
What's the
correct.
name of the what? Ricada, Blake Neff. I mean, a lot of these guys. I mean,
Nick
they're saying like,
Rekieta,
"Oh, it's an open shut case."
Let's go one by one. Nick Rekieta said you cannot ask questions. Okay, let's look it up.
And you're gonna ask
All
me
right.
to like, "Bro, what exactly you say the exact sentence, right?" But
No, not the exact sentence. Nick Rekieta strongly implied that no one's allowed to ask questions. That's the argument.
well, he's not saying you can't ask questions. He's saying, "Well, this is an open shut case and it's a done deal." Blah 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 blah.
But you just got done saying that saying I have overwhelming evidence or it's open and shut isn't the same as saying you can't ask questions.
All right, did Lee Harvey Oswald, was it overwhelming evidence that he killed JFK?
It was pretty compelling. But I
It's
don't
compelling.
know. Yeah.
Do you feel like he actually killed JFK?
I don't know. Probably. What's
Probably.
that relevance here? What's the relevance here?
What's the relevance there? Because it's so. What? Why has there been like a 60-year discussion on this topic since it was like such a slam dunk?
People had questions.
Right.
They're allowed to have questions.
But why is it so hard for people to put positive evidence to prove that he didn't do it? Why is it hard?
They have to have positive.
What's the hurdle?
What's
the hurdle?
Just to be clear, many of those people wouldn't have access to the evidence of a crime that occurred some 70 years ago. Now, pause. I let you go through, even at the time. Now, I let you go through your questioning. What the fuck does any of this have to do with if I say, yeah, I'm pretty sure that this person did that's me saying you can't ask questions? What did anything you just say address anything on the point that we're making right now? You're making the claim if I say OJ did it, then that's also me saying, and fuck you, you're not allowed to ask questions. That's what your argument is. Yes, that's your argument.
I'm not saying you did that wrong. I'm saying I
am telling you, listen, I am telling you, I think there is overwhelming evidence at this stage that Tyler Robinson committed this crime. I'm saying that right now. You're saying that by me saying that, that's telling you you're not allowed to ask questions.
Well, are you saying he's like 75 or 80%, like something like Andrew was saying?
Let's say I'd say 99%. Now,
so that's overwhelming, right? But if you're at like a 75%, that's still plausible deniability, right?
We could okay. We could talk about what overwhelming. You said Andrew did this, but Andrew said 85%. So then you acknowledge you're wrong because Andrew said 85, which implies you're allowed to ask questions.
Fair.
Okay, so you're mistaken. All right, now if Nick Rekieta thinks it's 99%, you think a person that thinks that it's 99% likely that Robinson committed this crime is telling you you can't ask questions. That's your claim.
It's tough for me to argue without having examples to provide you, which I can call back on a different day or something maybe. But I don't have any exact examples.
But my point is, you could say, my God,
sure, I get what you're saying.
Why is this so hard? Why wouldn't you just say this? Yeah, you're right. That's stupid. But I think Rekieta made some claim elsewhere, or I think other people made else. What you're doing is you're like, people are telling me I can't ask questions. I'm like, who? You're like, Andrew Wilson. I'm like, why? Because he says the evidence is overwhelming. I'm like, but that's not saying you can't ask questions. Maybe it is. And I'm like, no, I don't think. You're like, well, because it's 85%, I guess not. But Nick Rekieta, he thinks it's very overwhelming. Okay, is that saying you can't ask questions? I don't know. I have to find more evidence. Do you see the problem? What you could say is this. Yeah, I can't provide you evidence of that right now, but you're right. Someone just saying I'm pretty certain this guy did it, or I'm very certain this guy did it, doesn't mean I'm not allowed to ask questions. If that's the case, by the way, when Candace says the evidence is overwhelming, that Tyler Robinson is set up by a patsy, by the feds, does that mean she's saying I'm not allowed to ask questions?
No, Candace is an idiot. So.
Okay, but the words still mean the same thing. If saying there's overwhelming evidence of something means anyone who disagrees can't ask questions, it means that regardless of the person saying it is an idiot or not.
Well, didn't she concede that she didn't have any evidence?
She said, kind of, but that's irrelevant. Forget about the debate. 2 weeks ago, the debate hadn't happened. Candace's position was there was overwhelming evidence that the Fed set this dude up as a patsy. Was, in your interpretation, was that Candace saying no one's allowed to ask questions? No. The answer is no. That's not how you interpreted that. I know it. You know it. Everyone in the audience knows that that's not what you would have said.
I would say it's implied.
No, it's not implied.
Okay.
Okay. 100%.
I don't make any steam. I'm not trying to make a steam. I'm really not.
I want you to give me, bar none, absolutely your favorite comedy movie ever.
I don't know. We'll just say Super Troopers. Great movie. There we go.
I love Super Troopers. So you're saying I'm not allowed to disagree?
You can disagree, but it's also subjective.
No.
Right?
You said it's overwhelming. It's the best movie. I can't disagree.
Well,
I'm not allowed to ask. I can't ask anything about it. I just have to agree with you.
Well, no, it's subjective. You could say it's a terrible movie.
Okay. Do you think that it's over? Give me something you think. Do you think we landed on the moon?
Oh man. I think it's plausible.
Give me something historically. Do you think the German, I don't know. Do you think that the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor?
Sure.
Do you think it's overwhelming?
Yeah.
So you're saying I'm not allowed to ask questions?
No, but just going with the Pearl Harbor.
What was the first word? What was the first word you said there?
You're right. Okay.
Why is this so fucking hard? Why is this so hard?
You pin me down. I got you.
Why is this so hard? There's no connection whatsoever to someone saying, hey, I'm very certain that happened, to telling you can't ask questions. There's no connection whatsoever.
My final statement, and you pin me down, my final statement is, I think
I got much more. I hope you're not leaving. I got much more here.
I got to work in the morning, but I can hang out for a couple more minutes.
Okay, overwhelming. Define overwhelming. What percentage is overwhelming?
Well, legally, I know they don't put an exact number on it, but you would say like 98%, 99%.
98 or 99 is overwhelming. Legally.
So you put someone, so I think there's questions about like what the exact number is, but something like that.
Well, I don't know. I think that's one, like, for example, I debated in college, and the topic almost always included the word substantial. And the problem is there's like 50 definitions for the word substantial. We had a definition that said more than 20%. We had one that said of material worth. We had one that said more than 5%. We had one that said more than 70%. All of those have been used to determine substantial. I'm not sure what overwhelming means. On one case, I could say overwhelming means more than 95%. Another case, I could say overwhelming means 75%. I don't know. So, like, for you to be like, Andrew backtracked, I don't think he did. I think he has a different... Okay.
He redefined overwhelming to, it just makes me feel like I believe it or something like that.
He said very convincing, which he defined as 75 to 85%.
Yeah, what's so that? 75%, 75 to 85%.
Correct.
So there's a 25% chance, 1 out of 4, that someone would be convicted of aggravated murder.
Do you think Andrew Wilson's saying that this man should be sentenced to death? Under 75 to 85% certainty?
I think he's saying that it's discouraging that it's an open and shut, like we already have enough evidence. That's the whole point. And then anyone that says otherwise...
Then why wouldn't he say 100%?
I don't know. That's a question for him to answer.
Well, I'm asking you, you'll acknowledge that at least his claim is he's 75 to 85% certain, correct?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's exactly
okay. Do you think he's saying, therefore, this guy should be given the death penalty because he's 75 to 85% certain?
I believe he said something like that in the debate, something to that effect.
That is not what he said. He hasn't said anything. He said, therefore, he should go to trial. We haven't had a trial yet. The trial will be sought to prove if he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. We haven't got there yet. Do you think Tyler Robinson should go to trial?
Sure.
How confident are you that he committed this crime? What percentage?
I would maybe even go around the same, maybe about 75%. But the difference with
then
me
what's
is
the
I would say
issue?
that I would encourage that there's more investigation to be done instead of
By
disparaging
whom?
people who have that question.
Who's disparaging? You can't provide an example. All you've said is people are disparaging me because they say they're very confident. That's not disparaging you.
Are you disagreeing that there's a divide and a large portion of the people are saying it's a
Yes.
done deal,
How many
don't look
times?
at it
For the
anymore?
third time.
Yeah.
What I am
Okay,
saying
so we're
is
going in
I
circles, so we're
don't
done. We're done.
wait. For the third time, I'll say I don't see any credible, serious people
Okay.
that are saying that you should not be allowed to ask questions. You can't provide one example. Every time I ask you this, you're like, well, Nick Rakita said he's very confident. And I assume that means he's saying I'm not allowed to ask questions. That's not what that means.
I hate to say it, but I feel like it's a little disingenuous, dude.
In what way?
I really do. I feel like it's disingenuous. I'm being honest with you. You can hang up on me, whatever.
In what way? What did I just say that was disingenuous?
That there isn't discouragement from looking into any other things. And I know it's like, well, where's the proof? Where's the proof?
I don't see audience. We have one person said Erica said stop. Erica told Candace to stop, and Candace said if she tells me to stop, I will. No one said that you can't ask questions. I'll ask the audience. Audience, put a 1 in chat if you've seen people saying no one should be allowed to ask questions, and that's a big thing. Or put a 2 if you haven't seen that. And instead, the big thing is people saying if you have specific theories, you should have to back them up with evidence. Let's see what the audience says.
But don't see the conundrum. Like, it's hard to give positive evidence when you're not the FBI, right?
That's a different question. I'm happy to get to it. What's the audience saying there? Geez, it looks like all 2s. Are they all
Well, it's a
lying
biased
too?
audience.
Well, I agree that, but
there's
do you think
obviously there's
I
bias.
agree, but do you think that everyone's being disingenuous here? No one knows what you people are talking. You keep saying this. All of you keep saying it. Everyone's telling us that we can't ask questions. No one's saying that, or almost no one's saying that.
This is my final question because I'm going to get after this. But do you think the people who are you self-admitted that you're getting backlash from, not the Candace people, not these weirdos, right? Not nothing that the people that have followed you and Andrew for a really long time that are genuinely reaching out and showing that there's a frustration there. Where do you think the root of that is?
Because you're conspiracy people that are unwilling to, everyone can see through this conversation. You just made a more interesting question here, right? How would we get positive evidence if the FBI is controlling, right? That's your claim?
Yeah, how can you get? I'm just a normal guy. I can't give this positive evidence. I don't work for the state police or the FBI, right?
That's not true. When you say, I have full confidence Israel did this, I'm not asking for you to provide DNA evidence. I'm saying, okay, show me evidence that positively speaks to that. And you could say, because this call that we could see did that, or because this Israeli person was on the scene with a gun. That's shit that how could you come up with the theory Israel did it if you don't have any evidence Israel did it?
Well, I'm not saying Israel did it.
Okay, so when we ask Candace, provide positive evidence that the French Foreign Legion did it. Is that an unfair burden? When we say provide positive evidence that Erica Kirk's complicit in the murder, is that an unfair burden? Or should you have to have some sort of evidence? We're not saying DNA evidence. We're not saying a written confession, but you have to have something to make these claims. You can't be like, well, I think Erica had an argument with Charlie the night before. Okay. That doesn't speak to whether or not she murdered her husband. You see what I'm getting at? That's what we mean by positive evidence.
Sure. I get you.
So what are you saying? Like when you're like, how could you expect me to have evidence? No one expects you to have evidence that only the FBI would have, but you're not the one saying Israel did it. So no one's saying, well, you have to have positive. You are well within your rights to ask questions. No one cares. That's fine. Great. Right? We went through some of them. I'm happy to go through more. I don't mind. But that's a different claim than
I think,
America's involved.
So I think the the hint of truth there is that there was some outspeak against a certain country, and there would be motive to possibly be involved, right?
Okay. Okay. Israel had motive. Did Iran?
Sure.
Did the NATO?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Did Act Blue?
Who knows with those people?
Like
sure.
Did the Democrats in general?
Yeah, sure.
Did the NAACP?
Yeah, you're right. I get your point.
Did the abortion lobby? So what you're saying is, Israel, like dozens upon dozens of other organizations and people, possibly had motive. Okay, how is that proof that they killed Charlie Kirk?
There's no proof, and I'm a conspiracy tard apparently because I.
But you're not. Wait a minute. You're not saying that Israel did it.
That's the point.
You're not. But wait a minute.
I'm just saying that we should ask questions because there's plausible deniability, and I think there's a lot more pieces to this puzzle that have not been shared.
What pieces?
I don't think it's an open shut.
So far, you said Joe Kent. You want to hear all the possible explanations of Joe Kent?
I mean, there's a lot of
Joe
things
Kent could be lying. Joe Kent could be misinformed.
Sure.
Joe Kent could not know that the FBI did an investigation and saw there was nothing there. Joe Kent could be motivated by his hatred of a country like Russia or Israel to say we should keep going. There could have been a massive investigation that already undertook, and Joe Kent just wanted more, even though the rest of the team thought it would provide unfruitful. All of those are possibilities, but you're like, well, Joe Kent said this, so now I have questions. Okay, you could have questions, but what are we to get from that? If right now some cop on the OJ trial said, by the way, I still had more questions, and they shut down the OJ case, would you say, well, hold the phone? Wow. Or would you say, well, yeah, shit like that happens? Joe Kent in his recent thing, he was like, I'm not even saying there was evidence that another country did have any involvement. Like, what probably happened was this. There's a lot of scuttlebutt when someone high profile like this gets killed. Oh, fuck, was it Iran? Like, if Trump got shot tomorrow, we would be like, did a foreigner do it, etc., right? You would agree with that, or like any senator or high profile public figure. There would probably be an investigation. Yeah, especially like we're kind of at war with Iran, so that's probably something that would come out, right? Probably there was like, oh, fuck, who could it have been? And they started looking, and they're like, we're not seeing anything that any foreigner had anything to do with this. We're just seeing normal shit, right? And then the FBI's looking, it's like, dude, this guy confessed. He turned himself in. His parents basically said, yeah, he confessed to us. They turned him in, right? We have 4 fucking confessions from the guy. We got the gun. We're going to do ballistics on it. Shit. It looks like it was this guy. We'll keep looking into the case and see if more comes up, but we're going to stop the official foreign link to this. Now, if it comes up that we're looking at his Discord and all of a sudden it looks like there's someone with connections to a hostile foreign government, yeah, we're going to look into that. But we're stopping our counterterrorism group, which is what Joe Kent worked for, right? A counterterrorism group. We're going to stop them and the FBI looking into foreigners for this because we see no proof right now. What would been just to you, what would be an adequate amount of time for the feds to be looking into foreigners if they're not finding anything?
But I think you're taking a position like there's no one ever complicit.
But I don't. That's not the position. That's not the position I'm taking. Yes, sometimes there are corrupt actors in government. Given that we know that, what are we supposed to do with that information? Well, then they had to investigate for 17 years. And if they shut down in 17 years, I'll say, wait a second. Remember JFK? Sometimes there's people complicit in government. I demand 18 years. Now I'm skeptical. They shut it down after 17 years. I'm skeptical. After all, JFK, sometimes people were complicit.
Well, we're gonna keep going in circles because I'm not so far over the line where I'm like, I think you use the derogative term like conspiratard, right, or whatever, right? I'm not that far over the line. There's a lot of people like me who are a lot more reasonable, who just have questions to ask, and I think that's
fine. No, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I have one more question for you though. Did you see? Do you identify more on the right or the left?
Yeah, definitely not even close to like the person on the left. Not even close.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't give a shit if you are, but you would say you're more on the right.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
again,
it just influences the example. I would have gave a different example if you identified more on the left. Do you remember here recently where the feds charged these Antifa members for shooting an officer in the neck outside an ICE facility in Dallas? You remember this?
Yeah.
And they charged and convicted like 9 Antifa members.
Sure.
You satisfied with that?
I don't know the particulars of that case, but I mean, I'll give you a left. I'll give you. Hold on. Let me give you a different lefty example. Just as a kind of.
Why don't we stick to this example, and then you can
I don't know the details of that one.
Okay, but so you feel that there should be more investigations, correct?
I don't know the details.
But wait,
I don't know anything about it, really.
Wait, all you need to know is whoa. All you need to know is that the feds can be complicit. You know that, right?
George Floyd. Wait.
Don't get mad about
George Floyd, right?
I promise we'll get to your example. I'm not going to run from it. But all you need to know is the feds could lie. They could be corrupt, right?
Sure.
So why would you trust it? Your default position should be, I don't know. I think there should be more investigations, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Give your example.
So, I mean, all the lefties get all bent about, George Floyd as an example, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Derek Chauvin or whatever is his name, right? The cop, whatever, right?
Yeah.
He's sitting in jail rotting, even though Floyd was pronounced died of an overdose, right?
Oh, okay.
So it was open and shut, and he's sitting rotting in a jail. I'm not taking the lefty position, but there's still, why is he still rotting in a jail cell?
Because he was convicted? If your argument is you have a problem with the conviction because you could point to physical evidence that you think exonerates him, congratulations. You've pointed to positive evidence for your theory. Now do Israel with Charlie Kirk. See the problem? If you just said this, you're like, I don't know, man. I feel like Chauvin's innocent. People would be like, okay, do you have any evidence of that? And you're like, nah, I just feel like it. People would say, well, we're not going to take your opinion with too much importance then because you haven't provided evidence. If you're like, I think he's evidence because, let me finish. If you're like, I think he's innocent because I looked at the medical examining report and I looked at the tape and I think that they were trained to use this move, right? Now it's different. Now you're providing evidence for your position and people could accept, but you can at least have a discussion. But if you just say, well, my feeling is it was weird. I just think it was weird. The whole thing was weird. He should be left out of prison. You can't blame people for being like, well, you got to provide evidence or we're not going to take your opinion seriously, right?
Well, again, then it goes back to, if you're talking about the whole Charlie Israel thing, there's motive, right? Because he was speaking out against it.
Motive is one thing. You need motive, you need opportunity, you need evidence. And again, you accepted that there's like 20 plus organizations and groups that would have had motive.
I cannot meet the burden of proof that would be substantial enough to convince you. So
no. It's not burden of proof. It's evidence to suggest. Evidence. It doesn't have to be evidence that proves. Positive evidence is evidence that points to this. Motive wouldn't do that. If I could falsify it but say, no, that evidence doesn't necessarily point to that, then it's not really helping you. So when you say they had motive, I could say, sure, but like he could have had an ex-girlfriend with motive. The thousands of lefties took to online to celebrate Charlie's death, right? Thousands. You agree, right? They all had motive, right?
No,
of course they would. They wanted him dead. They celebrated his death. That's motive.
Yeah.
Right? So do we say, wow, there we go. There's more questions. You see what I mean? Motive on its own is nothing. Like if I get divorced and, my wife moves to Milan and something horrible happens to her, you could say, well, Rob was married to her 5 years ago. He has motive. But yeah, I have a passport that shows I didn't go there and I'm at the Steelers game and you could see me on camera at the time this happened. You wouldn't say, that's still, I'm suspicious motive. You'd be like, oh, he has evidence that exonerates him. So what we're asking
Fair
for
enough.
is motive alone's not alone when you had a public figure that literally tens of thousands of people or groups could have had motive. The question is there evidence? That's the question, right? And
Yeah,
so
we're
it's like,
we're spinning wheels here, so I get it.
by the way, I'll be debating this very topic on Monday, whether or not Israel was involved in his murder, right? But it doesn't matter because you're not saying they were. So I don't know why you're even going down this line of questioning. You're just
Well, I'm just
asking
saying that there's a
questions.
I'm just saying there's a possibility. There could be.
Well, whatever. You're just
Yeah.
asking largely what your position's been like. I have some questions with the case, which is entirely reasonable, right?
The main
That's
reason I called
reasonable.
in is you had the question, and I felt like you were being sincere. Why are people who are generally like really, followers of myself and Andrew, why are they hostile towards I? And I think there's a middle ground where you could be a little bit more gracious, maybe. Not you specifically, Andrew's, I feel like further down the road. And I honestly think you're getting blowback because of him. But, I'm not
I
saying
don't
you're
think so.
wrong for supporting him.
I don't think that's the case. I think when someone says I'm a Zio cuck, the idea of like, oh, it's just because you pushed a little too hard on people just asking questions. I don't think that's what's going on.
No, but that's bad faith, right? I think
Well,
there's
that's what
people
I
out
was
there
talking
that
about.
yeah,
I said there are
yeah.
people.
No, I get it.
I did
You're getting
mention there are
attacked
people
from
that
like
are.
millions of. You're getting attacked by a million people, and you're on your back
Let
foot.
me
You're being
steel man
defensive.
your
I get it.
position. Let me steel man your position. I did say there are people that I think are more reasonable that are no longer watching me. I don't think there's anything I could do to change that. I really don't.
Okay.
I don't think I've been particularly hostile to you. I've debated like I usually do. Maybe that scene is like aggressive, but I don't think I've been hostile. And so I don't think that it's a matter of. And if people are going to misinterpret like you have us simply saying things like, "Hey, we don't have a problem if you ask questions. We have a problem if you're unwilling to defend your wild theories, specifically accusing people," then there's nothing I could do. I don't think that I should be obligated to re-explain it over and over and over just so someone in my audience doesn't get their feelings hurt. If that's the case and you need to leave because you misunderstood that I was saying you can't and you thought I was saying you're never allowed to ask questions about this, then I'm sorry. Like, goodbye. I don't know what to do. It's like this. It's like if you have a class and you have to dumb it down for the dumbest kid in the class that like can't read, no one's going to learn anything. So I can't just sit here every day and go, I want to just reiterate, everyone's allowed to ask questions. That's no problem whatsoever. Ask away. You there, ask questions. It's totally cool. I just want to reiterate, ask questions. I don't think that's going to help anything. So I choose to
All
not
right,
have
well.
thin skin about it, but that's just me, I guess.
No, it's not thin skin, but I mean, again, it's like, oh well, the dumbest kids in the class, right? I mean,
Well,
come
no,
on,
like I'm not saying that people asking questions are dumb. I'm saying the people that think Rob saying I'm not allowed to ask questions are dumb. That's a
fair
stupid
enough.
opinion. I've never suggested that. Ever.
Okay.
Andrew, and you thought Andrew did, where he couldn't have been more clear in his debate. He literally said, I'm open to new evidence. I would be the last person here debating you if you just were like, hey, I have significant questions. So do I. They haven't even attempted to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt yet. And so the fact that you could hear that and interpret that as Andrew saying I'm not allowed to ask questions, it's very frustrating because it's literally the exact opposite of what he's saying. And it's certainly the exact opposite of what I've said. That's what makes it so frustrating because it's like it was like pulling teeth to get like even like just little things like if I say there's overwhelming evidence for something, that doesn't mean that I'm not saying no one's allowed to question it. I don't even see the connection. And so I think part of my frustration is I don't understand how you people think. I don't even understand that. I don't like it's like an autistic thing or something where there's wires crossed in a way that I just can't understand because I think I'm thinking linearly. If someone ever said to me, I have overwhelming evidence that we landed on the moon, I don't think that they're saying I'm not allowed to ask questions. I think they'd say, ask away, but you're an idiot. We landed on the moon. I don't think they'd be like, no, I refuse to allow this. You're a bad person for asking questions. I don't think so. That thought would never cross my mind, but to you, that was your default position. And I see it. Just today. I saw it with Dave Smith. Well, they're all over us just for asking questions. No one's all over you for asking questions. No one. Well, I can't say no one. No one serious that I've seen. And if you DM me and you're like, here, Nick Rakita said no one's allowed to fucking ask questions, I'll be like, fuck Nick Rakita. That's stupid. You know,
And I'm not saying
I don't think Nick said that.
100%.
By the way, in case that gets clipped, someone's just going to clip fuck Nick O'Keefe. I don't think Nick said that, especially as an attorney. I think Nick understands that we're not even at the step yet where it's beyond reasonable doubt. And even once we're there, he'll say, of course you could have opinions and questions. That's my belief.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm wrong. And you say that Nick said somewhere.
I'm kind of on the boat where Dave Smith is. So I'm curious to see what you guys talk about on Monday or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I got to go to my Normie job in the morning. You know, I got to go
good
to work.
luck.
So
have fun in your Normie job.
Yeah,
you should quit your
appreciate
job.
it.
Quit your job and become a streamer. It's way more fun. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, listen, Rob. I've been, when you're working at the, the nursing, not the nursing home, but doing the
adults with autism. Yeah,
adult
home health care. Yeah.
Home health care. And without going into too much detail, that's a very warm place for me to know that you did that for people.
Thank you.
Because it's very.
I loved it. I love that.
It's very close to home for me personally, without going into all the details.
Sure.
And that's why I've been a supporter of you for a long time. So I know you're Mr. Full-time streamer now and all this other stuff, but
I try. Not so much. I've been traveling. I've been traveling too much to stream full time lately. But I do thank you. And I did love that job. I loved doing the home health. It didn't pay for anything, but it was great. It really was. So.
It takes a certain kind of person to do that kind of job.
Well, thank you.
And I think that's why a lot of us like that. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to butter you up after you called me like a dumb conspirator and all this other stuff. But
no,
there's a reason why a lot of people watch you for a long time. And I just keep your heart open and your mind open to people who are good faith. That's all. Leave it at that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. To be fair, I'm not calling him a dumb conspirator. What I was calling him, implying he was dumb about, was the claim if I say that I believe something or overwhelmingly believe something, that means I'm saying people can't ask questions. That's it. That's all I was asking. But I do appreciate the kind words. He doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything. It's infinitely frustrating for me because I feel like someone like me or someone like Andrew keeps getting pigeonholed, and it doesn't matter how many times we say it. You can ask questions. No one has a problem. Like, I don't give a shit if you're like, I don't think OJ did it. I don't give a shit at all. I'll be like, I think you're wrong. I think OJ did it, right? But no one thinks you're an immoral person for that. If you're like, Nicole Brown Simpson killed, what was his name? The other gentleman that died. Or I guess it would make more sense the other way. Damn, why can't I think of his name? That's terrible. Everybody remembers Nicole's name, Nicole Brown Simpson. What the hell was his name? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Golding? Ron Goldman, yes. If your theory was Ron Goldman killed Nicole Brown Simpson than himself, and you're like impugning this man, and his family's like grieving, like, please stop. And you're like, no, you're all horrible. You're all evil. Why are you trying to get me to stop? And I was like, whoa, can you provide evidence for that? And you're like, no, I would say that's a pretty scummy thing to do. It was not Kato Kalin. All right. Super chats. Jason Mulgren, 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, man. I apologize. I'm going to try to get through these fast. But by the way, Rumble, did I miss any super chats over there? You rotten bastards. We're not even close to the goal of 300,000. I'm just messing with you guys. Old Joe $5 says, can you comment on the steakhouse owner saying nada to Candace's claims? I wonder what Candace and the owner talked about in that case. Yeah, I mentioned this the other day. Candace employs a very slimy trick in the debate with Andrew where she's like, well, I called the steakhouse owner, implying to an audience that somehow lends veracity to this receipt. When in actuality, the steakhouse owner's public statements is, I did talk to people and I was truthful with them, and we have no evidence at this time that Tyler Robinson was here. But she leaves that part out. She just says, well, I talked to him. So, maybe he's mincing words and he's holding back the truth, but his public statement has been, as of right now, they have no evidence that it was Tyler Robinson. Blasterpot, $10 says, yeah, Rob, without Candace, instead of talking about the French Foreign Legion and time-traveling Sumerian tech, we could be talking about how violent the left got and the trans connections. That would be horrible, right? Jason Mulgren, $10 says, despicable. Another word ruined by the left, specifically Brian Shapria. Oh, my gosh. Skull, $5 says, can I call you Bobby? Sure. Candace would jump to the next thing. She knows her audience is making bank. Financial liability is the only way. Yeah, I don't care. You can call me Bobby. Did anybody ever call me Bobby? I have some Robbies. Some people call me Robbie. But Bobby, I don't know. Bob, I have a guy that calls me Bob. Max Reddick, $20 says, Candace will never concede. Candace is so far into this that even if definitive proof came out tomorrow, she still wouldn't concede and apologize because it would mean that she would have to acknowledge that even she did. Yeah, you're right. Like I said, if he pleads guilty, she'll say they got to him. It won't matter. Joseph Romano, thank you, man. $10. I appreciate it. Jason Mulgren again, thank you, man. $5 says these low IQ J-Spurgs are only making me support and defend Israel and the Jews each time more than they speak. I said that. I've told him that. That's why one of the reasons Nick's so against them. Water Jabbers, $5 says, what do you mean, Rob? Charlie came to her in her dream. What other evidence do you need? Yeah. Crisco, $5 says, don't worry, Rob, I won't ditch you unless you start shilling for Israel with that juice. I do like me some orange juice. Witness, $20 says, Premonitia is like a lovely grandma that doesn't understand the modern political world. You didn't do anything wrong, but she was destined to get hurt if she doesn't understand what Candace has actually done. Yeah, it's a shame. I like Premonition, and she blocked me before I could explain myself, but that's why I wanted to play the clip. Hopefully someone that knows her, I know she still hangs out in Speakeasy's channel. Hopefully someone shows her the clip. I don't have any hard feelings, but I don't know. It's just a weird thing. Original Vintage, thank you so much. $5 says, Premonition's base grandma. She's wanting everyone to get along, which would be grand. But when the other side slaps away a unified front, what else can we do? Chief Justice O'Dizzle, $10 says, can we end this impasse? We get the point. Upgrade later. $5 says, you do understand foreign governments are deploying bots not to take sides, but to create division in the country. Sure. Yeah. Fly in the Wall, $2 says, I like you, Rob. Don't die on this hill for Andrew. Oh, look, that's the guy just called in. What hill am I dying on? That I think he won the debate and I could concisely explain why? Evan, $5 says, best thing to do is ignore them. Let them scream into their echo chamber because their movement doesn't exist outside the internet. Yeah, say that to that Lindsay chick that there's 100 women outside her trial right now. Mama Out There, thanks for being a member. Really appreciate it. Dumb guy, $20 says, I'm 25 minutes behind, but I wanted to say you're right. I have a coworker who I agree with a lot of stuff, and she believes this theory stuff to the point where Charlie Kirk's kids are plants, not his. But I love you, man. It's terrible. For the life of me, man, it is actually the worst thing about it's the worst thing about all of this. You know, 6 or 7 years from now, Charlie's kids are going to be old enough to see the internet. And you know what the two things they're going to see? Hopefully they don't see the footage of their dad getting shot. You know what the two things they're going to see? The left celebrating his murder and Candace Owens blaming her mom. Can you fucking imagine? Can you imagine how horrific that is? Horrible. Single Dads Club, $10 says, this guy dumber than rocks. Upgrade later, $5 says, the caller's right. Tyler supposedly had it in his pants, walked around with it, but his DNA is most degraded over time. He's gaslighting him. The caller is not right. Degraded DNA does not speak to the time frame in which the DNA was put on the gun. You could, until you're blue in the face, say that's not the case. Show me evidence. Show me evidence that that's the case. It is not the case. Everything I've read, they just repeat it. They repeat it over and over. If it was more degraded, that meant that he couldn't have handled it last. It does not mean that. It does not mean that. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat it. It does not mean that. Show me evidence. Collins effect, $2 says, can body oil and sweat degrade? Yes, all DNA can. Blasterbot, $2 says, Candace's smartest supporter, people. Intel Wild, $2 says, I just heard a chirp in the background. Original Vintage, $5 says, this guy's DNA is clearly degraded. Jacket, Gonna be a massive psychosis. Thanks for the 2-month membership. I appreciate it. Single Dads Club says, you can't help stupid. Thanks for the 10. St. Lucelyn, $5 says, on and on they go, each one dumber than the next. These people are insane. Bobby Ballbags, $10 says, pro confirmed. Cran Autod. Thank you. Truth Revolt, $5 says, let me say one mo again. Dat gun, no near nutter with that one with that gun. How many times I gotta explain that to y'all? Rundar, $5 says, dude had such a shitty attention span. He had no interest in listening to you. He just wanted to give a speech. That's what a lot of them do. Jason Plays, $10 says, Rob, just because of that shenanigan ass collar, take my money. Thank you. Mr. Pete, $20 says, Lord help us. Vlad the Impeller, $5 says, keep your head up, Rob. Can't get to all of them. Yeah, no. Be nice to get to one. Water Jabber, $10 says, voting was a mistake. Bring back monarchy. Bat Fricker, $20 says, this dude who keeps showing up on Dunning-Kruger posters. Copycat Dude, $2 says, give this man your money after that. Thank you. Kristen, $20 says, time plus weather equals MC squared. Epic. I think we found the most Dumb and Dumber comes up. Amazing. And we're talking about the first caller I had. Not Judge Napolitano. Good. $10 says, that conversation just convinced me that these people were just NPCs, regurgitating words they're programmed to say. No critical thinking, logic, or common sense. These people are unreachable. Sad. Anthony Reynolds, $5 says, Rob, just remember, you and others are still doing God's work by allowing these people to show their true colors and intentions. God bless. Thank you. Left is Dead, $2 says, how do I call in? I'll put a link after I read Super Chats if you still want to. Intel Wild, $5 says, Rob, should have gotten that guy's number and brought him on the next I'm Speaking Now show. $5 again says, and that guy votes probably. Thank you for the 5 again. And another 5 Intel says, ASA's blissfully ignorant. She might run for president in 2028. Rob, God help us. Jacqueline Brennan again. Thanks, man. $5 says, it was a site she started to dox bullies, some as young as 8 to 10 years old. She flat out stated once you upload dox addresses, the site owns. That's terrible if true. Intel Wild, $5 says, I don't know whose number, this guy or the last one. Probably the last. The first guy was worse. Jacqueline Brennan again, $5 says, Erica Kirk spoke to the New York Times and said she begged him to wear a vest, but he said, I'm not going to cave to these people. If they get me, they get me. And that's another thing. People are very certain of things. Now, I'm guilty. I'm claim to know everything, but people are like, we had a vest. Really? I've looked into this case a lot. I didn't know that. And it turns out that's wrong. Intel Wild, $5 says, I love how people who know nothing about guns and bullets flying through the air are now experts in ballistics. Yeah. Phoenix Knight, $5 says, my glass is 75% filled with water. Oh my God, it's overwhelmed and flowing. Love you, Rob. I get it. What's your percentage of overwhelming? He said 75 to 85. If I had an 85% chance to win my poker hand with the river coming up, would you say my chances are overwhelming? I'd probably accept that. Intel Wild, $50. Says, the heck with these lefties, Rob. Thanks, Intel. Upgrade later. $2 says, Erica literally said stop, specifically to what Candace was doing. Accusing people at Turning Point, etc. Abby, $10 says, should we go around making up our own investigations because things seem kind of weird? Again, all I could say is if this was directed at these people, if hundreds of thousands of people all of a sudden thought that, like, Dave Smith maybe assaulted some woman. By the way, weren't they against, many of these right-wingers were against, like, the allegations under Me Too and the idea of mobs just declaring someone guilty without evidence? And now they're like, but we're just asking questions. Like, I would think that if you got Me Too'd, you would be like, I don't like this. So why should we like what's happening here? Now, if you really did something to a woman and people were pointing it out and providing evidence and stuff, that's different. Bobby Paulbags, $5 says, snozberries taste like snozberries. Matt Flynn, $5 says, I feel like that my intuition is saying that my gut tells me that you were saying I'm not allowed to ask questions. Yep. Crow Crisis, thanks for the $5, man. Matt Flynn, $5 says, I'll say it. You knuckle-dragging troglodytes need to stop asking dumb questions. There, you can blame it on me. Jason Mulgren, $100. Holy shit, thank you, man. It says, what even is a question? Why are you telling me I'm not allowed to ask for a whip song? Ah, you bastard, these whip songs. Thank you, man. Mark Miller, $20 says, Candace is an Israeli-controlled opposition. Prove me wrong. Just asking questions. Jason Mulgren, another 100. Holy cow. Says, why are you trying to silence everyone who's asking questions about Dino Gate? We're only trying to get justice for Plasterbot. Damn. What a G. Thank you so much, man. Searsight, $5 says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you. It's always nice to hear from you. Edgewalker, $100. Thank you, man. Says, a raid of drop bears have arrived to take care of business, but you're already crushing it as always. So just take my money instead. Mr. Coom rated. Thank you, Edgewalker. Is that true? Mr. Coom rated over here? The great Mr. Coom. My goodness. Thank you so much, sir. All of my Australian friends. I believe that the country exists. Unlike Andrew. Thank you, guys. Another 100 from Jason Mulgren. Thank you. Says Caleb G says you're conspiring with Israel. Y'all are using John Hammond as a patsy. Release the InGen files, Rob. Damn. Thank you, man. Incredibly generous. Louis Loans, $5 says, I think they like the entertainment of it all, like WWE. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. $2 says, I got you $1. Thank you. Don't look. $20 says 20's 20. Thank you so much. BB the Aussie, $10 says, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. My heart still goes out to your family, friends, and colleagues in legacy. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hey, it's our old mod, Tyrannosaurus Hicks. What's up, man? $10 says, hey, Rob, I'd like to apologize for assigning motives to you. I believe you're being duped, but I don't think you're a sellout. I was just upset you called me a Candace Weller. Again, apologies. I assume because you were expressing displeasure of my current direction, and I've been talking about Candace for 5 hours. That's what you meant, but no hard feelings at all, man. Thank you so much. Intel Wild, $5 says, I love Andrew, but Rob must be protected at all times. Thank you. And then another 5 from Tyrannosaurus 6 says, I thought you knew me better, but in the hindsight, I can understand why you jumped to that conclusion. God bless you and your family. Thank you. Same to you, man. God bless you. Rachel Wilson, $5 says, apophenia is the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns, connections, and intentionality in random, unrelated data or meaningless sensory input. You don't say. The great Rachel Wilson. Thank you, Rachel. I know. We're seeing a lot of it, aren't we? Primal Loki, 5 memberships. Thank you. Greg Dorgan, $10 says, I just want to support your stream, Rob. You're an extremely good streamer and logical, rational guy. I started on the Crucible and learned about you there. Big fan, old boomer. I, too, am an old boomer. Yeah, the Crucible, I love those guys. Still got my hat. I got 2 Crucible hats now. But thank you. By the way, I will say this, not to wax on about Andrew too much, but there's a lot of people that are like, don't die on this hill of defending Andrew. Well, 2 things to say. One, I'm defending that I think that he's right and won the debate. Wasn't perfect. Could have done better. But I think he did pretty good. And I think he did excellent even getting to the debate. Right? That's number 1. Number 2, I don't give a fuck if my channel collapses. Andrew's one of my best friends. I'm going to have his back, period. Now you might say, that proves Rob's bias in number 1. Yes, fully admit. I am biased. Yes. But I've been desperately asking people to come on and discuss the debate and asking people to provide any evidence that Candace made to her conclusion that it's overwhelming that the Fed set up Tyler Robinson, and no one's been able to do it. So despite my bias, I still think that I'm in good ground to say Andrew won that debate. Now, I have said if I think Andrew lost debates, I'll say it. I don't give a shit, right? But the idea of like I've heard this, Rob, Candace said you were nice and, Andrew's a prick. Why would you hang around with him? Because he's one of my best friends and fuck you. That's why. And Andrew's much nicer than people give him credit for, at least in real life. He just happens to have a very aggressive style when it comes to stupidity and things he disagrees with. Meat Pill, $5 says amazing. Calls for grace, just asking question, but knows calls for grace from the same people. People accuse Erica in the most evil way. Yeah. They're allowed to ask questions, but we can't question the questioners. Couldn't I say the same thing? Why are you telling me I can't question Candace Owens? Why are you telling me that? Why am I not allowed to ask questions? It's all so stupid. Intel Wild, $5 says, Andrew said 75 to 85% without seeing the actual trial evidence. These people were unbelievable. Exactly. His original claim that the evidence is overwhelming was like at this point in a trial, in a case. Birdie the Dog, $5 says, love you, Rob. Thanks for putting boots to asses with all your hard work. It's my pleasure. Austin, how do I pronounce this? Tatius? Ostentatious. There we go. $5 says, wet sample DNA, usually fresh, degrades faster than dry sample, usually older DNA. The degraded DNA actually points more towards Tyler Robinson's guilt. That's what I was reading. I was reading a medical journal, but it doesn't matter because that doesn't sound right to people. But thank you. Peaches, $5 says, Candace will be remembered as the actual villain of Kirk's assassination. She did this to herself. I don't think she cares about the harm caused. Kyle Mitchell, $5 says, between the supporters of Candace and the supporters of Lindsay Clancy, I'm beginning to understand the witch trials. Yeah. Vlad the Impala, $10 says, you have a good heart, man. If I win the lottery, I'll give you a piece. Thank you. I appreciate it. Intel Wild, $5 says, an NBA player shooting 85% free throws is very good. Is he? In the NBA? I thought you wanted to be over 90, but thank you, man. Dartho Moss, $50 says, thank you, bud. $50. Very nice. Says, I do revel in your ability to not be distracted by smoke and mirror tactics of these people by immediately pointing out when they obfuscate or try to pivot once they realize how easily you expose the lunacy of their claims. Yeah. Thank you. I try. And then lastly, Alexander, $10 says, Rob, not to derail too much, but I'm getting ready to launch an anti-Alper and surveillance company. Do you think I can get some help with sometime with the mission, goals, and tone? I don't know much about this, but I would happily talk to you. I don't know that I could help, but sure, I wouldn't mind having a conversation. DM me on X or on Discord. It would be the best way to get in touch with me, but I'd be happy to talk to you. All right, who wanted to call in? Is that person still here? Oh, this guy. Okay. Now, here's the deal. Not once you're up, but in the background, you have to cam up just for a minute so I can see you're not one of the trolls. And you have to follow terms of service. So you click that link. So you can't use racial slurs, and you can call me a big fat asshole or whatever. I don't mind that. But you can't use racial slurs, homophobic slurs, etc. The hostility is overwhelming, by the way. Did you notice that? Some of these people's hostility, I don't know where the fuck, where it comes from, but read a couple more super chats. This can't be the guy that just posted that. This can't be. Was that you in the chat that said post a link, pussy? Oh, yeah. Let's see if that guy comes up. Because this is our friend Merlin who's been calling. Yeah, call in. That's fine. I don't care if you call me names. I don't give a shit. But the hostility does expose you, I think, a lot of times. Merlin, I'll get to you if I have time. I will, I promise. But let's give this other guy a chance. Craig Dorgan, $10 says, Candace's motive for what she's doing was disclosed today on the Charlie Kirk show with Andrew. She's scorned and pissed. Yeah, Colvett said that within days, she was saying if they put the wrong people at Turning Point, she'd tear it down. Terrible. J Money Talks, $2 says smoke and mirror tactic, more like Smoky Man tag. Oh, Rumble, you guys are losing really bad today to YouTube. A quick $100,000 donation will put you guys in the lead. Abby, $10 says, I thought it was funny Andrew calling Candace disgruntled employee during the Turning Point interview. Yeah, unfortunately, I only saw part of it. I only saw the first 15 minutes. Hey, guy in the Matt, are you the guy that was going to call in? Just give me a thumbs up if so. What's in your hand? Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a firearm because that's not allowed on YouTube. You don't have to cam up now if you don't want. It's up to you. Now, you're not that guy that was going to call in because it's this guy. Because I could tell his avatar looks the same. Last cause. Cam up real quick so I can make sure. Can you turn your camera on real quick, last cause? All right. Let's get to Matt real quick. Okay. We got last cause in. All right. You were BC Sides? Correct?
Yeah.
Oh. You're very faint. I can almost not hear you.
Let me call back in. Go back to Matt.
Okay, I'll go back to Matt. What's up, Matt?
What's up?
Not much. What's on your mind?
Wait a minute. Can only you see me?
No, everyone could see you. Take your cam off. Click your cam off if you don't want to be on cam. And then when you click it off, I'll bring you back up. Okay. Hey, Matt, what's up?
What's up?
Not much.
So
So what's on your mind?
several things. First, your statement, what you said about the Penguin owner's statement. So
Mhm.
he's given two statements.
Mm-hmm.
First, he said he wasn't there, but
Correct.
that his employees felt that it was him and
Yeah.
had a receipt or whatever. And then there was a post on his Facebook that said, "We have no evidence."
Correct.
Right?
Well, it said more than that, but that's the gist. Yes.
Okay. But you only represent that last statement. You're not to say that there's no evidence that he was there. There's not proof, but there's evidence that he was there.
Well, there is eyewitness testimony that can't be backed up by physical evidence. But here's the thing. What I was saying was Candace was duplicitous because what she's saying is she's like, Andrew's like, do you have any proof this receipt was his? And she's like, well, eventually they could release proof. And he's like, but I'm looking online and all I see is it blurred. No one's presented any. And she's like, well, I did more than that. I called the owner. So the implication that she's giving is that the owner gave her some sort of insight. But based on the public statements of the owner, he seems to contradict that and saying, we don't have evidence. And I'm not going to speak on it anymore because I'm cooperating with investigators and it's an active investigation. So for me, if you were watching, like, I'll just ask you, Matt, do you think people could have got the impression that Candace was saying, well, the owner told me it might be him based on how she phrased that?
How did she phrase it exactly?
Andrew was like, I saw online that they haven't, it was just blurred and people were talking about it. And she's like, well, I've done more than just be online. I called the owner. And so she's implying that the owner, her talking to the owner, is pointing more towards that this actually was. But the owner's statement is sort of the opposite. We don't have evidence that it was him.
Well, the owner, so is him also stating that my employees identified that he was there, not evidence that he was?
No, I don't believe that's what he said. I don't think he said my employees said he was there. I think he said my employees thought that they saw him.
Okay, still evidence.
But let me be clear. That's a different claim than what I said about Candace, right? What I'm saying is his most recent statement is we have no evidence that it was, or in fact, I'll put it up here right now. I think I have it. Just so me and you know, but the audience might not. So they can see exactly what he said. He says, official statement based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant on September 10th, 2025. We've responded truthfully to those who have questioned us, probably like Candace or Diligent Denizen, based on the information available to us at the time. We've cooperated fully and will continue to cooperate with authorities conducting the investigation because it's active. We cannot and will not comment further. So he's specifically saying, oh, I didn't put that up. He's specifically saying we don't have evidence. You are correct that an eyewitness saying, I think I saw him is some sort of evidence, but it's merely that. I could say, if I said to you, yeah, I saw Tyler Robinson that day in Hawaii. I mean, that's evidence, right?
Sure.
Okay. But the point is, what do you do with it, right? There's nothing we could do with that. We have a blurry receipt and someone saying, I think it was Tyler Robinson. That's nothing.
I think,
especially when the owner, after their statements, is saying, I've looked into this. We have no evidence it was Tyler Robinson. And it would be easy for him to confirm it was. He has the receipt. As the merchant, he could check to see. And he's like, we don't have any evidence. And we have more to suggest that it's probably likely that wasn't Tyler Robinson. For example, the state would have presented this, no doubt. They have access to Tyler Robinson's bank accounts. So why wouldn't they come out and be like, we could prove that it wasn't him here. He was at this steakhouse. Why wouldn't they do that?
I don't know that. I'm not a lawyer, but I have listened to other lawyers talk about the preliminary hearing and what they're allowed to bring up and what they're not allowed to bring up. And it doesn't seem as if the judge is allowed to consider evidence not brought by the prosecution. But
that's not entirely true. What they could do is question the evidence that the prosecution brought. And part of the official timeline would probably be part of that. So when they're introducing their official timeline in both the prosecution document and the state's brief, they would be allowed to challenge that by presenting evidence that suggested that timeline's inaccurate.
Fair enough. So I think I disagree that Candace hasn't given any. I don't think she didn't give any evidence in the debate. I think she was
Thank you.
probably more.
I agree.
I
She
don't.
did not.
I agree. I think she was probably more trying to avoid a lawsuit than anything. But she
Well,
had. But to say that she hasn't brought any evidence, I think is. Are you saying she hasn't brought any evidence that TPUSA or the feds or anybody else is complicit in the cover up or even the murder at all, or just during the debate?
Well, my first claim was during the debate. And as long as you acknowledge that, that's really all I give a shit about, right? Because we're analyzing the debate. So I accept that admission, totally agree, right? To go further, though, like any evidence that she suggested, there's a reason that we use the term positive evidence, which is evidence that would point towards a particular conclusion that she's making, right? So, for example, I could have evidence of something like, for example, I could say this: I have evidence that Israel was pissed at Charlie, right?
Sure.
And I could present that, right? But that doesn't mean that it's evidence that they murdered him or covered it up, right? So when we're talking positive evidence, we're saying evidence that points in the direction of her conclusion, not proof, but evidence that points to. So, for example, if she says the French Foreign Legion in Israel, I'm totally confident they were involved in it, and we say, okay, what's your evidence? And she's like, well, source told me. Like that's and what we're saying is she'll say these things, right? And no one's there to challenge her. And Baron Coleman and Ian Carroll and all of these people, they'll come up with these wild theories, but they won't debate anyone. There was this guy, Stu Peters. Do you know who he is?
Yep.
Okay, he debated Andrew Wilson. Did you happen to see that debate?
I did. He did a terrible job.
Stu or Andrew?
Stu.
Okay. When one of the things that was frustrating with that debate was Stu wouldn't defend any of these theories, right? He just kept going back to, well, here's the problem with the state's case. And he wouldn't defend any of the theories. That's the frustration on someone like my side. We hear these bold theories, including some attacking actual individuals like Erica Kirk or the people at Turning Point, etc. And we're like, okay, those are bold claims. Where's your evidence? And none of them want to debate anyone. I've been trying to debate them. Modern Day Debate for like a month and a half has been putting out every day. Anyone want to debate Ryan Mullally or Rob Noerr on this? No takers, no takers, no takers, no takers, no takers, right? And then other high-profile people have been like adding Baron Coleman or Candace. So finally, Andrew starts making a play. Well, I'm going to start like more aggressive. Brian Atlas from whatever's like, I'll pay $50,000. No response. I'll pay $100,000. No response. I'll pay $150,000. What Brian was saying was to come on whatever and debate Andrew on this, on these theories. Andrew says, I'll match it. So that's $300,000. No response. Okay. Andrew goes to Joe Rogan. Hey, all these people with these wild theories like Candace, we offered $300,000. Candace then, was like, pay me $500 and say that you're Turning Point's boy. And then you come on my show and then it gets negotiated to $300,000. The problem is that it's so frustrating that to even have a conversation, it costs $300,000. Otherwise, none of these people will defend their claims. Then she basically runs from all of these theories that she was making. And so to say, well, yeah, but maybe she provided evidence in her show, but that's evidence in a safe space that can't be scrutinized. As soon as she has the opportunity to put that evidence forth to maybe someone who disagrees, she refuses to do it. And that's the same with all of them, including Stu Peters. That's the frustration. If I believe something, I would be happy to test it against people that disagree, but they're not. They're running from it. And it should make you ask questions to be like, well, why would that be? If they're so certain, they would have no problem defending their claims.
I agree. Can we debate the evidence against Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. Another guy wanted to call in. Do you mind if I bring him up real quick and see what he wanted? Then I can bring him back up as long as it's not too late. Because I did promise that guy first. So let's see if he's ready, and then I'll bring you back up, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks. All right. Last cause. You ready, man?
Can you hear me now, Rob?
Yeah, a little muffled, but it's all right. I can hear.
How about now? Is that any better?
It's good enough. So what's up? What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I mean, Andrew was just on with Paramount Tactical, and he was talking about how he was actually looking for more information, how he wants an answer to the Discord messages and the bald man that was driving around in front of, I think, her name is Miss Noble's house at 12:30 a.m. Like, isn't that like some like things we kind of want to answer? Now, I'm not like a person that has a theory. I'm more I've been more looking at how the investigation itself was kind of floundered.
Okay, well, so to be clear, I think that's been Andrew's position. It's my position as well that we're not even at the trial yet. So think of how much we'd know in a normal case at this point before a trial. Most of the time, it's just a grand jury. We don't even get to see the evidence as the public. Here, it's obviously more public, but there are things that you're like, well, I have questions. Like, for example, he was Mirandized at 6. Is that 6 a.m., 6 p.m.? Is that the 11th or the 12th? We don't know. I'd like to know. I think that'd be good.
6 p.m. It's pretty sure it's 6 p.m. Just going by, if you go by the booking statement, it shows where he was actually booked up in Orem, but he walked himself in down in Washington County. And so it's just willing to assume that all the police officers are going to do their due diligence and go ahead and Mirandize him as soon as they get a hold of him, as soon as he walks in, right?
That's not true, actually. That's incorrect.
So you're saying someone would walk into the police station, quote unquote, confess to a crime, and then they're just not going to take his devices?
Did he confess to a crime?
I mean, according to the narrative, like if he walks in another county in southern Utah and says, I'm walking in with my old Boy Scout leader, this old police officer who's also a bishop, and I'm giving a statement here with my parents, and it's at 6 p.m., then the Discord messages are put out at 8 p.m. So then but then the booking is up 3 hours later up in Orem or Utah County.
You're mistaken. You're mistaken.
How? What am I mistaken on?
What did Tyler Robinson tell the police? He confessed to the police?
No, he didn't. He said he said that what he said that he is looking, that his parents are looking for a lawyer and that his office is closed for the day. Now, if it's closed for the day and we're in Utah, there's no way that he was saying that on Friday, because all of Utah shuts down on the weekend. It's a very religious county. This is, everyone's known this since SLC Punk.
I mean, again, you're making a lot of claims, right? But you have no proof for this. So first off,
what do you mean? What proof do you need? What do you need? What proof?
Did I sit
what?
there? Wait a second. Did I sit there and leave you talk at great length, uninterrupted?
Proof for what?
Did I sit there and let you talk at great length, uninterrupted?
Sure. I just want to know
Could you do me the same courtesy on my show? Could you do that?
Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you very much. Right? So you're making definitive claims such as everybody knew that everything was closed on Friday, so no human being would say that it's closed for the day. Let me provide an alternative theory. Robinson surrendered in Washington County around 9 p.m. September 11th, roughly 250 miles from the Utah County crime scene. The FBI investigative team had to travel south and arrived around midnight. Investigators then interviewed his parents, the family friend involved in the surrender, and other witnesses while corroborating information and establishing probable cause. This is how things work. I'm sure the gravity. Please,
primary resource. Is this the primary?
Please. I'll give you one more chance. I let you talk unfiltered. It's my show. I think you could at least do me the same courtesy. Fair enough?
Expo is not primary resource.
I don't give a shit. Did was any of your claims a primary resource?
I can provide evidence for all my claims of primary resources.
Okay, I want your claim of a primary resource from the actual police that says everybody knows no one would say it's closed today because everything's closed in Utah on Fridays. Can you provide me that?
Can you show me a lawyer's office that's open in Orem, Utah?
I want you to show
Saturday?
me. No. What you said from a primary source. You said you would show me from a primary source that claim. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's in his. It's in evidence file 12.A, I think, or 15. I think it's 15A or 12A, and that's where it talks about him saying that when he's being Mirandized, essentially, he's saying that my parents are in contact with the lawyer. His office is closed for the night.
Okay, I want you to show me that means that source then says, we know that must be Friday because everything's closed on Saturday. Go ahead, show me where it says
Well,
that.
we know that
No. You said it's from a primary source. Go ahead, show me that.
Well, how am I going to show you that on StreamYard, dude?
You could share screen.
I told you the evidentiary.
No. You said it's real quick.
I told you the base files. I told you the base files that you could look up and find it.
You told me files that are the same files that this is talking about. You talked about
what you have up.
You talked about files, which is what this guy's talking about. You said that no, we should only accept things said in the primary source. So some of the things that you were editorializing about are in the primary source. Why are you allowed to do it and not me? And furthermore, then you're implying that editorializing is in the primary source, which isn't true. That's the point.
Why isn't Candace allowed to editorialize anything?
Instead of you interrupting me, you could allow me to finish what I'm saying and then have a chance to respond. As you're incorrect as well about some of the editorializing you're doing, that it's not in the primary source. So allow me to finish reading this. Okay? That seems fair. All right. Thank you. Where were we? Investigators then interviewed his parents, the family friend involved in the surrender, and other witnesses while corroborating information and establishing probable cause. This is how these things work. I'm sure the gravity of the situation put extra pressure to make sure they got it right. Robinson was formally arrested around 4 a.m. September 12th. Then he had to be transported roughly 4 to 4.5 hours back to Utah County. That puts him there around 9 a.m. in the morning. Once there, it wasn't, okay, Tyler, sit down and tell us everything. Although that is the way the cult thinks it works. That's what you implied, that as soon as they get there, they do this. Oh, wait, he went to turn himself in and was immediately read his rights. The best investigators do not sit down and let the suspect explain. They want the facts before they sit down with him. He had to be booked and processed. While he was being booked and processed, investigators were dealing with his phone, clothing, fingerprints, palm prints, DNA-related evidence, search warrants, residences, digital evidence, witness statements, and the enormous amount of evidence that was generated during the short time the investigation was ongoing. All this information is confirmed in the warrants and reports. They interview everyone else, gather the evidence, compare stories, process the phones, and learn as many answers as possible before asking the suspect questions. You don't want your murder suspect teaching you what happened. You want to already know. Do you get it? This is how it's done by professionals, not Candace or Barron. So, when they recorded the Miranda encounter occurs approximately 6:25, it's September 12th. Robinson's comment about attorney Doug Terry makes perfect sense in this timeline. I don't think Terry's office is I think Doug Terry's office is closed now. No kidding. He'd been in custody essentially the entire day. It wasn't 10 Tuesday morning, and Tyler just wandered into the police station after breakfast. He surrendered the previous night. Investigators around midnight. He was formally arrested around 4 a.m., transported hundreds of miles, booked and processed while investigators spent the day working the case. Then Robinson asks for Doug Terry and indicates he wants to remain silent until he speaks with counsel. At that point, police don't say, too bad, we're going to interrogate you for another 8 hours. Timeline, surrender investigators come to investigators, do interviews, then they get probable cause, the arrest, travel 250 miles, etc. That's a criminal investigation. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with what was just read? Give me your objections to that.
Well, for one, he was originally brought into custody on September 11th, not September 12th.
Right, that's what this is saying as well.
No, you said September 12th.
Let me reread. Perhaps you misunderstood. What he's suggesting is he came in on the 11th, then he had to travel. Then he was formally arrested at 4 a.m. on September 12th. That was after he surrendered at 9 p.m. on September 11th. You're mistaken, but go ahead.
So now this is what Andrew's talking about when he says that the Discord messages he wants to understand, because if he's Mirandized at 6 p.m., that would lead you to believe that his phone and everything would be confiscated.
Well, two things. One, this is suggesting he was Mirandized at 6 p.m. on September 12th. The messages were sent around 8 on September 11th.
Rob, real quickly. So just use your common sense. Use your common sense here.
I will. Okay.
Now, would they really Mirandize him later? They would transport him all that way, so he could be in the car saying, "I did it, I did it, I did it, I did it," and none of that would be.
No one's saying that.
Wait, hang on. While they're transporting him over from one county to another, while he's in the car, He could be talking about how he did it and how Lance Twiggs is involved. He could be saying all this stuff, and they waited to Mirandize him to use it. Silence could be used against you in the court of law. They waited to do that until he got to the next county. Does that make any sense as far as police protocol goes?
Yes, it absolutely makes sense, as this post says, because what happens is they want to do.
So who is that post by?
Did I not just let
Who
you
is that
finish?
post by?
Did
Who is that post by?
Did I not just leave you
Whose
finish?
post is that?
All right, we'll try.
It?
We'll try one more time. I sit here and let you talk and make your point. You could do the same for me. Then you're free to ask questions afterwards. Totally fine. Do we understand the rules?
Whose post is that?
Are you going to let me finish my point?
Go ahead.
Then you could ask your question. So the point I had is, yes, it makes sense that what would happen would be that investigators would want to get all their ducks in a row and talk to everyone. He wasn't going to be charged until he got to the station they were driving him to, which took hours to get there. And so it would make sense that they would Mirandize him there, because they're Mirandizing right at the point where they say, okay, now we're going to ask you questions. You see this oftentimes when you watch shows like First 48, where they wait to Mirandize them until they're actually sitting with the interrogator. You understand? You don't have to talk to us. You have the right to remain silent, etc. Let me finish. I'm not finished. This certainly makes more sense than what your theory would intuit, which would be that parents have proof that they were there at 6 a.m. and he was Mirandized on the 11th and therefore couldn't have made the Discord messages. And yet they are intentionally remaining silent, allowing their kid to face the death penalty when all they merely have to do is show their phones that he was turned in at a time where he could not have made the messages.
So Rob, I just have another question. Do you have, since I'm on StreamYard, I can't pull up stuff. Do you have access to the evidentiary list?
Probably. Do you know what the file would be?
Yeah, it's like there's an evidentiary list. There might even be like if you look up, I think if you look up evidence admissions and the case number, you could find it in images. It should look like a block, like a grid.
Okay, let me see what I can find. We want the evidence list.
Yes, please. Sorry to make it work.
Okay, let's see if I can find it. But go ahead. Why? Look, it might take me a while. So if you have more to say, go for it.
Yeah, just because I think it's important to know that when people are, I believe there was a news outlet that was looking for the video of him coming, like walking into the sheriff's station. They said they lost it. And then it turns out that they did have it, but then it lapsed. I don't know. There was something weird about the evidence of him walking into the sheriff's station, but they actually did show video of that at the prelim, right? They showed him inside of the place where he walked in to quote unquote turn himself in, right? And now there's there's a list of that. But if you just look at the evidence list, it should look like a little grid, and it should have like a 1 through I think like 20. 21 or something like that, but it's like a grid. I wish if you were on Twitter, I could just send it to you. But I think if I get out of this, it'll close my mic.
Okay, I don't. Let's assume I'm still looking. I promise. But what's your claim that it's suspicious that they don't have this stuff when he turned himself in? But they did?
No. I mean that's just one part of the narrative. I'm filling air while you look for it.
I don't even know what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. So you restate it. That's what I'm saying. You're like, find this list because you're aware that there was photos and stuff.
Well, the reason why is because it shows which county that was actually in. And so it shows which county he was Mirandized in and at which time.
Okay, so you want
it's a primary source is what I'm actually trying to bring up, not someone's stupid tweet. Now, whose tweet was that, by the way?
Mr. Exclusive.
Oh, so nobody? Just some guy.
Like you, a nobody. Some guy that's just talking out his ass.
Yeah, same guy. But I'm actually trying to get you to pull up a primary resource that you seem to want to get away from.
Why am I trying to get away as I'm actively looking?
Because it'll directly get away from your narrative, dude.
So
what
to
you
be
need
clear,
to find is the evidence. I can find it in 5 seconds, dude. Why can't you find it?
Then send it on X.
I'm on my phone. If I close out of this window, is it going to shut my mic off? Am I going to close out?
Show me source of Mirandize.
No. What you want is an evidence list.
Okay, I'm typing into Grok evidence list. Here, let me bring it up for you because you think I'm so duplicitous.
Why are you using Grok, dude?
Here we go. Evidence list Tyler Robinson. Here's the list. I said link to the official file. Here it brings up primary charging document. Here, that's the first thing it brings up.
There we go. Okay.
No, this is what you're looking for?
Oh, that's the primary charging document? Yeah, that's not it. It's what's going to be admissible for their prelim.
Okay. So then
It's
next
what they're
document, we
giving
got
to their
this
prelim.
one, the DocuCloud. And we got this. Any of that?
I mean, oh goodness. I mean, I would have to. I believe that if I switch apps, it's going to cut my mic, dude. I'm going to leave the stream.
You're saying it's so easy to find. You're accusing me. Just to be clear, you're accusing me of intentionally not showing evidence.
Oh, what? Could I share it? Could I share it in the chat and StreamYard? Can you share pictures here?
Yes. Yeah, I think in the private chat, sure.
Let me try that. Anyway, so I mean, but I'm gonna have to look for that. It's dead air for you, dude.
Well, I don't know what to say. Your argument is what this guy is saying is that he was Mirandized
in Washington County. Yes, at 6:45.
Let's see here. Where did I go? He was Mirandized at Washington County at 6:45. I want you to explain to me why his parents are staying silent.
I think because it's not their time to say anything about this right now. Like the state has a standard that they have to argue, and I think the way the defense has to work is basically like a yes and. Like they're not allowed to bring up anything that's conflicting because they have to go with the case that's beneficiary to the state.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
Can you prove that it's not? Can you prove that's not true? Can you prove it's not true?
Yes, I can absolutely prove that it's not true. Just to be clear,
I believe that the defense has to argue in the state's best evidence. They have to argue with the state's best evidence. They can't throw out stuff like that, especially if they want to set this up for appeal later.
Yes, they are absolutely allowed to respond to the evidence that's brought to the forefront, including
and that's it. But that's actually the standard they're held.
Please let me finish my thought and then you could respond, including claims of things like the timeline and other evidence that was introduced. So they would be welcome to introduce evidence that would dispute the timeline.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got on cross-examination Agent Hall to figure out, one, that there was a bald man driving a car that was in front of Miss Noble's house that they only got that out of cross-examination. And also the multiple fingerprints on the firearm, they got out of cross-examination on a different hearing, by the way. That was the one to keep cameras out. They managed to get that out of him then. So he's been caught twice withholding information. And Officer Bagley's camera just turning off is awfully suspicious, given how those cameras work. He should be getting alerts and all that stuff. I mean, he was just on duty for about an hour and a half, you know?
I'm aware of the litany of things that people just want to rapid fire talk about.
This is just evidence of a faulty.
What you could do is please let me finish my thought, like I'm doing to you, and then you could respond. Got it? Okay, thank you so much. So I'm aware of the litany of things. When it comes to the Mirandized issue, first, you talked about how Andrew still has questions. Yes, most reasonable people do. However, the evidence strongly suggests that Tyler Robinson is the person that did this. We will hopefully get more answers when the state first tries to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, which they have not yet tried to do. There's several issues that we could have with the Mirandized issue. They could have wrote the wrong time on the document. It could be 6:25 a.m. and they accidentally put p.m. because what I was reading is a lot of people a lot of these actually use military time. It could have been that this is on the 12th. All of these things are possible.
Make sense, Rob. That wouldn't make
We're going to try this again where you could let me finish my thoughts and then you get a chance to speak. Does that sound fair? All right. Thank you so much. What wouldn't make sense was his parents staying silent even before the trial or before the hearing, that they know that the prosecution is lying, that the police are lying. Imagine turning your kid in at 6 o'clock and then, another possibility. He was allowed to keep his phone once he was into custody. In fact, the video of him in custody seems to suggest that he still had his phone on him. All of these things are possible. Now, it's worth asking questions about it, but it would seem ludicrous that his parents, all through this, would never bring up to the defense or never bring up to the public that the police are clearly lying, that these messages are clearly fabricated because their son couldn't possibly have made these messages. It's even further than just their word, because no doubt they would have had their phones on them, which means it would have been pinging off cell towers. So they'd be able to prevent physical evidence right now to both the media before the pretrial hearing and during the pretrial hearing that would have exonerated their son, and they've mysteriously chosen not to. Second, with the bald man thing, eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable, and we also don't have a full examination of what the actual claim was that was made. For example, all we know is they did say that they looked like a bald man and other people in the car, but it could have been that the conversation went something like this, because we haven't seen the full context. Did you see who was in the car? I don't know. It was really fast. I barely paid attention. Yeah, but what do you think you saw? If I had to guess, I'd say it was maybe a bald man with 3 people in the car. So it could be that they had extreme confidence it was a bald man and were mistaken, or that they had very little confidence it was a bald man and were mistaken. Nonetheless, the preponderance of evidence suggests that Tyler Robinson did this, though it is a question worth asking, and we'll see if it's addressed when it gets to trial. Thirdly, when it comes to the DNA, there's no problem with the DNA whatsoever. All of the evidence was handed over to the defense by April 1st, has been shown in filings over and over again. The degraded DNA proves nothing, and the fact that the DNA on the screwdriver and on the towel both put Tyler Robinson, or at least someone in Tyler Robinson's house, at both the crime scene and the scene where the gun dropped off. Very compelling evidence, let alone that only his DNA out of him and Lance Twiggs was on the gun that we know, seems to suggest strongly that he was the shooter.
Yeah, well, I didn't even talk about the DNA. What I talked about is how David Hull refused to acknowledge that there were multiple sets of fingerprints on the firearm. I didn't even talk about DNA. The fact that you want to talk about it is so interesting, but it's also interesting that you wanted to walk away from the fact that even if they had the time switched on the video or on the timestamp of him getting Mirandized, that doesn't negate the fact that he was still in Washington County when it happened. So if it was in the morning or if it was in the evening, it would still make their case totally fucked up, that his Discord messages and, frankly, the text messages. If it was in the morning of September 11, it makes your case even worse.
Again, I gave a litany of possible response from that, right?
I just responded to you. Could you please contend with it?
Yes, you did not respond to the litany of responses I gave. You said if it was
no,
at 6 in the morning,
I did by the fact that you gave.
We're gonna try one more time. This will be your last attempt. We're going to see if you can control yourself, your last attempt. I don't mind the conversation. It's fine to have someone who wants to talk evidence. I'm tired of your constant talking over me as I sit here silently and allow you to make your point. It is my show, and I think I'm being incredibly generous, and I'm tired of every time I try to speak, you talking over me. So we're going to give you one more chance, okay? Now, I need you to affirmatively say, yes, I understand. Do you understand that you have one more chance?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So, what I was saying is that there is a litany of things that you didn't respond to all of them. Your first argument seems to be if it was 6 a.m., this would be worse. It makes the timeline worse. No, it wouldn't necessarily make the timeline worse when it comes to the Discord messages, because it would prove that he had time. I also said that he could have had his phone on him even after 6, as the one little video we have from him in the police station seems to show that he still had his phone. So even if he was Mirandized at 6:25 or whatever it was p.m. in Washington County, he still could have made those. There's also the chance that the document's incorrect, was written incorrectly, and they just have the timestamp wrong. Could have been 9:25 instead of 6:25, etc. And there's a chance that the date of it was the 12th. All of those are possibilities. You saying that it just makes the timeline worse to be on the morning of the 11th, or 6, I believe you're saying 6:25 a.m. on the 11th. I'm not suggesting that. I was suggesting 6:25 a.m. on the 12th, not on the 11th.
That's not what the data stamp says for the evidentiary. It says like 15A WCO 911 25. That's when the video was taken.
It says, wait, it says what?
So in the evidence, that the prosecution brings in, it shows a date for the video where he's walking into the sheriff's department. And it says on the 11th, which makes sense because that makes sense because that makes sense when he has a booking statement in Utah County at 10 a.m.
But no one's saying that the videos.
Steven Crowder shared the booking at Utah County.
No one's disputing. No one's disputing that the video is from the 11th. No one's disputing that.
Okay, so
that's
when was
the official timeline. Well, yeah, that's the question.
When he was Mirandized.
The question: what did the timestamp say on the video?
There was no timestamp on the video. That's very interesting, isn't it?
Well, wait. I thought you just said the timestamp on the video said X.
Okay, so there is a date for the video. There is no timestamp that they brought into the preliminary, but there is a statement I think it's in the document to keep media out of the courtroom. There's actually his recorded statement at Washington County, and that is timestamped at 6:45.
What day?
What day was? I mean, that was. You would assume it was at Washington County, so that would have to be at the 11th because he was already back in Utah County on the 12th.
Okay, so then, just to be clear, what you just said there is a video or a booking photo of him at 6. What time again?
I mean, so that's why I brought up the footage of him actually walking in. There was a news outlet, I think it was a local ABC outlet that was looking for that footage of him actually walking in. And the sheriff's department said that they didn't have it. And then they asked for a grandma request to get it back from them, and they said that it actually deleted because of a 30-day period. Okay. But now it's been entered into the preliminary hearing, which means that they do have it. So
you've seen it.
Well, that's what we all saw. That the whole preliminary, all we saw was the back of Tyler Robinson with him holding what looks like a wallet or a cell phone.
Right, and that's timestamped?
It must be, but that's not what we saw during the preliminary, right?
No, but
we can go back. We can go back through the preliminary. It must be timestamped, but the video that we saw during the preliminary, we didn't get to see the timestamp.
But pause. You seem to say that there's some sort of a photo, a timestamp, something on the 11th at 6 something with him. Did you not say that, or am I miss? Okay,
no,
what is that?
There is.
Cool.
Okay,
that's what I'm asking.
So that dialogue, that transcript is within, I believe it's in the the paperwork that says to keep cameras out of the courtroom or something like that. I believe it's in one of the previous filings.
Okay.
Yeah, and
you've seen it.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, so you've seen this photo of him at the police station at 6 something September 11th.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I've seen a filing of him being Mirandized. I've seen a filing of the transcript of him being Mirandized where it's timestamped. Where he's at Washington County.
I think there's some confusion. So you were not saying that there is a photo or video that you've seen of Tyler Robinson timestamped 6 something p.m. You were just saying
I've not seen a photo of that. No.
Okay, I thought that's what you were saying. I thought you were saying that have seen. No. So all you're saying is we see the footage we've all seen of him in the station with looks like a phone, right?
And we would love to see a timestamp on that, right? Both of us.
But we
both of us would love to see a timestamp on that, right?
We haven't seen a time. Yeah, of course. But we haven't seen a timestamp on that. And then you've seen a photo or a form of the Miranda thing.
Right. There's a form of a transcript.
Okay. But you have not seen any photo or video evidence of him at this police station at like 6 o'clock.
No, but there's a story behind it, and that's the story I was telling you about the news outlet that was looking for it and then was denied it, and then it turns out that they apparently do have it because they showed it during the prelim.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
And they showed it in the prelim, but this was one of the things that we couldn't see at the prelim.
I mean, all we saw was him. Basically, we didn't even see his face when he was in the sheriff's department, right?
No, but I'm confused. Your argument is there is footage of him walking into the police station.
There must be.
And they said we lost it. It's not there. But then they lied because they showed it at court.
That's what I would assume.
Did you watch real quick? Did you watch the hearing?
Yeah, I watched all of it.
Okay. Did you see the footage of him walking into the police station?
They didn't show that.
Okay. So, but you believe they showed it, but just the public couldn't see it.
No, I don't think that's what they were doing. I don't think the prosecution actually threw that in there.
Okay, but you just said they don't have the footage, but then they showed the footage at the hearing.
Yeah, they showed 15 seconds of him in one room with a tiny couch on it.
But to be clear, what they're claiming was lost was footage of him walking in the courthouse.
There must be. Every sheriff's department has pictures of the doorway,
you're not
right?
making. Let me try to clear up what's happening. Most people would say, "Don't you have a camera at the doorway?" And they would say, "Yes." The problem is when news outlets went, they said, "Oh, it resets every 30 days. We don't have that." You seem to be suggesting, but that's bullshit because in the hearing they played that footage. But then when I'm like, "Oh, they did," you're like, "Well, no, they didn't play that footage. They just showed a small clip from when he was in the interrogation room." But that's different. That's not them hiding and lying about having this front door footage and then showing it in court. So just to be clear, let me finish. Just to be clear, you are not suggesting that they played footage in court that they lied about and said they didn't have previously. You're not suggesting that.
No, they just showed whatever they wanted to show for their case, and all they thought that was necessary was the back end of what appears to be Tyler Robinson with what looks like maybe a phone or maybe a wallet in his hand.
Okay, so again, I was confused on your whole story. So again, the only footage we have is what looks like his cell phone when he's in the interrogation room.
Yeah, and we assume that's Washington County.
Okay, if we assume that's Washington County and he had his phone in the interrogation room, could he have from there utilized Discord?
I doubt it, man. I doubt it.
Do you think I could utilize Discord right now?
I don't see why after a 33-hour manhunt that anyone would allow you to still have your phone.
But the video seems to suggest,
especially if they figured that the left was going to do something.
I just did it. I just accessed Discord. It's crazy. I did it. If the footage shows him with his phone, then your claim of, well, I wouldn't think they would do it is irrelevant because the footage shows him with his phone.
So do you think it's in normal police work to allow one of the biggest perpetrators in the country to still have their electronic devices after they walk into your facilities?
I'm not sure. I will say this, I think that...
Is that what you would do?
I don't know. It depends on what was going on. If he's coming in voluntarily to talk to me, he might, maybe they would leave him keep his phone. The video seems, what's the suggestion here? That it was sloppy police work, or they intentionally let him keep the phone so the police could then make Discord messages and they'd have plausible deniability to say, well, we left him keep his phone. Because
if he's got his phone, how? Oh, what video?
The video seems to show him having his phone when he's in the interrogation room.
Hard to say. It's hard to say. Could we really say that looks like a phone, or does it look like a wallet?
It looks like a phone. Let's see if I can find it.
It would be easier to pick out if that's a phone or a wallet than it would be whoever is on top of the roof of the Losi Center with that grainy footage. Do we agree? It might be easier to pick the one we're talking about than that other one.
I don't know what the question is. You can't tell if it's, you tell me, you can't tell if it's a phone or a wallet, right?
I can't really. I would appreciate better footage. I would appreciate better footage, yeah.
Oh, me too, I guess. Do you think they have better footage and they're hiding it?
Maybe.
So your argument is you think the police have better footage of the interrogating room and they're intentionally hiding it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that because even interrogation videos on YouTube, they're all over the place. They all look pretty
Right.
messed up. Yeah.
I can't I'm looking. Wait, there's that. Will this have the video? Let me see.
I guess I'm just expecting that they would at this point.
Well, I don't know. They might have more of that footage and they just showed a small portion of it. But
yeah, I mean it would have been cool to see his face in there, you know. I'm not saying anything really, just it would like stop a lot of people and a lot from making so many assumptions if we actually saw his face in there.
Well, just to be clear, it was the defense that was protesting stuff being released.
I understand.
Yeah. So the prosecution wanted to release a lot more, correct?
As is their want.
Right. Well, if you would think that if they were setting this guy up, you think it would be the opposite.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that the defense is setting him up. Right. This is what we see. Yeah.
And Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
That looks like a phone to me.
I mean,
and
I would just say it's hard to
watching
say.
it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's wearing a dark colored baseball cap with that's like I believe it's like maybe the Hurdy symbol on it, or white.
I don't know if it just, that's basically
yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. So that's what I'm saying, you know, like.
I don't, again, the defense didn't want more. Maybe the prosecution was like, we'll release the whole interrogation. And the defense didn't want. So the idea that this.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, the idea that this is somehow shady, I don't see that. We're not at the trial yet. Again, we start this conversation because you're like, isn't it strange that Andrew's like, sure, I still have questions. I don't think so at all. I think that's normal.
So the one point about that video, though, is that we could both agree there is no timestamp, right?
Correct.
And wouldn't it be like, it would dispel all of the conspiratards or whatever if there was just a timestamp on that thing. It would dispel a lot of narratives.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, it might help, but what would happen would be like, well, how do you know they didn't just let him sit there for 3 hours and then showed that footage? And he actually did turn himself in at 6, right? Couldn't that be an argument?
I mean,
like, let's just for the sake of argument, if that timestamp right here in this video said 9:45 p.m., would you say, oh, then there's no issue with the Miranda thing?
No, what I would say is if that showed 9:45 on it, I would say, well, he's got his phone right there. He could have put the Discord messages. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think you might still say, I don't know. He was Mirandized at 6.
Are you inside my head, Rob? Are you inside my head? I just told you in good faith what I would do. Why would I deny something like that?
Okay, just to be clear, what you would say is, you would say that, and I'd say, I don't know. I still think there's problems. This proves that the official timeline by the police is wrong. And you'd say, no, that's outrageous. I would never say that, Rob. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying if that was timestamped at 9:40.
I think you're lying.
Okay, well then you're being bad faith.
I'm not being bad. Just to be clear, your argument is if you believed he was Mirandized at 6, therefore turned himself in then, and this timestamp said 9:45, and the official police timeline was he turned himself in at 9, you wouldn't say their timeline's wrong. You wouldn't say that.
Oh no. I don't see how you'd need to be Mirandized and not be transported immediately.
So then your argument is you'd still say, I still have problems.
What was he doing for 3 hours?
Could you just answer my question instead of questioning?
I would say, yeah, I mean, I might ask what was he doing for 3 hours, but it might lend more to the narrative that he actually did write those messages. But yeah, I would say, what was he doing for those 3 hours?
How did I get in your head and I knew you would still have questions? Isn't that crazy? I was in your head, even when you were saying no. Isn't that weird that I was in your head like that? Amazing, right? I must be clairvoyant. So before you jump down my throat, don't get in my head. I was explaining exactly what you're acknowledging. Well, yes, this is what I would say. So don't get so jumpy. The Problem is, there's a bunch of questions that could be raised, or a bunch of explanations that could be done with this Miranda thing. I don't think that means it's inappropriate to question. The 4 things I had as actual intelligent questions to ask about this are, number 1, are the pictures actually sort of fuckeried? I don't think they are. I think what we're seeing from the police or from the prosecution is the actual raw security footage, and it may have been horizontally flipped once just to go, but I don't think, given the defense didn't protest, I don't think that they fucked with it. And I think what Candace and them are producing are actually altered pictures. The number 2 would be the eyewitness that says about the bald man. I think that's a fair question, right? Eyewitness testimony could be wrong, but I'd like to hear more from that in that conversation and see what's going on. 3 would be this Miranda issue. I think that that's actually something that's worth looking at. And 4th is the steakhouse issue. I think if that steakhouse issue proves the case, that causes significant problems with the timeline. Now, all of those could have legitimate answers, or they could be dead ends. I don't know, but those are legitimate questions. I don't have a problem with any of that. That's why I don't have 100% confidence whatsoever. But I think the evidence is overwhelming. And each of these have problems, like this Miranda issue. Again, I don't know. Do you have kids? Do you mind if I ask?
No.
You presumably have a loved one, a mother, a brother, something, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes. If your loved one was facing life in prison and the prosecution was just blatantly fucking lying about a confession they made, and you had evidence to easily prove it was true, why wouldn't you raise it? Not only would I raise it with the defense, I would raise it with the judge, I would raise it with the public, because this is beyond just, if this is true, this is beyond, well, they got the wrong man. This is the police are intentionally setting this man up and lying. And that's outrageous. So why would the parents be quiet? It just makes no sense. Would you be quiet in that sense?
I'll actually tell you, I've got experience with the legal system. Mm-hmm. And I would say at some points it is better to be kind of quiet, No.
Yeah. Not in this situation. They're going to let their kid fry?
Well, I mean, he's not going to fry now unless there's something going on behind the scenes. He's assuming that everything goes as it's supposed to go, he should be safe right now.
No,
the safest place for him to be is in prison.
No. You would let your kid rot in prison for like a year and a half instead of
jail and prison are different, by the way.
Jail could be worse many times, actually.
I understand. Because it's easier to get, someone in there and someone access. But I mean, I assume he's under some protective custody. I would assume.
No, this is a big stretch. It's a big stretch to say you would let your loved one sit in jail for a year and a half when you had evidence that could exonerate them. That's a big stretch. That's a big stretch. Really?
Do you know anything about Tyler Robinson's parents?
Just from what's been said publicly.
They
seem to be more conservative. They thought their child was getting more distance, talking more about politics. It seems like it's implying they were devastated when their son basically implied to them it was him and offered to take his life. And they were they convinced him because they cared about him that he needed to turn himself in.
Yeah, I mean, and so you think at that point they would stay quiet?
No. I think they would absolutely speak out.
So Carmelo Anthony, what you think that he was definitely guilty?
Yeah, it looks pretty much, yeah.
And what did his parents do?
Spoke out, said he was innocent.
So wait, if we just did the inverse, what would you imply there?
If they didn't speak out, would that mean that they thought their son was guilty? Is that what you're asking me?
No. So Carmelo Anthony, guilty, spoke out, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so maybe being a little too loud, maybe a little misdirection, maybe the fact that they're being quiet means that they actually think that he's innocent.
No, if you had... Again, this is different. The Carmelo Anthony situation is vastly different because what we're talking about here is 100% easy proof to prove that the police are railroading your son and you have definitive evidence that shows that they're lying to arrest him. This is different than just saying our baby did nothing wrong. It's completely different. You would not stay silent in this. Let's assume that the trial occurs and they never present this evidence. The parents never speak up. Actually, he was in custody at 6 o'clock. It's impossible. What would your argument then be? Well, they're still staying silent for strategic reasons?
They would have to.
Why?
Because the way that Utah law is practiced, there's a certain just the way that the preliminary works. The defense has to work with the state's evidence. They can't. They have to basically yes and. They can't go and just throw things out there because it'll get thrown out.
Okay, if that's true, why did they challenge the DNA evidence?
What they did was cross-examine what they actually meant by DNA evidence.
So they challenged the state's DNA evidence.
I mean, in a way.
Why didn't they just?
I guess they asked them to clarify what they were talking about. That's what.
Well, they challenged it as well. They didn't just say clarify.
By making them question. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So your argument is they aren't allowed to challenge the official timeline.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's accurate. I believe they're allowed to challenge any evidence. Furthermore, would you acknowledge that they're allowed to bring up, they would be allowed to bring up outside the scope of this prosecutorial misconduct, right? They'd be allowed to bring that to the judge's attention, even if it wasn't in this hearing.
They did. One of the prosecutors got held in contempt.
Excellent. So that means if they had evidence that the prosecution was lying about the timeline intentionally, they'd be allowed to bring it up, and they would have every incentive to.
Yeah, but then they would have to have proof. I think you risk being disbarred if you don't have a bulletproof case of the lawyers like doing misconduct. You know, they have to be careful with their reputation as well.
No, you wouldn't be disbarred, and they have proof. They have the parents and their cell phones that will prove what time he was there. So they have proof.
Well, I believe that it's been an issue for the defense to get. They're not even. I don't even think they're at like a proper discovery period. They've only been given a certain amount of things, and I think even the prosecution themselves haven't been given everything. As far as I know, the firearm is still held at CENTCOM.
What would be the relevance?
Quantico. Sorry.
What would be the relevance of this? The prosecution has said, I believe without discrepancy by the defense, that they handed everything over in discovery by April 1st. Now, maybe it's possible that there are certain things that the Fed still have that the prosecution doesn't have, like maybe the physical gun. But the point is that would be irrelevant to what we're talking about here. There'd be nothing in discovery that would be needed for the defense to reach out to the parents and say, excuse me, is it true that he was turned in at 9 o'clock? And they'd say, my God, no, we had him there at 6. And the defense would say, because they're claiming he wrote these Discord messages at like 9 o'clock. That couldn't be. We had him turned in at 6. Did you have cell phones on you? Yes. Okay, we want to get those cell phones right now. We're going to actually get an expert to show that they pinged off the towers there and that you were actually at the police station at 6. No part of discovery is necessary for the defense to do that. And you just acknowledged, real quick, you just acknowledged that they spoke up when they thought the prosecution was doing something untoward before. So why wouldn't they speak up if the police are intentionally lying about the timeline and manufactured Discord messages? They challenged Lance Twiggs' testimony, right? They spoke up and were angry about the testimony of Lance Twiggs because they didn't get the ability to cross-examine it. So why wouldn't they speak up and say, we have proof that the Discord messages were manufactured by police, definitive proof? Why wouldn't they do that?
I think because they have to argue within the scope. But I mean, just real quick, you mentioned the Lance Twiggs testimony. Don't you think that it should be fair that they should be able to cross-examine Lance Twiggs?
Yes, they'll get their chance at the trial.
Do you think so?
Yes. If Lance Twiggs, they'll have a chance to cross-examine Lance,
and
of course.
Did you watch all of that, or did you just watch summaries of that?
No, I watched most of it, but not all of it. So I think I watched 3 of the days, but not all 5.
Did you sit through the entire Lance Twiggs testimony?
Most of it.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna like pound you on stuff that you haven't seen, but I mean, I just think you should check it out just because of the fact that he talks and then it goes black.
Yeah,
and then he talks and gives it, and then it goes black, and then I thought initially that these people were in different states, but it seems like they might be in the same room. I'm not really sure about that. But either way, like that kind of testimony through a Zoom call is really strange,
I don't know how strange that. I mean, you keep saying things like, well, that's odd. I don't know if it is or not. I can't claim to be an expert when it comes to these sorts of things. I'll say this, like, I would think that it is of high probability that if this testimony is used, hearsay's allowed in the preliminary hearing, right?
1102, yes.
Right. Is it also allowed at the trial?
No.
Correct. So they'll have a chance to cross-examine Lance Twiggs.
Unless they don't decide. I mean, they would have to subpoena him, I guess, but that might only be the defense at that point. I don't know if the prosecution even would.
Well, that's fine. I care about is that the defense has the right. That's
well,
what I'm concerned with.
We're talking in the future, and we're talking hypothetical.
Well, right, but the point that I'm trying to make, do you believe there's enough probable cause to go to trial?
I mean, I would. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's it. Now, I think that the evidence is pretty compelling right now, though you're right, there's outstanding questions, right? But all of these have potential answers, as you would have to admit, and we'll see. Like, it might be a situation. I mean, what would you do if they're just like, you know what? Our fucking guy accidentally wrote 6:25 instead of 9:25 p.m. And the defense is like, that's
see.
right.
Yeah, I mean, that I would be all over that. I would be like, they did him dirty. I would say they did him dirty at that point, allowed.
That would be the opposite. That wouldn't be they did him dirty. That's just a paperwork error that wouldn't be. If they fucking railroaded this, I'll be the first person to say this is fucking outrageous. But like, it's weird because your initial call was like, well, Andrew seemed to imply. That's what Andrew's always implied. It's what I've always implied.
Well, it was directly about it was directly about the Discord messages, and that's what I was talking about. I was trying to explain to you how you can get to that with those Discord messages, because if you look at the timeline and you look at where he was, given all the primary resources, it's likely to infer that those Discord messages were sent after he was already in custody.
Well, again, it may be, but he had his phone on him. That's a potential. Or it may be, there's a litany of possibilities. It could be that
I would want to know who those booking officers are that let him have his phone after he walked in and basically was saying, I'm like implicated in this super important event.
Well, he didn't say that. His parents probably did.
No. Actually, it was Mike Mitchell that said it. And you think that, let me ask you, in the same vein that the parents aren't saying anything, why wouldn't the prosecution bring up Mike Mitchell, the one who allegedly got all of this testimony, the one that everyone's narrative basically hangs on? Why wouldn't they bring him up? For him to say, yeah, this is the kid that came to me. I was his Boy Scout leader. I'm a bishop. I was a former perv cop. And I'm here to tell you that this kid came to me and told me this. Why didn't they bring him up?
Because you have it backwards, and so does Candace.
No, I don't.
Let me finish. Because all they have to do is prove probable cause. For example, they also, if you look at the evidence filing record, they claim they have GPS data. They claim they have Google Maps data. They don't have to do any of that.
Funny, they never brought any of it up.
Right? Listen to me. I'm explaining why. Because they well exceeded probable cause. Well exceeded. They didn't have to bring any of this stuff up. It would be the defense that would want to bring up slam dunk evidence to keep their man out of jail. That's who would do it. The bar for probable cause is actually quite low. So here's how it's been explained to me by a lawyer. Let's say that hypothetically,
I agree with that too.
Okay, so then I don't have to get into it. So then you understand why they wouldn't bring up Mitch. Another thing that they didn't bring up, like for example, what would be a really good slam dunk is if the prosecution brought the parents up and the parents said what was alleged, right? That, oh my God, the mom says, that looks like my son, calls him. He says, I'm homesick. Then mom goes to dad and says, that looks like our son. He's like, oh my God, it does. Then he sees a picture of the rifle and goes, that looks like grandpa's rifle. Then he calls his son and says, son, was that you? And son basically breaks down and says, I'm thinking of ending my life. That's compelling testimony for the prosecution, you would agree, right? If true.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a fantastic thing for them to bring up.
And you acknowledge that it says in the prosecution, or in the, what's the word I'm looking for? The prosecution document, the original one, that it says all this, right?
Yeah, and that comes from the testimony of Mike Mitchell.
Okay. So then why wouldn't the prosecution call the parents up and just have them say that in the probable cause hearing?
Why wouldn't they just have Mike Mitchell come up and testify?
Well, the parents would be even more damning, right? Why have
Yeah.
Mitchell come up and have hearsay when you could just have the parents directly, correct?
You could, but you could also
So why wouldn't
based on the charging document themselves and the thing that's being referenced, they could just go ahead and get that from them, just like they could have Lance Twiggs in court to get cross-examined.
But the question is, why didn't they? If it's such a slam dunk, why wouldn't they bring the parents up? You want me to tell you? Because they didn't need to. And you're going to have to compel the parents to testify with the subpoena, probably, because who the hell wants to testify against their kid? So why would you do it? You're just like, we got the written statement by Mitchell, clearly gives probable cause. We got the video, we got the DNA, we got the murder weapon, we got the medical examiner's report, we got his confessions. Easy case for probable cause. So you don't have to bring up all the other shit.
That's
Why
fine.
keep
I'm
your
not
hand?
arguing. I'm not arguing that it's not going to go to trial. But Rob, let me ask you this: do you think that having Don Jr. in the courtroom, do you think that also puts pressure on the judge to take it to trial?
No, I think the evidence
Why?
was overwhelming. I think the evidence was overwhelming that it would probable cause was met, so it was going to trial whatsoever.
You don't think that having all that pressure on him would lead him to like make certain decisions?
No. It'd be like saying this, like, do you think the fact that this was a national case that people were outraged made it more likely that the judge would make this decision?
Yeah.
Okay, so what? What are we going to do about it? The truth is,
Well, I'm just hoping that you agree that if the president's son comes down and sits in the courtroom, that actually puts influence on the judge.
I don't think.
I'm just hoping you admit that.
I think he had every right to be there, and I think that there was already influence on the judge. He has the right as a friend and as an associate of the person to be in the court while the justice is trying to be served for his friend. You disagree?
I mean, I guess that's cool. Was Benny Johnson like a good friend of his?
I don't know. What's the normal rules on who's allowed in a court? Press, people that lobby to be there, and are you saying they made special exemptions for Benny Johnson? They're out of the norm?
I mean, he said that Erica Kirk asked him to be there.
That could be true, and then what?
Then he lied.
Because Erica Kirk said I didn't?
What?
Or you're saying Benny Johnson said Erica Kirk asked me to be here?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, are you saying that Erica Kirk has said, no, I didn't? Because you're saying he's lying.
I'm saying he lied about what he saw.
Oh, but you don't have proof that he lied about Erica. This is all big nothing. I don't understand. You're already acknowledging that the evidence was there for a trial. Probable cause was easily met. So I don't.
Yeah, and I'm also saying that the fact that Donald Trump Jr. was there would probably have solidified it anyway.
I don't think so. I don't think that this judge would have been like,
agree to disagree there, sir. Agree to disagree.
I don't think the judge. So your claim is, had probable cause not been reached, and the whole world watched that trial and was like, this is a joke. There's no probable cause. That this judge would have been like, well, but Don Jr.'s here, so I'll say yes.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't see any evidence of that.
But it's hypothetical anyway. It's all.
I just, I guess I don't understand what your issue is. Like in that, I think that. When you look at, let me finish real quick. When you look at someone like me or Andrew that are like, Absolutely, we'll entertain these questions. We have questions ourselves. We're not 100% certain. We wouldn't condemn this guy to death. He has the right to a fair trial. He should have the right to a competent defense. We have questions, but we also have counter questions. It's like, well, if this is iffy, why the hell isn't defense doing anything about it? Like, for example, the steakhouse. The defense has his bank records. That's simple. Like, just bring it up. But they're not. But okay, maybe they're waiting till trial, but there's clearly evidence to get to trial. So we say 75 to 85% confident, somewhere in that range, maybe 90 for me, right? Compared to someone like Candace Owens, it's like 0%. And by the way, I have overwhelming confidence that the feds are setting him up as a patsy. And we're just like, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence of these claims you made, like Erica's involved or Israel's involved? That's the issue we have. I don't have an issue with you being like, wait a minute, what about this Miranda issue? I too have questions about that. I think it's a good question. You see the difference, though, between what you're doing and what, like, Candace Owens is doing.
Yeah, I think there's a thing that happens when, and let me just say, Rob, please get some honey and lemon. Don't run your voice out. Keep doing what you're doing.
I got the eucalyptus.
Don't hurt yourself doing this, man. You know what I mean?
Like, it's fun. I enjoy it because I think that I'm doing what's right, and I think for me.
But also,
whatever. I don't have to explain.
I understand. I just don't hurt yourself doing this. But also, just remember, like when it gets to this, I think we could probably both agree. Like during the I know you're maybe on YouTube. I'll just say C-19 thing. People,
you can say COVID now. They let us do it.
Yeah, it's not just about the lab leak. It's not just about the mask. Like all these things are different conversations. So you can't be like, oh, just because you question masks, you're an anti-vaxxer. Just because you think it's a lab leak, there are people that think it's a lab leak that got the vaccine. You know what I mean? So there's all these like different ways of going about this, and so you just have to make sure that you don't do the lumping. You know what I mean? I think that's fair. I just because you can get off base and maybe not be willing to hear where people are coming from because you've already put up your guards. You know what?
I don't think that's the case, and I'll explain why. I heard you out. We had I thought we were talking over each other, but no big deal. Who gives a fuck? I heard you out. I don't think I was unreasonable.
No, we're cool. And I just will publicly, I'll just apologize. I tried to jump forward just by being inflammatory, but.
Can I show you one thing? I think I found what you were looking for, right?
Yeah.
And I would like for the audience to see, and this is about you're looking for the document about him being Mirandized, right? Mm-hmm. Shit, where did I have it? I just had it. Oh, here. Okay, tell me if this is what you were looking for. I know it looks really, but it says, page 70, it says, the state will not be able to produce such proof in this case. Discovery Bates at page 20 indicates that the evening of his arrest, Tyler Robinson declined to be interviewed without having an attorney present. The video encounter at Bates at timestamp 3:36:53 indicate the following, which is 6:25 p.m.
3:36. That's 3:33 and 2 3s added together.
Oh shit, Masons. It says
Illuminati confirmed.
But here's where it says 6:25 p.m. So Tyler, before we begin, I'm going to read you your rights, blah blah blah, and then it takes a minute, and then 6:26. Apparently, Tyler says, "I'd like to speak with my legal counsel. I'm hoping for a fellow in Utah named Doug Terry." He says, okay. And then Tyler says, I'm told he's pretty good attorney here, but I think my folks are trying to get a hold of him, but I think his office is closed for the night. This is what you were talking about, right?
Yes.
And this clearly does say 6:25 p.m. Absolutely right. But
if you took some context clues and just thought about Utah, you would infer that that this was on a Thursday or a Wednesday and not on a Friday, because on a Friday it would be over the weekend. And if he doesn't know who his parents are talking to, if it was over like a 24, 25 hours period, he doesn't know who his parents are just talking to. He just talked to his parents after this.
Okay,
so the context clues
I don't necessarily, I don't think so. I think that he would have remembered they said this guy, even if it was 24 hours later. But here's the issue. You acknowledge it says the evening of his arrest, correct? That's what's highlighted pink there. Okay.
Yep.
Brian Davis, probable cause entered at 9/12/25. He was arrested on the 12th at 4 a.m.
And
so if this was
which county? Which county?
This is sworn officer, attorney general, the Utah County Sheriff's Office.
Right. So he walked into the Washington County Sheriff's Department and got Mirandized.
But he wasn't arrested.
So there's a formal arrest. There's a Miranda. So there's a difference between booking, arrest, Mirandized, detained.
Correct. So you'll acknowledge he wasn't arrested when he walks into the original place in Washington
Yes,
County.
but you are being detained, and while you are being detained, anything that you say can be used against you under a court of law.
But that's not being arrested, correct? Just to be clear.
I guess that's so what you have is a formal arrest at 10 a.m. or something like that, and the booking is at like 10.
So what it says that indicates it was the evening of his arrest, and he wasn't arrested till the 12th, according to the paperwork. It would seem to suggest that he was Mirandized on the 12th.
Okay, so now if you could find, I'm telling you, if you look at the evidence list, they show that the Washington Sheriff's County Department has a video of him there at 9/11/2025, and that's where they took that statement that you're looking at.
Let me see. You know what I could do? It might help me.
Because
I took a picture.
Brian Davis is the arresting officer, but the person that actually brought him into Washington County is a different person.
Maybe. What I did was I took a screenshot of that. Maybe if I put that into Grok and say, find me the official document this is from, that might actually help me. You know what I mean? So let's try this.
Yeah.
Let me try. And then we'll see what we can do.
If I was on Twitter, I would just pull it up for you right now, dude.
Well, I could find that picture that I just found on Twitter, but what I can't find is a link to the whole filing. Because what you want is that this is going to say something like this was from Washington County or something like that. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what we're looking for. So I'll see if I can find, because for that we'll want like the actual official document. I think we'll have a better idea from that. If we
I think what it is, I think the document that it is what the prosecution is entering into evidence. Whatever document that is.
Motion to exclude evidence. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Motion to vacate. Motion to vacate preliminary. Motion. Preliminary brief. No, that's not right. All right, give me a second. I might be able to find this. All right. Is this 70 pages? Okay. You tell me if this is it. If this looks familiar. Where the heck was it? Does this look right? Let's go to page 70 and see. How's that sound? Because that was listed page 70, so that might give us a good idea. Okay. Now, I hope you at least trust that I'm not being an asshole. I'm trying to present the evidence. You were like trying to imply that I was hiding it. I'm not. Are you still there? Did I lose you? Hello? Oh, shit. Tell me I didn't lose the guy while we find the evidence that maybe he was looking for. There's a lot of blank pages here. Am I still streaming? Okay, there we go. Okay. Shit! This is it! And Yeah, come back. I found it. I see you in the chat. Come back. This is it. Yeah, just come back. I think it was an accident. He's still in the chat, so let's see if he comes back. By the way, the other two callers, I'm not going to get to you. I'm so sorry. It's 3 a.m. where I'm at. I got to get up at some point tomorrow. No, I actually... it got a little contentious at the beginning. I'm actually enjoying the conversation because I think that we're getting somewhere. At least it's someone making claims, you know. So I'm actually enjoying the conversation. Yeah, let's just come back. It's all right. But what I'm looking for is where is he not coming back? Son of a bitch. It's very frustrating. There, okay. All right. All right. This is what you were looking for, right? This is what I just pulled up, but this is the official document. It's page 70.
Yes. There.
Okay, now what do you want me to look for?
Okay, so this is right. So this is him being Mirandized, and so what I want to try to show you is the evidence of how this can be cross-referenced to where he was when he got this Mirandized.
Yes, right. You think he was in Washington County?
Exactly.
Okay. So how do we cross-reference? That's what I'm asking.
So yeah, and that's what I was looking for. That's why I dropped. I was out looking for where I can find the list. What it is the prosecution's list of the things they want to enter into the preliminary. I think it was out in March or something like that. I wish I had the docket number and stuff. I feel unprepared for having these notes for you, but
all right. So
I'd be better if I had these docket numbers for you.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I mean, no one's expecting you to have them on the top, of course. Let's see. I got a bunch of files here. Let's see. That's not.
And right. What it looks like is what it looks like is a grid. It looks like like a one bar, one short bar, and then a long grid of details of things inside of, and it's like a numbered list. So that's kind of what you're looking for.
Okay, how about this?
There it is.
Okay.
So now, if you could zoom in a little bit.
Fuck, how do I do that? You hit like
Control plus. Control plus.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Is that good enough for you? Okay. Now what are we looking for? You're looking for.
If you go to 15, I think it's either 12 or 15.
Video at WCSO on 9/11.
So that's Washington County State.
I buy that. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, and so then we can infer with that and his Mirandizing at that video there. That's where we get that video of him walking into the police station. That's what they entered.
No. I disagree with you. I agree with what you said there, but I don't think we could infer because what I read from that Mr. Exclusive guy would still apply, that they didn't Mirandize him until he got to Utah or to the Utah Valley or whatever. In other words,
I don't know if they would take him on a 3-hour drive without Mirandizing him. They want to use everything that he says inside. That's why people, if you've ever been, I assume you've never been arrested for being drunk in public, but
I have, my friend. I have.
You get Mirandized before you get in the car because if you say anything, they need to have that.
But that's different than voluntarily turning yourself in, right? And
it's just protocol. That's the first thing you do.
I thought they Mirandized you when they arrested you.
Well, so what you're looking at when you're looking at the thing in Utah County is an official booking. The only mistyping that's going on is the actual saying that he's been arrested.
Well, but I don't. I mean, that's
do you think that what I just showed you is compelling?
No, because I think this further goes in with what one of the original theories I had was, which it could be that you don't want to Mirandize the guy until you got all your facts together and you're about to interrogate him. So the cop walks in and is like, hey, how's it going? All right, first, I got to read you your rights, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, yeah, I'd like to speak to my attorney. They're like, okay. I've
And
seen
he
that.
did that. He did that in that whole discourse right there. He did that.
Just to be clear, I will tell you this. I have personally seen, this is the worst fucking argument I've ever made, but I'm going to make it. I've personally seen an episode of The First 48. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Where they picked up a dude and drove him to the police station, then put him in a room, and the cops are all like, all right, how you want to do this? How you want to go, blah, 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 blah. And then they go in the room, they're like, okay, first, if you want to talk to us, you have the right to remain silent, blah, blah, blah. So they drove, but what I'm saying is they drove him, they pick him up and drive him to the police station, and they didn't Mirandize him in the car, right? But what I'm saying is, the only thing we have official is the document that I showed, which would seem to make.
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up.
I do admit that's a shit. Like that's almost as bad as when I say, "Well, I saw Judge Judy." That's fucking worse.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but here it says on the evening of his arrest, he was Mirandized, and the official arrest document says he was arrested on September 12th.
In which county?
Utah County.
Yeah, see, so that conflicts with the other primary resource we had brought up.
No. Let me explain. This is what the possible explanation here. He turns himself in Washington, right? He sits there for a while. They're letting him stew. They're talking to the parents. They're talking to Mitchell, right? All these people. Then they're like, okay, we're going to drive you here. They drive him there. They leave him sit there for a while. They're looking at the evidence they have. They sit down with their folder full of evidence. They're like, all right, first off, you have the right to remain silent, blah, 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 blah. He says, I'd like my attorney. That all makes sense. Just saying, well, we know that he turned himself in on the 11th in Washington. Yeah, that might be true, but that doesn't prove that he was Mirandized there. And you might say, well, it's likely that he was. Maybe, but the official document gives the explanation that he was Mirandized on the evening of his arrest, and the arrest was on the 12th. If that's true, then that solves the timeline issue.
It doesn't really solve it just because it's not protocol to Mirandize someone after they've been in custody for at this point 10 hours.
I don't know if that's protocol or not. Are you law enforcement, or do you have some knowledge of that I don't? I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I just don't know. You're making a claim I don't know. I don't know if it's that unusual. I mean, clearly, what
if I told you that if you go to the preliminary, and again now it would be hard for me to give you a timestamp.
Sure,
but
of course.
What if I told you that? And maybe I'll hit you up on X later.
Yeah.
I know you might want to go to bed, but what if I told you that they actually said that his devices were taken from him as soon as he was brought into the sheriff's department?
Well, even if I don't know if I believe that. They may be mistaken or lying, because it really does look in that video that I showed that he has his phone. So maybe they let him go in the room, and then they came in afterwards and took it. I don't know. But what I will say is this: even if that was true, that's not going to help your case, right? Because the official story is he turned himself in around like 9 or 9:30 or something, right?
That officially, well, actually, so here's the thing: is that Officer Bagley says 9. There's other reports of 10, and there's other reports of 8, and that's actually kind of another interesting part about it, is that there was conflicting within an hour or so. But if you go back to the preliminary, and I remember this for sure, is that Officer Bagley said that he heard, it was Officer Davis said that he heard that he had been brought in around 9 o'clock. He didn't say that it was for sure. He didn't give an actual time. He said that he heard from another officer, which is again just more 1102. It's totally allowed to be in there, but it's just another one of those things, And I think, Rob, we would both agree that if there was a timestamp on that footage of him being inside of that police station, that would be beneficial for everybody.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but if wishes were kisses, I don't know what to say. It's not there.
Yeah.
I don't know that they intentionally hid it or anything, but what I'm saying is, if it's accurate that he turned himself in around 9, that would be after the Discord. That would seem to make sense too, because if I was about to turn myself in for something, I might say a final goodbye to my friends. I might.
But in the text messages, it says that he's going to go. He wanted to take this to his grave, so those conflict with each other.
Well, unless his parents talked him into it. which is what the official story is. That his parents call first, his mom calls and he's like, nah, it wasn't me. And then dad calls and he breaks down. And he's like, I'm thinking of ending it all. And he's like, come on, son. And then son comes, then they call the family friend and they're like, what would be best? I believe.
And so in this depressive state, he decides to brag.
Well, I don't think it's bragging. I think you probably at that point when you're turning yourself in are thinking, this is fucking it. I'm done. So you think this might be the last chance to tell my friends. And you're just like, hey guys, I'm sorry it was me. Because remember, the official story is his friends were messaging him on Discord the day before or earlier in the day and saying, oh my God, that looks like you. And he was like, LOL, basically, nah, it's not me. And then there's no conversation for a while. And then out of nowhere, he's like, guys, that was me in the pictures. It was me. I'm sorry, basically. And then he would turn himself in.
Challenged that.
No, they didn't.
That.
No, they didn't. Discord, originally Governor Cox mistakenly said on like the 12th, after Robinson turned himself in, said there are Discord messages where he's admitting that it was him and talks about the drop site and the planning of this. And Discord said, no, he doesn't talk about the drop site and the planning, but these messages are accurate. The messages that him and his friends are having. The drop site and the planning was text messages. So Cox just was conflating that there was different messages. There was the Discord and the text. But Discord does not dispute that these messages are accurate, the ones that the state's claiming.
So we would both agree, though, that it's not a lone wolf.
Well, yeah, it could still be a lone wolf. If I'm about to commit a crime,
wolf if he's planning it with his friends.
But he wasn't planning it with his friends. The planning portion of it was him describing to Lance Twiggs how he did it. I'm going to pick up the rifle and blah, blah, blah. That's the planning, the drop site, all of that stuff. That's the state's official case.
I understand.
Right?
Yeah,
if I do something horrible and I contact you and I'm like, oh my God, I did this. Here's my next plan of attack. And by the way, that's where, remember, he tells Twiggs, burn the note. That's why one of the charges is like witness tampering or obstruction of justice. Because he was telling him after the fact, here's what I plan to do, destroy the evidence, etc. So that's the official state.
In Lance Twiggs' own testimony, what he said is that he saw the note, he put it back under the keyboard, and he never saw it again.
But wasn't there a second note that he burned? One he attempted to burn?
Well, I don't know about a second note. That would just confuse the entire narrative. I think what's most compelling is the fact that Lance Twiggs said that he saw the note, he put it back under the keyboard, and he never saw it again. Now,
I don't know. I don't know that specific quote, but yeah. I don't see that. I don't think that does much to cast doubt in the case.
Again, yeah, I'm just saying, like, he may have burned it afterwards. I'm just saying, like, the fact that he said he never saw it again, and that's where that conversation got left off.
But all I'm saying is this: like, it is entirely plausible. Would you at least admit this? That we get to trial, and the police are like, "Yeah, he was Mirandized on the 12th," and the defense is like, "Okay," and that's it. That's the end of this issue. That's entirely plausible that could happen, right?
It's plausible.
So, I mean, again, it's one of these things. This is a legitimate question. I don't blame you. I prepped this debate with Andrew, and part of my preparation was like, I thought Candace was going to obfuscate and was just going to filibuster and everything. So we prepped for that, and then we prepped for what if she's fucking awesome? What if she's the best debater possible? So I tried to put myself in those shoes, and I was like, where are the areas of attack of the state's case I would have? This was one of them. This absolutely was one. I was like, this is a serious question. It really is. And you don't have to be
was that the first time you saw that grid of information, though?
The grid, yes. But I did see the document with the Mirandized at 625. Yeah. I had seen that. But the grid, yes. Well, let's be fair.
So that's the cross-referencing I was just asking you to do. That's all.
Now, let me be clear.
You can mull it over, dude. I don't need you to make a decision on it. Just mull it over.
Well, let me be clear. I had seen the grid. But that's just because our excellent friend Ryan Mullally literally sent me everything the state had like weeks ago. But I never did the cross application like you were doing. I didn't understand what you were saying there. Yeah. But even after doing it, I don't think it really helps the case you're making. I'm glad we got through it because I was confused at what you were saying. But I still think, given that it says he was Mirandized on the night of the arrest, and there seems to be no dispute that the arrest was on the 12th, that the most charitable reading is he was Mirandized at 6:25 on the 12th. And if he was Mirandized,
the booking information that Steven Crowder shared was at 10 a.m. in Utah County, and so that's kind of the thing. It's like we have a chain of when things happen, and we even have testimony of people saying how long it takes to get from one place to another. At one point, we thought that maybe how long does it take from one guy to get here and drive all the way down here? But he said he took a plane, so that like blew some things out, you know. But when you get to just cross-referencing the primary document, you're allowed to ask these very simple questions without making inferences, without adding things, without saying someone misstepped here, someone did this. Just looking at the primary resources, you're allowed to look at this stuff. And that doesn't even talk about the search warrants. I'll let you go to bed. But that's just, just in good faith. Those are some things to look at.
Let me say this. You're allowed to fucking, even without cross-referencing, you're allowed. I want to be clear. I, myself, thought this was a valid question. I have no problem with people asking these questions. I'm just saying, one of the things that happens, and I think it's crazy, is because we're kind of laymen, and even if we weren't laymen, even if we were lawyers or police officers or whatever, we don't have access to all of the facts of this case. And so some things that might look strange to us might not look strange at all to the prosecution or the defense. The defense may have seen this and been like, yep, totally understand that was the 12th. I talked to my client. He told me this is exactly what happened. I showed up the 11th. I showed up this time. They milled around about. Then they drove me to this other place. I stayed there for a while, and then finally I was like basically there all day at 6:25. They finally sit in to talk to me, read me my rights. So the defense might be like sort of like just raising his eyebrow, like, what the fuck are all these people talking about on the internet about the Mirandized issue? It's a nothing burger. Like it's literally on the 12th. Like there's nothing to it. And we just don't know. Now that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be allowed to ask questions or we shouldn't, or it can't be truthful. Of course. But it's a different claim. And like what you're claiming here and what you're doing is 100% reasonable. It really is. I have no problem having questions about like, what about this person that said a bald person was driving? 100% reasonable. That has never been what my issue or Andrew's issue's been. And it may be that we get to court and maybe the cops are like, yeah, he was Mirandized at 6:25 on the 11th. And the defense says, well, then how did he make this Discord messages? And they say, we don't know. We don't have an answer. Uh-oh. Now all of a sudden that looks compelling for the defense. But we just don't know until we get there, until we have these explanations. And so I'm merely making a claim that what you're doing is completely different than what someone like Candace Owens doing. I could still defend the case and still say it's most likely Tyler Robinson did it. It's pretty compelling, I think. But certainly these are questions worth asking. And I would never want to send an innocent man to death. We're being pigeonholed in, you don't have 100% confidence and you want to send this innocent man to death. No, I want him to go to trial. I think there's compelling evidence that he should go to trial. And then it's the state's burden to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Not prove it because I think that he most likely did it, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard. And it may well be that I definitely think Tyler Robinson did it, but I also acknowledge the state was incapable of proving it beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, he should not be charged. That's the standard that I'll use. That's different than Candace and company saying Erica Kirk's involved or Israel's involved or the French Foreign Legion. If you're going to make wild claims like that, you have to be able to back it up with evidence. Me and Andrew, and this is what's funny about the whole thing. I hope you would believe me when I say Andrew, maybe he wouldn't sit down until 3 a.m. with you like me, but Andrew's willing to hear questions like this, of course, right? The issue is...
he talks to me on X. He's cool.
The reason he wanted this debate with Candace was these crazy, wild claims she's making. And so it's like, I don't think, even to have Andrew acknowledge on, apparently on Paramount Tactical Show, yeah, I have questions. I think that just proves the good faith. It has never been about shaming people asking questions. It's about these people that are spreading these crazy fucking theories. And if they're wrong, if their theories are wrong, there's a grieving widow that's being smeared for her daughter to see when she gets older, being smeared as murdering her husband or being complicit in it. And so it's like, if you're going to make that claim, it's like, I don't think that in the Sandy Hook thing, I don't think you should have been precluded for saying, I think that parent's lying. I don't think their kid died. But I think you better have some fucking evidence to back it up. Because if not, you're really shitty. You're really going at it.
Remember, Rob, that everyone knew that Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty. They all knew that. And I don't know if you remember this from that trial, but the prosecution brought out like this drone footage in the middle of trial that no one had ever seen. And they had to stop the trial for 2 days so that the defense could get a good look at it and be like, whoa, you had drones there? Like, and so, you can't like leave anything out,
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. But I mean, to me, it's like I knew Rittenhouse was innocent, or I heavily suspected it, based on, we saw footage beforehand of it looked like someone firing a shot behind him as he was running away. But yes,
Yeah.
you're right. A lot of people assumed he was guilty. So we'll see. But ultimately, I know it was a bit contentious when we started off there, but I don't have a problem at all with what you're doing. I think it's totally
It's all good, dude.
reasonable.
Yeah,
I think
all
it's totally
good, man.
reasonable.
Yeah.
I still
you're
think I'm
doing good,
right.
man.
But I enjoyed the
It's
call,
just-
man. Call in anytime.
Yeah, we'll I mean, we'll only see at this point,
Yeah.
but
Might be
yeah,
a year and a half. I
just
think there's a solid
I
chance
just think get away. Just watch out for the like. You're an anti-vaxxer. You're like, don't put people in blocks.
I will say this. I think there's a solid chance he really is wanting to plead guilty. They're really going to try to get the death penalty off, and if the prosecution agrees, this dude's going to plead guilty. He really
they
is.
can scare you when you're in the court system. They can scare you into thinking that's your only option too.
I know, and you know damn well if he pleads guilty, that Candace and all them are going to go, he was forced, he's innocent, and then we won't see a trial, and they're going to flip out. But I think the evidence
Maybe.
I think the evidence is pretty bad, and he knows it. So, all right, man.
All right, cool, Rob. Rest
Take
up.
it
Don't
easy.
hurt yourself.
I won't. Take it easy, man. We'll see you. I don't know. I know everyone in the audience was like, "Oh, it's good." I thought it was a good call. Once we got over just the fucking interruptions, I was trying my best. He was talking at great length, and I was letting it go. And then I was trying to make the point. I don't know. For me, I do think it's the most likely scenario is the Mirandizing was at 6:25 p.m. on the 12th and not in the 11th. Given that the documents say on the day he was arrested, and he was arrested on the 12th. But we'll see. I think it's one of the most reasonable questions to have about this case. I absolutely do. But it took a while to get there, but I enjoyed it. Now, do you see the difference between that type of conversation and some of the other ones I was having? Do you see the difference? Well, maybe he changed tone and apologized, save face. I don't give a shit. I still enjoyed the conversation the way it went. So that's, for me, I enjoy that type of conversation. And I've been trying my damnedest to get people to call in to have those types of conversations. I really want people to bring the best criticisms they have forward. I really do. But I've tried my best. See, for me, I try my best to put myself in the other side's shoes. Right. And actually, I don't even have a side. I'm looking at the evidence like anyone else. And I'm like, okay, well, what's a possible explanation for the other side, et cetera, et cetera. And it really helps to have an actual person and not just me in my head, like playing chess against myself. Right. So talking it through really helps. But I hope I did you all proud there. I hope that I did get a little pissed when he was implying that I was intentionally hiding the evidence. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm trying to find it. I hope. You could be Mirandized multiple times. That's a possibility too. I didn't even think of that. So they may have Mirandized him as soon as he showed up in Washington, and then Mirandized him again just to remind him. That's certainly possible. That's actually very likely. That you Mirandize him as soon as he's booked, and then later in the evening or the next day, when you're about to finally interrogate him, you're like, okay, just to remind you. Built Right, $10 over on Rumble says, good job, good faith, way to go, Rob. Thank you, I enjoyed it. No problem, B-side. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anyways, let's get to the rest of the super chats. Intel Wild, $2 says, hit the like button, everyone. Yeah. And another 5. Thank you. Says, if we get 500 likes, I'll super chat $50. I hope we got there. Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says, CK knew the risk of what he was doing. Also, in March 2019, he debated at UVU in that exact same area with Candace Owens, one of the last stops together before he fired her. It's crazy. Terrible. With Ghost, $5 says, dude does not know anything about how Miranda works. Miranda rights only have to happen if the cops are interviewing you as a suspect. I don't know that, so I can't make that claim, but fair enough. And then with Ghost, $10 says, if you admit to a crime and the cops are transporting you to a location and they haven't Mirandized you and you just start confessing, it's considered spontaneous utterance and that can still be used in court. Okay. Stabby McStabwood, 7 months, says primary source. Trust me, bro. Pix Paradise, $100. What a legend. Said Rob Chubby Whip for his dismissal of my fifis in dreams. Shaking my head. Damn, you guys are going to make me play whip songs? Bastards. All right. With Ghost, $5 says, if the video of Lance Twiggs was a deposition, then the defense will be able to interview him. Yes. Travis Rice, $5 says, Rob, are you going to have a call-in show tomorrow? I got to get to bed, but this guy said so much dumb stuff about law enforcement procedure. I got to chime in. Maybe we will tomorrow night. We'll see what's up. I do plan on streaming tomorrow night. So, Op Gamer, $2 says, the 1102 is incorrect, I believe. Alex Thorne broke this whole thing down, and there are 28 exemptions where hearsay is admissible at trial. Okay. Paulie Shortcuts, $2 says, Rob. Thank you. Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says, Twiggs said he saw Tyler attempt to burn it when he came back to the apartment. The next day the cops found out and it was half burnt from the trash. Okay, my bad. And then BC Sides, thank you. Really appreciate it. It was a night, man. Another 6-hour stream. We're not done yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuckers. 5. All right, I have 5 songs. So before I play those, look. Compare the last call to the first call tonight. That first call, I mean, that's brutal. When you bring stuff up, you could say, I don't have a problem if the first caller would have been like, I don't trust that source. But when the source is saying over and over, no, degraded DNA doesn't speak to a timeline. It doesn't mean that person wasn't the last person to touch it. And to be like, nope, that's not what it says. That's brutal. That's really brutal. That's disheartening. It really is. You know? I hate to be a dead horse, but there is a complete difference. The second caller where he's continued, has this feeling that people are just flipping out on him just for asking questions. I don't know what to say other than I haven't really seen that, and it's certainly not me, and I hope the third caller proves it. My pansy, yeah. I mean, I tried to listen and go through it and to the best of my ability, hear what the other guy was saying. I know Jason Morgan, $10 says, bunch of new viewers don't explain the whip. Yes. So, I mean, for me, I can't speak to anyone else but myself, I guess. I could kind of speak to Andrew because I know him and he's a good friend. I don't mind. I don't mind having these conversations. I'm going to debate, what's his name? Oh, Tim Gordon. Smart dude, Monday, on if Israel was involved. I'll take the debates. I will. But it's the people that are espousing these crazy theories, and they're not willing to defend them, like Candace, like Baron Coleman, like Ian Carroll. I know that I'm not the biggest streamer. Maybe I am the biggest, but I know I'm not the, viewership-wise, the biggest streamer. That's fine. But I'm pretty fucking good, and I'm reasonable to talk to. And none of these people want to talk. You get people like BC Sides there, or even the guy before him, Fly on the Wall. They'll be willing to talk, but they're not the ones making the really crazy fucking theories that are the real problem. That's the people that you're like, can you give some account for this? Can you give some evidence? And they won't. Those people won't. You can find the people who are like, wait, I just have some questions. What's up with the bald guy driving the car? Reasonable. I see it, Based Explorer. I see it, man. Watch the all caps spamming, though. We're trying to debate her followers. That's what I'm trying to do here. So that's it. I hope tonight's show illustrated that I'm willing to talk to pretty much anyone. that has any, theories on this. Yeah, Fly on the Wall was here. Yeah, he talked before you. Okay. Yeah, we'll see you built right. I wouldn't stick around for whip songs anyways. All right. Anyone who wants to leave, totally get it. The show sucks now. So what we do is we got this stupid song. It's from an old Lord of the Rings cartoon. It was called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. It was like the orcs marching to war. Anyways, made a bunch of versions of it. Now my audience makes me play the damn thing every night. So every $100, $100 donation, I play a whip song. At this point in the show, anytime we get over an even $100 mark, so the next will be $1,400, we play another. So if someone donates, what, $35, $36, that'd be a whip song. If you donate 100, it'd be 2 whip songs. One because we get over 1,400, one for the whip. Thank you, not Voltaire. Says $5. Still up. God bless you, brother. Yeah, we're going to bed here soon, though. 5 of these dumbass songs. Let's do it. Oh, yeah, I got to put my headset on. Got a frog in my throat? What the hell's going on? Oh, everyone's favorite version, Mulan Cowbell. All right, let's hope it's not long. I would like to get to bed tonight. It's horrible. Hey, Pix Paradox, you psychopath. Oh my gosh. Fuckers. Thank you for the 50. He says, community being nice to you tonight. Thank you. You're the man. And then the great Jason Mulgren goes, that's 2 more, right? You got the whooping cough. Yeah, that is 2 more. Joseph Romano, $16, says, only $20. Fuck. I gotta get a pen and write it down. Son of a bitch. Be up all night. Tomorrow, you know what I'm supposed to do tomorrow? I'm going to my brother-in-law's house swimming with my son. I'm very excited. I like this shit. I love debating. I really do. But you know what I love more? My family. I'm so lucky. My wife and son are the absolute best. And it's really hard sometimes, like, especially, I know that the haters are going to be like, ugh. But, it was a huge debate and I had a little part in it being the fact checker. And it's weird to, I have real life people that I know in real life contacting me about it. And it's a weird thing. So it's hard to shut off, right? It's hard. But my family makes it easier, So I love when I get to spend time with them. I'm very excited tomorrow. And I'm just going to put my phone in the fucking car and go and have fun at the pool for like 4 or 5 hours. I can't wait. Also, I think I might get a haircut tomorrow. I don't know. That's a different question.
Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way.
I hate this.
There's a way, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the light says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way, there's a way. 4, 2, 3. Where there's a way, 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 there's a way. Where there's a way, 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 there's a way. Left, crack on the back, so we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. 1, 2, 3, hey!
Ugh. I love the people that are new here. Like, what the fuck is this? This is the worst thing ever. It is the worst thing ever. You know, it's funny, though. There are nights I'll do these epic debates. I'll do 12, 13-hour debates and make like $200. Then I'll do this for 2 hours and make like 900. So, gotta pay the bills. And apparently torturing me is...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left, whip. There's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left, whip. There's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left. There's a whip. Left, right, a crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Whoa! Let's stay now! Hey, let's watch!
Not Voltaire, thank you for the gifted sub. If you're still here, I don't know why, but thank you. Nice long song there. I'll be up till 4 a.m. How long does it take you to get to sleep once you like lay down in bed? It takes me like half an hour. Dubstep, that sounds fun. Dubstep bed. Ah.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, left, left. Where there's a whip, there's a we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Having fun? Was it good stuff? Everybody satisfied with this bullshit? My life's turned into debating Candace fans and playing whip songs till 4 a.m. It's wonderful. Go back to simpler times when I was just yelling about the Democrats. Digging that guitar solo, though. Ah! 3 more. 3 more. I'm out of here. It's not the best part of the show. It's the worst part of the show. It's the worst. By a long shot, the worst part of the show.
Yeah! there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Thanks. Oh my goodness. Wait, we're gonna make it. We got two more. We're gonna make it through this. We are. I'm not gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna be okay. All right, mariachi. I love a real life mariachi band. One of the funnest nights I ever had was at this taco place, hanging out with these mariachi guys all night. It was a blast.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, left, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
All right, last one. Whoopee. We're having fun now. Oh, Mangozi says you could do it. $10. Thanks, I'm trying. Oh, not Voltaire. $5 says Rob, the Paps Almighty. Give us what we want. Paps Blue Ribbon. Oh shit. This version's like 5 fucking minutes. Get ready. It's annoying as piss. Here you go.
but the Lord of the Land says, nay, 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 nay. Where's the way? 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 Right, that's right. Where there's a way, there's a way. Right, that's right. Where there's a way, there's a way. Right, that's right. Where there's a way, there's a way. Left, right. Where there's a way. Crack on the backs as they win the fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. Oh, we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Oh, we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Oh, we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a way. Where there's a way. Where there's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way. Where there's a way. Fight, Lord, fight, Lord. Where there's a way. Where there's a way. Where there's a way.
Oh, it's over. Oh, wait.
A crack on the back says we're not gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Sweet Lord. One for charity? No! You guys are psychos. Hey, we got to 1% of our goal. How about that? That's something. It's not too shabby. Talk to Mr. E to get flying emojis during whips. There we go. Thanks for the 10, Paradox. 1%. Oh, I'll play the Juiceberg clip real quick. You greedy bastard. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. You know, I know what you're thinking. Is it ever okay to wear blackface?
Anyways, next question. Is blackface or brownface ever okay?
Only if you're a pretty kitty.
Okay.
The okay at the end always okay. Okay. Who's that guy? Okay. What else do I have for you? Of course, the classic. Allegedly, as you were taking that woman's money, is that what you said to her? Why don't you show me your tits? Is that what you said? Is that some of the alleged abuse that you gave to that woman? Is that some of it? Now, show me your penis. Oh my goodness. Well, I think we'll have to end it at 1% of our goal. All right. Unless people got more money to donate. I'm happy to go to bed, though. Yes, the Shapidler himself. Look, I'm going to be straight up with you. I'm fucking tired of the Candace Owens shit. I am. I think it's very important to keep going heavy in the paint on it. I do. I'd love to say that Andrew went there and dominated so much that that was the end of it and the people could finally fucking see it. But that's clearly not the case. I think Andrew did fine. He was a fucking trooper to get in the building and to get this ball rolling. And I think that I somehow have found myself in a weird fucking place where I might be top 3 person in the world at pushing back against this shit, which is fucking crazy. Now, I know the chances of me getting into a debate with one of these big people, Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, is slim to none. I get it. But I do feel that it would be negligent of me at this point not to keep pushing the issue to some degree. But I'm not going to do it every night. I got tomorrow, and then I got Sunday doing Sitch and Adam, and I got a debate Monday. And then I would like to move on to talking about the midterms. There's a lot to talk around. Morenz, Fauci's dude, just pled guilty. We fucking got lied to by these pieces of shit, and now dude pleads guilty that was intentionally fucking sabotaging forms so that the public wouldn't be able to see them. Pled guilty. That's something. That's some accountability, even if we deserve much more. I think the FBI raided Swalwell's house today. Who knows? That prick has it coming, you know? I actually think I have a call with a candidate here in Pennsylvania tomorrow at some point as well. So, I get it, man. I get it's not everyone's cup of tea. And I have to admit, part of it's selfish. Right now, I'm getting some attention because of the small, limited role I had in that big debate. And I'm trying my best to do everyone proud and push the issue. But I do hope if you're new that you stick around, because most of the time I'm not talking about individuals like one person or something. I'm usually focused more on straight politics stuff and doing debates. But I do think it's important. I really do. The truth's important on its own. Stopping this crazy fucking division that we see on the right, to the best of my ability, is important. Stopping the destruction of credibility with the online right is important. And it's worth fighting to make people have answers to someone that's attacking the legacy and the family of Charlie Kirk. So, thank you everyone who donated tonight. Thank you to my editors, my entire team, my moderators. You guys are the best. Thank you to the people that called in. It's content. And I think you could tell I enjoyed the last conversation. I did. But I do appreciate all of you that liked, subscribed, or just chatted, or just watched. I appreciate it. I really do. I should be back tomorrow around hopefully 10 p.m. Maybe a little earlier. We'll see. I'll try to goad some more people into a debate. We'll see. But never forget Charlie and how many people mocked his death, harassed people at his memorial. We lose sight of it during all these conversations. That's what so many people on the left think of you. Think of a family man like that. And so just take a moment and say a prayer for him and his family. It's all so fucking gross to be tied up in all this, so. Not just me, all of us. The poor guy. His poor kids. So. Say a prayer for him and his family. And never forget what the stakes are, so. All right, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. We're raiding over to Teriak. He's Irish. As always, everyone, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.